taking deep breath rapidly. Stepping on the stairs slowly. Whole body became sweat. Carrying heavy machine on his back. Whole body shaking of heavy load. I'm almost there. Encouraging himself. I just need to get to the 4th floor, and then I'll finally be there.
This is trash.
What? You don't even look at it probably. Jin Tae-kyung. Age 27. Job hunter, rank F.
Tae-kyung, my brother, it seems you are misunderstanding something here. Song Jin-ho, age 30, retaking university exams for 7 years. Shit is shit. There's no need for anyone to dig through a pile of shit to see if it's actually shit or not. You can just tell what shit is.
But still. His struggle all vanished. He is doing it for money.
Hold it right there. There's no need for us to guilt trip each other in our friendship.
Hyung, it's make me furious.
Tae-kyung. Wait. Let's calm down and think about the law of the awakened beings. More specifically Article 1, line 12. It states that you should never use violence against normal civilians and...
You idiot, you said that a rank F hunter like me shouldn't even be considered an awakened being.
Huh? I did? When? Was I drunk? Because I don't remember jack.
Sigh, whatever, man. Controlling emotions.
Good thinking. It's already pretty rough for you, so if the guild heard that you assaulted a civilian, then you'd be fired and...
I'm already fired.
Huh? When this happened?
As soon as I stepped in for work today, the team leader said he was thankful for all that I've done. Rank F hunter. I became a hunter, since my late father was a hunter. Even though I lacked any talent in this field, thus a low-rank hunter, I was proud of my hard work ethics. Through sheer effort, I was able to pay for my mother's medical bills, and I was also to support my younger sister. But now, it felt like everything that I'd built for past 7 years had all gone to waste.
That's so sad.
You're sorry for what you said, right?
Well, just a little.
Then buy me a drink, bro. That's what Hyung do during these times, right?
You ungrateful little shit. You say that, but you never once treated me as your Hyung.
Let's get plastered tonight, bro.
Alright, whatever, man. Let's drink like there is no tomorrow.
Both are gone for drinks. Leaving room empty. January 1st, 2015. Humanity was not greeted with the warm shine of a new year. What greeted then was the gate. A portal that connected this world to another. The gates, otherwise known as the dungeons, started to appear all over the world. Monsters that have never been seen before started to pour out from these gates. It was a battle between the awakened being and monsters. Through many victories and defeats, they were finally able to put an end to the Great War by slaying the great demon king, Asmodeus. That day was January 1st, 2020, and was called Victory Day. After that event, the monsters stopped coming out of these gates, and a new era began. The Hunters. These people would enter the gates in order to kill the monsters for their loot, and eventually sell them in an auction house. Most of the hunters were an awakened being. These people surpassed the normal boundaries of a human, and were ranked accordingly to their powers. Amongst these people, I was the lowest rank. A rank F hunter. And soon, people no longer needed low-rank hunter like me. It's heavy to walk, carry him on my shoulder. He vomiting on himself. And got slapped. Yo, Jin Ho Hyung. Sung Jin Ho, wake up, you idiot. Sigh. I told you to take it easy on the drinks. Ha? Ah, idiot. That's nasty, bro. You vomit on me as well. Sigh. I'm the one having a hard time here. Not you, man. Ah, right. I totally forgot about this thing. Maybe I can sell it for the price of some snacks. Sigh, I'm too lazy to do that in the first place. I guess I'll just throw it away. Let's just see what this is. He pushed the bottom. The machine door just opened. What's this? A user's manual. Why did someone put a user's manual in an item they were throwing away? Especially a junk item like this? Ha! The year 2020? Wasn't that when the war ended? Must have been a printing error. Because only an idiot would be developing something like this during that time. In the manual, it's warning written on it. The player will not be able to log out. If killed in the game, the player will also die in real life. That's interesting. Whatever, I'm just gonna sleep. Trying to sleep peacefully. But hear lots of noise like snore, farts, burp. How can I sleep? That bastard, I wanna kill him so badly. Wait, that capsule. I wonder if it's soundproof. Shutting down the capsule door. Putting helmet on head. Oh ho, it's pretty quiet in here. I can't even hear him anymore, plus it's pretty comfortable in here. Sigh, what should I do starting from tomorrow? If you're not part of a guild, you need to line up early in the morning at the commission office in order to sign up for any requests. They treat guildless hunters pretty harshly, and take a huge chunk of money as part of the commission fee. Shit, man. Well, at least my mom and sister are able to live safely in a decent apartment. I'm willing to live the dog's life as a rank F hunter in order to support my family. But, sigh, how am I going to pay my mother's rent from now on? If my father was still alive, would he be able to tell me what I need to do? But even still, I've done everything I can for them. Please trust me on that, Dad. I'm tired of all my thinking. I hope I'll feel a little better tomorrow after some sleep. Machine automatically on and started their functions.
Commencing player recognition. Unidentified player. Would you like to be registered? Exceeded the time required to answer. Commencing automatically. Loading complete. Creating the player profile. Player, Kim Tae-kyung has been registered. Would you like to enter the world of Murim?
No one answering sleeping so deeply can hear just snores.
Exceeded the time required to answer. Commenting automatically. We shall play for your success. Good luck.
Cold wind breezing from window. Ugh, I'm feeling cold. Did someone open the window? Well, it's probably Jin Ho-hyung. You idiot bastard. What? Where I'm? Who is she? What the hell? What I will do, how can I be there like this?
And Mem Tai Lung Lu. Mean, it's too cold in Chinese.
What? What the hell is this? Where the hell am I? Am I at a hostess bar? I'm pretty sure I come back home to sleep after drinking with Jin Ho-hyung, so why am I here? Excuse me.
Looking at with confused look.
Where am I? Shit, she's pretty though.
Shinmi? Means what? In Chinese.
I didn't understand what she is saying. Ah, your name must be Sunny, but I wasn't asking for your name.
Shinmi?
Ha? What? Ah, are you perhaps Chinese?
And I should Shinmi? Means what are you saying? In Chinese.
Shit, I can't communicate with her at all.
Window screen notification appear. You have unread messages. Would you like to read them? Yes or no?
Feel shocked to see notification appear like this. What the hell is this? Hit on the window screen notification. Suddenly appearance of notification message make him falls from bed. Character? Murim? Login? What? All of these things make me confused.
Notification message. The translation package has been installed.
Increases voice pitch to say wait. Wait a second. Because of nervousness.
Master Jean. Are you okay?
What? I can understand the language now?
Master Jean. What happened? Why are you looking at me like this?
What the hell is going on right now? So, basically, from my understanding of this situation, I'm inside some game, and I'm playing that game right now. This is pretty interesting. How did I log into this game? I don't remember turning this game on.
Please drink this. It seems you still haven't sobered up. Wolwa Bright Moon is this woman's name.
These graphics seem way too realistic. I've heard that technology these days have vastly improved, but I never expected it to be this good. So this is why people play VR games. I can see why people get addicted to this kind of stuff.
Coughing to get his attention.
What's wrong?
Oh. I guess I'm just confused. Master Jean. You're acting quite strange today.
She's calling me Master Jean. Even though it's a game, that's pretty cringy. What's strange about me?
I don't know everything. It's like you either went mad or lost your mind. You're even talking formally to me, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on with you right now.
Notification quest appeared. The tutorial quest has begun.
Ha? Tutorial? A accept. Quest accept.
Notification message appeared. You are finally taking your first step in the world of Murim. Gather information and become familiarized with your current surrounding. Ranked tutorial chain quest. Restriction beginners only. Objective gather information incomplete. Familiarized surrounding incomplete. Quest rewards. Sturdy traditional robe set. Gain access to character profile. Gain access to inventory. Gain access to skills chain quest progression. You want to accept or decline?
Gather information? Familiarize myself with my surroundings?
He's being weird again.
What kind of a tutorial is this? I haven't played a lot of games. But I thought most tutorials make you catch a few rabbits or have you practice using the user interface. In any case, I will just go along with it. I'll first start with gathering information. What do you know about me?
Laughing to hear that. That's an interesting question. I guess I can say you're the same as the rumors.
Rumors?
I'm sure Master Jean has heard of them before. But it's still a bit uncomfortable for me to say them directly to you.
I don't mind. Let me hear them.
You giving me weird look.
I'm just asking because I'm curious if they're the same as the rumors that I've heard before. Ha ha. Besides, these rumors have been around for some time. They're not going to hurt my feelings anymore.
Well, if you say so.
After talking with her for a bit, I was successfully able to gain quite a bit of information. I first found out where I was. I'm in the capital of the Shan 11 province, which is known as Taiyuan. The brothel I'm staying at is located in the inner city of Taiyuan and is called the Crimson Flower. Wolwa is a high-ranking hostess working at this brothel. As for me, I'm Jean Taekyung, 20 years old. I'm the youngest son of the Jean family residing in Taiyuan. The Jean family of Taiyuan is a prestigious family that represents the Shan 11 province. They were known for fending off bandits and giving food and supplies to the people during famine or droughts. Due to these reasons, the Jean family were respected and liked by the people of the city.
Notification message. You have able to find information pertaining to the Jean family of Taiyuan. You have earned the title Son of a Noble. You will be able to check your title in the character profile.
Whoa! My character is from a wealthy family? I'm filthy rich.
But I've heard that your family is facing some internal issues.
Issues? What are they?
The external issues are that the Mount Heng Sword sect is trying to find an opening to take over the leadership position in Shan XL province. As for the internal issues, apparently the third son of the Jean family is a troublemaker.
Ah, of course. There's always bastards like him wherever you go. In a rich family there's always guys like that. Thinking about the situation. Wait, how many sons does the Jean family have?
3.
Hell. Isn't that me then?
Notification message appeared. You have earned the title The Shame of Family. You will be able to check your title in the character profile. You have completed the gather information objective.
Laughing while telling all of the stuff about him.
Whatever, who care if I'm the shame of the family? It's just a game, so I just need to complete my quests. So I finished gathering information. All that's left is for me to become familiarized with my current surroundings. Alright. I can do it. Wait, let me think.
He start talking to himself again? Master Jean, forgive me for saying such things, but you're acting like a crazed idiot again. Why don't we take a break?
Ah, what? Now that I think about it. Just what the hell am I doing playing this game? Standing up on the chair, I need to focus on finding a job. Turn around his feet. Well, even though it was brief, I still had fun. Big smile. Finger point towards sky. Command logout. But nothing happened. Ha? Why isn't it working? Let me log out. Log out. Wait, did I pronounce it wrong? Logout. Log out. Log out.
I'm kinda sad that I'm the only one watching this spectacle.
Increasing his voice pitch and angry saying log out. Log? What got notification? Shocked to seeing lots of notification in front of him.
It is impossible to log out. It is impossible to log out.
Huh? What do you mean? Did I do something I wasn't supposed to? Is it an error in the system? Maybe I'm lagging? Was there some issue with the capsule since it was old? I shouldn't have just picked it up since it was free. I should have immediately threw it away after Jin Ho Hyung said it was trash. I should have looked for the user's manual and, wait. The user's manual. I did read it. What did it say again? Warning. The player will not be able to log out of their own volition. If killed in the game, the player will also die in real life. I remember it all. Sitting on knees. Feel like I'm trapped inside a game world? Me?
Notification message. You have completed the familiarized surrounded objective. Quest. You have completed the tutorial part 1. Quest rewards. You have access to character profile. You have access to inventory. You have access to skills. You are now able to progress to the next part of the chain quest. Tutorial part 2 is now available.
I'm just trapped here. Going back to homeland. Thinking lots of stuff, horse riding, slowly into forest. The old man riding the horse with care. Inside he just muttering about the past. For the past 3 days, I did all sorts of stupid shit to log out, but the end result was the same. It is impossible to log out. So, I'm currently in the midst of playing a VR game called Murim, which is some sort of a martial arts game. But you're not allowed to log out, and if you die in this game, you die in real life as well. At first, I sat around hoping someone in the outside world could save me. But nothing happened. That's when I realized that there is a high chance that nobody can save me. However, there might be a way still. In the user's manual, it stated that the player will not be able to log out of their own volition. This means if certain conditions are fulfilled in this game, it might be possible for me to log out. So after mentally suffering for their days, I came to a solution. I'll need to focus on doing as many quests that I can in order to level up. In order for me to accomplish this, I'll need to find a place where my life wouldn't be in danger, and also be able to receive plenty of help from other people. And I just happen to know a place like that. Alright. If I stay calm and focus, I'll be able to return to the outside world. Loudly shouted. I can do it. Fighting. He commands open quest menu.
Message appear. Would you like to start tutorial part 2? Yes or no?
Yes. Please start tutorial part 2.
Quest appeared. Tutorial part 2. You were able to gather basic information and got a decent hold of your current situation. However, the world of Murim is still an unfamiliar place for you. Starting now, you will have to rely on your only strength known as the system. Ranked tutorial chain quest, restrictions, beginners only. Objective. Distribute your status point in the character profile. Incomplete. Distribute your ability points in the skills menu. Incomplete. Equip an item from your inventory. Incomplete. Quest rewards, keep spear chain quest progression.
The quest objectives aren't too difficult this time. He commands open character profile.
Character profile appeared. Level 10 Jin Taekyung. Job, third-rate warrior, fame, 0. Title, the son of a Nobel, title effect is currently applied. Shame of the family, title effect is currently applied. Strength 10, agility 10, charm 10, stamina 10, intelligence 10, QI 10, available points, 100. Distribute your status points. Title, the son of a Nobel, all stats plus 5, fame plus 50. Title, shame of the family, all stats -5, fame -50.
What the hell? Wasn't I supposed to be the son of a famous reputable family in Murim? I'm only level 10 and a third-rate warrior? Are you serious? The son of a noble plus shame of the family equal to 0. I see. Well, I guess that's to be expected. But in any case, I'm glad I can raise my strength stats, feeling confused. I should be careful with how I spend my points. I'll first put 1 point into QI.
You can only increase QI by training yourself, consuming spiritual elixirs, or through special items.
Seriously? Fucking tell me that beforehand. I'll skip QI for the time being. I also don't think I will need intelligence and charm for now. I'll focus purely on survival then. Let's put 30 into strength, 30 into stamina, and 40 into agility.
Do you wish to make these changes? Accept or decline.
Yes, I accept it.
Available points 100. After putting it now, available points become 0.
Feeling changing in my body. Lots of energy absorbed. Wait. This is. Close his eyes to feel the power inside. Slowly absorbed all the energy. I can feel my strength and some changes. Awakening, it's the same as my awakening 7 years ago. Why am I getting an awakening in a place like this?
Notification message appeared. You have job advanced to a second-rate warrior. You have completed the distribute your status points in the character profile objective.
After reading the notification, let's first focus on the present situation. Command open skills.
Skills status opened. Level 10, Gene Taekyung. Cultivation, Gene Family's cultivation technique unavailable. Martial arts, Gene Family's spear technique unavailable. Gene Family's footwork technique unavailable. Physical state, 10. Internal state, 10. Available points, 100. Distribute your ability points. You are not able to use martial arts at this time. Due to not practicing your martial arts, you have forgotten all of the techniques.
To read all of the skills make him frozen. Angry fuck. Are you serious? Sigh, let's calm down. At this rate, I'll need to practice martial arts that teach me how to calm myself. So, where can I spend my ability points? The internal state encompasses the structure of veins and tendons, and they are important in maintaining a strong internal force. The physical state encompasses the structure of bones and muscles, and they are important in maintaining a strong external force. In my world, I'm a rank F hunter. The fighting style that I've developed for the last 7 years is probably more similar to what an external force would be. Using magic and manipulation auras are closer to what internal force would be. There's something that I could never produce with my skills. So it's important to choose things that I'm more familiar with, in order to raise my chance of survival. Put 60 into physical state, and 40 into internal state.
Notification message appeared. Do you wish to make these changes? Accept or decline.
Yep, I accept. Suddenly the notification message vanished. Feeling some moments in my hands, my shoulder got bigger, whole body muscles changing shape. Due to this lots of energy spend. Whole body became sweat, dropping on floor. Taking heavy breathing. The process finished, then looking my physique. It's amazing. This strength, I'm overflowing with raw strength. That's right. This place is different from the real world. With the help of the system I can become even stronger than before. Not to mention I have about 7 years of battle experience. I don't know what the limit to this power is, but...
Notification appeared. You have completed the distribute your ability points in the skills menu objective.
I'll make full use of it. And... I will survive. Open inventory.
Inventory appeared. Sturdy traditional robe set. Rank 3rd rate. Restrictions, none. Effects, none. Description, made with lie yet touch cloth. Suitable for beginners.
Wear item. Oh ho, it's amazing. Store item. Whoa. This will be pretty useful when I run raids.
Notification appeared. You have completed the equipment item from your inventory objective. You have completed the tutorial part 2 quest. You will receive a reward. You now have access to the tutorial part 3 chain quest.
Oh shit. I got a reward. Open inventory.
Notification appeared. Keen spear. Rank 2nd rate. Restrictions, none. Effects, landing a direct hit has a 5% chance to cause bleed. Description, a usable spear. Since it's sharp, you may cut yourself.
Why couldn't I have gotten a better item than this? Equip items. The spear appeared on his hands.
Notification message, you will now begin the tutorial part 3 quest. Be prepared.
Huh? Be prepared for what?
Master Gene.
Yeah? What happened?
It seems we have a small issue on our hands.
Looking outside and said, what do you mean?
Quest appeared. Tutorial part 3. You have figured out how to get stronger from using that system. It's always best practice to put what you learned into use. You will now be tasked with taking care of the bandits who have made an appearance. Rank, tutorial chain quest. Restrictions, beginnings only. Objective, eliminate the bandits. Incomplete. Quest rewards, full recovery. Chain quest progression. Quest failure. Death. Accept or decline.
Look, they are blocked over way.
Small issue, my ass.
Jiang Sam is a bandit. He was a man who never left the vicinity of the 5 great mountains. At around the age of 20, he became the leader of a ragtag group of thugs and started to force travelers to pay passage tolls. He worked tirelessly through day and night and was eventually known as the Jang Sam of 1,000 strength, and would strike fear into the hearts of many. Just like any other day, he took his men out for patrol early in the morning. But some odd reason, he couldn't stop walking and eventually made his way out of the 5 great mountains.
Look over there, boss.
They look like they're loaded with money. It seems luck is on my side. They stopped the way and demand to hand over everything that you've got.
Look, master, that's the reason we can't go featherway. Please handle that situation. There's 6 of them in total, and it doesn't look like they set up an ambush.
To hiding himself so, there's 6 of them?
Bandits like them are a pretty common occurrence, but this is my first time seeing them in this region.
Why is that?
Outside of the 5 great mountains, it's pretty much suicide for them to attack someone from a martial arts family. Trying to steal in the Jin family's territory, quite the nerves these idiots have.
Looking at the old man and thinking, well, that's because they're the tutorial NPCs. Does this old man have something up his sleeves? Why does he seem so relaxed in this situation?
Shall I take care of them?
Ah. It's because he's a martial master. Of course. He wasn't just your average coachman. As expected of Wulwa. She put in some extra care for me.
Loudly speaking, oi, you bastard. Did you not hear what the Jang Sam of 1,000 strength just said?
You ignorant bastards. How dare a measly bandit block out path? For all the evil deeds you've done, I should gouge out your eyes and shred your body to pieces, and kill all of your family for 9 generations.
I sure am scared after hearing all that nonsense. Are you escorting the emperor or some shit? Let me see this noble face of his.
You will regret saying such things, as none has survived after seeing his face.
Alright, I get it. Now hurry and show me who the fuck this person is.
You ignorant fools.
I can finally witness the skills of martial master. It's look like they are going to start fighting. What the fuck? Why are you coming back here?
It seems you'll have to come out and meet them, young master.
Me? Why me?
Opening the door and said, they're the type who needs to witness firsthand the fearsome power which you hold. For daring to stop the young master, it must be because they have never seen the true powers of a martial master. You must teach them a worthy lesson. The heavenly Jin blade. I've heard your tales. At the young age of 20, you're a genius swordsman who reached the peak of the Murim world. After hearing the stories of the young master, the heart of this old man felt nothing but fear and adoration for your accomplishments.
Heavenly Jin blade? A genius swordman? What the fuck is this old man talking about? I think you're misunderstanding something here.
You insolent bastards. Do you still not recognize who this person is? He is the 2nd son from the Jin family of Taiyuan. The renowned martial master in the Shan 11 province.
Wait a second. I'm not the 2nd.
He is the heavenly Jin blade. Master Jin Mukyung.
I'm Tae Kyung though. To hear that everyone's silent for a moment.
Excuse me?
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you earlier. I'm not Jin Mukyung, I'm Jin Tae.
When you say Jin Tae Kyung, are you talking about that useless 3rd son?
Yes, that's correct.
To hear that it's make me unconscious and fade.
I'm the dumbass for thinking this old man was even a martial master.
Puhaha. To see this situation it's make as laughing. I don't know if you're really the 3rd son, but I'll let you live if you obey us.
Notification message. Restriction. Beginnings only objectives, eliminate the bandits. Incomplete. Quest rewards, full recovery chain quest progression. Quest failure, death.
Let me live, my ass. It's 6 against 1. I've fought against 6 goblins before, but these guys are different.
Did that guy just faint on us? Check and see if that's the case.
Yes, boss. Throwing the axe towards Jin Tae Kyung.
Holy shit. Just give me a second. Time out.
Axe hit on the ground. Didn't reach to their target. I guess I should have thrown it with more power. Hee hee.
Wait, now that I look at them.
I'm sorry, boss.
It's fine.
Aside from that 1,000 strength guy, they all look like they're weaker than the goblins I've faced before. If that's the case, I'm feeling pretty good about this. I think I can beat them. Hands up and standing on same place like surrendering himself.
What he is doing? Is he giving up?
He must have gotten scared from my axe. Ha ha.
Smart choice.
Keep laughing. You will see what I will do with you.
I've heard that the Jin family has a son they chased out. Apparently his martial arts are that of a 3rd-rate warrior, and the only thing he's good at is chasing after women. I guess he's also good at knowing when to give up.
Hey boss, the way he's walking towards us. Doesn't it remind you of a beaten dog?
Inhale air, just 2 more steps. To activate it.
A beaten dog. Ha. You're right.
1 more steps. Then it will begin. Steps forward. Ha. It's activated. It's getting hot. Wait, is this QI? Holding the pressure on his feet. And take a jump towards Bandit.
Surprised to see him like this.
Open inventory. Equip Keen Spear.
Everyone prepared for attack.
Raise spear towards Bandit with full speed. Direct hit on its chest.
Notification message. A critical hit. Bleed has been activated.
Due to that direct hit, Bandit got killed.
Notification message. You have eliminated level 10 Jang Sam. Level up. You have gained 10 status points. You have gained 10 ability points. You have unlocked the Gene family's cultivation technique.
To seeing the Jang Sam killed like this, the other bandit got scared. So shall we continue? Lots of blood on spear. Who's next? Going to fight with me?
All of them, please spare us, great lord.
Notification message. The bandits who have lost their leader have lost their will and have all surrendered. You have completed the Eliminate the Bandits quest. You will now receive a full recovery for any injuries. For suppressing the bandits, your fame has risen by 10. You have successfully completed the Tutorial Part 3 quest. You have received a reward. The Chain Quest Tutorial Part 4 is now available to you.
All of the bandits going to be punished. One of his eyes brow got swollen, another one lips got swollen, and blood on his face, another one head and cheeks swollen and he crying.
With surprised looks, was this really all done by you, young master?
Yes. That's correct.
Are you perhaps? Are you sure you're really not Master Jinmu, Kyung?
With angering face. God damn it. How many times do I have to tell you that I'm Jin Taekyung? Just get ready to leave.
Yes, sir.
Time manipulation? I've heard that VR games can make time go slower. I'm just confused on why they use something amazing like that in game development and nowhere else. While eating and talking, it's a technique that's only used in VR, right? If you think about it, I'm pretty sure it can be useful in a lot different places.
Look at this kid. Talking nonsense again. Jin Taekyung being ignorant as always. You're the type of idiot who would say that you can use VR games to study a fuck ton and get accepted into the Seoul University. This bro will only tell you once, so listen carefully, Taekyung. First, their point in even trying to study there. Why? Because VR games don't make time go any slower. They just make you feel like it is. In simpler terms, your playtime is determined by how much data you can store inside your brain. So if you forcefully shove more data, then time might feel like it's going slower for you. However, the brain can only hold so much. Once you're outside of the game, most of the information you forcefully shoved inside the game will disappear. And only retain what was given inside the game. That's why there is no real difference between studying in real life compared to studying inside a VR game. Also, since this method puts quite a bit of stress on the brain, most VR games spread the amount of information given to the brain. The standard time difference is usually 1 hour of information per 3 hours in game. If the technology used for the capsule is good, then the differences do get a little higher. But the price of creating such an equipment is so high, that most people can't even afford them.
How expensive are they?
I don't know. I'm going to sleep.
Go sleep in your own room, you bastard.
Turn off the lights, will ya?
Coachman riding horse faster than before. I've already spent 3 days inside this game. So if what Jinho said was right, then shouldn't he already be up by now? Did he die in his sleep? What is he doing? Punching on his face, wait. Is it possible that this capsule has an insanely high time difference? But that capsule looked like junk. No. The quality of this game's graphics are too good. It's possible it's highly advanced. Lots of though running on my mind. Fuck. I don't know anymore. In any case, he's bound to wake up. Open skill menu.
Character. Level 11, Jin Taekyung, Cultivation, Jin Family's Cultivation Technique. Martial Arts, Jin Family's Spear Technique Incomplete. Jin Family's Footwork Technique Incomplete. Physical state increase 70%. Internal state increase 50%. Available points, 10. Distribute your ability points. Due to not practicing your martial arts, you have forgotten all of the techniques. You are able to read the description of the skills that are available to you.
I'm still amazed by this. I can't believe this is all real. I'll distribute my points later. I'm going to read the descriptions of my skills.
Gene Family Spear Technique. Rank, first rate. Restrictions. Must have learned the Gene Family's cultivation technique. Stage, unknown. Effect, unknown. Description, an inherited martial arts from the Gene family of Taiyuan. It is possible to acquire further skills using a martial scroll. You are currently unable to use this skill due to forgetting the ancient verses.
I haven't used both of these skills before.
Gene Family's cultivation technique. Rank, peak. Stage, second mastery. Restrictions, only the direct bloodline of the Gene family of Taiyuan. Effects, activates QI circulation control. To accumulate and utilize QI. Description, allows for very stable, yet slow accumulated of QI.
The rank it's at is peak. The Gene family's cultivation technique is pretty good. What new notification message?
Quest appeared. Tutorial Part 4. You are now able to control the circulation of your QI, allowing you to use the powers of your QI. However, you are still unable to properly control your QI. Don't let your guard down till end. Rank, Tutorial Final Quest. Restrictions, players only. Objective, QI circulation control incomplete. Rewards, item box. Obtain QI cents. Move on to the main quest. Quest failure. QI deviation or death.
Again with the death? Are you fucking kidding me? If I wait a little longer, I'm pretty sure Jinho can save me. I don't know if I want to risk my life for some petty quest items.
Notification message appear, waiting for response.
Nope, I won't accept decline.
Notification message alert. You can't decline a tutorial quest.
What the hell is this?
Notification message, will you accept this quest? Accept or accept.
Loudly shouted, I fucking said I'll decline it. Decline. Decline. Why are there only 2 accept button now?
Notification message, the quest has been accepted automatically.
With angers loudly shouted, you fucking piece of shit.
Notification message appeared, your chi circulation control will now begin. The Gene family's cultivation technique shall boost your stability. Since this is your first time utilizing QI circulation control, you shall receive a helper for this quest. Will you move to where the quest helper is located? Accept or decline.
Losing willpower, slowly says decline.
Notification message, automatic accept ion.
Saying to system go to hell. Now it's just flat out ignoring me. Even that system notification sounds like it's making fun of me. God damn it. Once I get out of here. Just you wait. What's going on? Is this some kind of illusion? With fear expression, what the hell is this? Due to fear, close his eyes. It seems like it's going to drag me inside. After a while, still have fearful expression. But slowly getting courage and open his eyes. There no one is here, it's illusion barriers or some kind of space. Where is this place? Suddenly hear a voice.
Come over here.
Looked on his behind, it's an old man sitting on a floor. Going towards him. Is that old Gramps supposed to be my helper? The old man looks so comfortable and relaxed. It seems like he is waiting for me.
Sit as comfortable as you can.
I thought in order to control the circulation of your QI, you have to sit in a lotus position.
Only weaklings are a stickler for details like that. For martial masters, none of that matters.
He can hear my thoughts? He's an actual martial master. Ho ho. You're quite an interesting fellow. Standing on his feet.
While crossing the path using martial arts skills to tap different part of his body.
What happened?
Don't be surprised. I've merely opened your meridians. It's important that you focus now.
I can't move.
Put hand on his back, knowing how to regulate the flow of your QI is crucial for all martial artists. Not only does it help with accumulated your QI property, but it will also allow your mind, QI, and spirit to become defined and polished, and allow for you to reach an even higher realm state. Focus and allow your mind to become as clear as water. Draw out the flow of QI within you.
Okay, I understand it.
I shall now recite the verses pertaining to the Gene family's cultivation technique.
He start recite the verses, but he is speaking too fast to be understanding. Focus and allow my mind to become clear. It's hitting on my mind and remembering all cultivation technique.
Follow it.
Follow what?
Notification message, the QI circulation of the Gene family's cultivation technique shall now begin.
It's flowing different parts of my body like a light.
Notification message, follow the light within the meridians.
Focusing my mind to follow the light. To crossing all path of my body meridians.
Notification message appeared, you have completed the QI circulation control. You have completed the tutorial part 4 quest. You will now receive your rewards. The skill QI sense has been learned. You are able to freely utilize your QI, and are able to detect the strength of other people's QI. A small amount of turbid QI has been expelled from your body. You have completed all of the quest pertaining to the tutorial. You have unlocked the main quest.
Back to their original place with QI burning all around him. Slowly absorbing the QI. Finally, it's all done. Whoa! I feel amazing, my whole body feels like it's been fully rested. QI is pretty interesting. Putting hands on his stomach, but I wonder what that was?
Young master, we have arrived at the Jin family's estate in Taiyuan.
The small light coming towards. Is that 10 years of my QI? It's small but pure essence. But wait. Is that another source of QI? If I absorb that, I'm pretty sure I can become even stronger. Nah. I shouldn't do more than what I was told to do. No point in risking my life for it. Let's just focus on finishing the quest first. Going to absorb it. That was a smart decision.
Young master, we've arrived at the Jin family's estate in Taiyuan.
Okay, that great. Let's look outside. Whoa! It's looks so beautiful. Can you go a little slower?
Yes, sir.
Open skill menu. Activate QI sense.
Skill menu appeared. QI sense, rank, no rank. Stage, first mastery. Restrictions, only for Jin Taekyung. Effect, able to identify things that are within 30 levels of you. Can identify as long as they are within your range. As the skill's realm stage increases, the scope of your range significantly increases.
It's exactly that. The power level scanner. I'll test it out. Activate QI sense. The small circle of QI appear on his feet.
Notification message. You have activated the QI sense skill. Since the skill only at first mastery, you will only be able to identify things that are level 30 and below with a 10 jang range.
Okay, I understand. Let me increase my QI sense. The QI circle increase his range. I can sense outside source also. The coachman, let's check it. Level 4 Wang Hui.
Notification message. You were able to identify the person using QI sense.
Oh ho! This is pretty nice. This is pretty useful for someone like me. I got something nice for once. Lucky. Open quest menu, huh? Surprised to see the quest menu.
Quest. Log out. You must now get ready to leave this treacherous world of Murim. You must become stronger and more reputable than before. This will all be preparation for that day. Rank, main quest. Restrictions, only for Jin Taekyung. Objectives, achieve the realm stage of first rate. Incomplete. Achieve level 30 incomplete. Achieve 500 fame. Incomplete. Reward, log out.
To see the reward logout, it's make him emotional, finally. I can finally get out of this place. Shouted with excitement. Ha 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 ha. That's right, this shit is only just a game. You made me worry for no reason. I just need to utilize my combat experience and the game system properly. Logging out will only be a matter of time. I won't need to rely on help from the outside world anymore. As soon as I get out, I'm going to go beat the shit out of the developer of this game. How the horse just stopped. Look like we reached our destination.
I'm Hyuk Mu Jin, the captain of the gatekeeper for the Grey Jin family's estate. Please state your identity, as well as your purpose of your destination.
Hello there. We came from the Crimson Flower. Keep up the good work, guys.
Crimson Flower? Is that perhaps the infamous brothel? What business do the people from the Crimson Flower have at this place?
Well, that's because.
Cough a ham to attract the gatekeeper. Thinking he should know who I am, right?
So it's you.
Good. He noticed who I was. Alright, keep up good work, boys. Going to close the window. But he blocked it. Why?
Get out.
Which language he is using for me? Me? You asking me?
No shit. Do you think I said that to the air?
What the hell? What's up with his reaction? Does he not know who I am? I think you're a bit confused. I live at this place.
I also live at this place.
Trying to convince him. No. What I'm trying to say is that
You're the Jin family's third young master. Is that what you're trying to say?
he know me well. But still his behavior is not good with me.
I am fully aware of who you are, so just step outside of the carriage. We'll continue with the standard protocol.
What's up with them? The other gatekeeper expression same like him. They are looking at me with disrespect. Something feels weird about this.
Please tell me your name.
The fuck? It feels like they are treating me as a criminal. Jin Taekyung.
Affiliation.
Jin family of Taiyuan.
Age and the stage of your martial arts.
20, second-rate warrior.
Pocket your pride, just answer honestly.
Thinking, be honest? Then do you want to tell you that I became a second-rate warrior after distributing my stats or some shit?
Fine, I'll just ignore that for now. Let's see, you were gone for a few days. Where are you returning from?
I'm returning from the Crimson Flower.
Haha. Look at him, Tilda, staying at that expensive brothel for a few days? Good for you, you must have spent a fortune there. Or did you perhaps steal from the family's funds again?
What? Steal funds again?
What are you upset about? The young master is always doing stuff like that, no? Jin Tae Kyung from the Jin family of Taiyuan. The shame of the family. Sigh, this is pretty infuriating. Third young master. Although I'm only a gatekeeper, let me give you a word of advice. Stop rubbing dirt over the honor of the family. You should at least try and live like a proper human being. Let them pass.
What he just said. Live like a proper human being. I know this is only just a game. But it's making me feel pretty fucking pissed. Hey. Stop your ass right there.
Huh, what, did you say something?
Going to punch him. You're fucking dead.
In the corner of the room, the old historical piece of art laying on a side table. In the room, a man bow in front of a table where a man loading with scroll, reading and writing on it. He said to the bow man to speak.
I have a precious subordinate who works for me. He has a tremendous amount of respect for the main family, and he is also highly competent as well. But he's also quite arrogant, so he does not think too much of the consequences of his actions and...
In front of him the man said, state your point.
He got in a fight with the third young master.
That sounds like what he would do. So, what happened to my youngest son?
We move him to the infirmary. He's currently in a fainted state and is covered in bruises. To hear that the man expression seems normal. And the man standing in room also didn't change his expression as well. Bow his head on floor and said, please forgive me. It's all my fault. I shall receive your punishment with grace.
Can I see that boy for yours? I wish to talk with him for a bit.
Family head, please forgive me for saying this, but he also requires medical assistant.
Family head said, he's being treated right now.
Yes, my lord, he's in the infirmary as well. I've heard that he has a cracked bone.
Really now? Then don't worry about my request, you may leave now.
Yes, my lord.
Waiting for him to leave the room. Then throwing scroll into the air and loudly say the name Wipeng.
Wipeng. Reply. Yes, my lord.
I'll step outside for a bit.
Looking myself for doing fight in Murim game. It's so embarrassing to beaten like this. But still getting encouraged to hit him punch. But he dodged it with his skills.
After beating him, you're better than I thought. But if you're a martial artist, then you should learn to fight using your martial arts. Don't just aimlessly swing your fists.
His attitude. The more I look at him, the more he pisses me off. I wish I can beat him in real. But it's just a game. Still angry shouted, shut the fuck up, you bastard. I will definitely beat you, going to launch quick attack. But he dodged it and hit his fists to my stomach. Facing lots of punches on my face like it's a punching bag. Still doing my best. I thought I was pretty strong, since I took care of that 1000 strength guy. Log out my ass. I'm going to get killed even before that happens at this point.
What the fuck did you just say? You must really love getting your ass beat. Just let go of me. Punches on his head and on his shoulder.
But at least I was able to land a good hit on him. Still I can land some punches. Hit head on his chin. It's feel good to hit him like this. What level is that Hyuk Moo Jin guy anyway? Using QI skill. It's showing level 20. Wow, it's stronger than me.
Due to critical hit, blood on his mouth and furious speak, you little shit. I will not forgive you for this.
I guess I should learn to shut my mouth and focus on leveling.
Notification message: you have awoken from your sleep mode.
After badly beaten, awoken from sleep. But still unconscious. Looking around to find himself on bed that make me confused. Where am I?
Are you awake? This is the medicine hall. You've been out for an hour, young master.
Is this an infirmary? If I've been out for an hour. Wait. For a whole fucking hour? Ouch. It still hurts.
Young master, don't do that. You have bruises all over your body, so it's going to hurt for a bit. Please don't do anything unnecessary and just rest as much as you can.
Due to sudden pain, my body shaking. I have to take a rest to recover myself. But first let me check my character profile. Command open character profile.
Character profile appeared. Level 1, Jin Taekyung. Job, second-rate warrior. Fame, 10. Titles, son of a noble. Title effects are currently applied. Shame of the family. Title effects are currently applied. Strength increasing 40, stamina increase 40. Agility increases 50. Intelligence increase 10. Charm increase 10. QI increase 10. Available points 10. Please distribute your points.
Shit. I didn't think I'd end up in this state. Put all points into stamina. If I distributed my stat points earlier, maybe I could have one. Nah. With the way I was moving, levels and stat points wouldn't have made a difference. If I want to be able to beat someone like him, I'll first need to get proficient in martial arts.
This is the room. Thank you.
Still thinking about the fight. If he comes at me from that angle, I'll do this. Someone going to open the door. Who it will be.
What a sorry sight you're in. Entering in room.
Confused to see him. Because didn't recognize him.
Asking to infirmary man. How's his condition?
Still looking at him with confused expression. And thinking, who the fuck is this monster? Command activate QI sense. Let's see, who is this man?
Infirmary man answered, he's covered in bruises, but it's nothing to be worried about.
With angry impression, that's unfortunate. At least one of his legs should have been shattered.
What? I can't see his level. And why he is so much angry. He has to be over level 30. He's high level. Wait, if that's the case? With the way the doctor is behaving. And the way this man is acting towards me.
You foolish boy. You are shame of the family.
And if I also look at his face. Activating full brain force. The answer has to be. Father?
To hear that it's make him freeze. With anger saying to infirmary man, thanks you for your help. You may take your leave. I will handle the situation now.
Yes, my lord.
No, wait. Please clam down for a bit. I'm sorry if you're not my father. But you can't possibly be my mother, right? Sir Doctor. You can't leave me alone with this man. Save me. But he did give me strangely weird look. And then he leave me with this man. It's silent in room now. Ah, fuck. What kind of a doctor abandons his patients like that? Look at his fist, it's so big.
There should be a limit to your stupidity. How long are you planning to live like this? You little brat.
Due to fear closed my eyes. I'm finished.
The first chance you get, you chase after women. Whenever you get your hands on some money, you gamble it all away. It's because you behave like this that you're scorned by the family.
What is going on here?
Shouting loudly so outsiders hear it. You little shit. If you continue to act this way, then be prepared to face severe punishment. Alright? You hear me? Also check his injuries like he is worried about it. Looking at him with funny expression like it's all act.
With confused expression. What are you doing?
Changing suddenly expression with smile, I'm glad it was a minor injury. Why did you even pick a fight with that boy? You've never trained in martial arts before.
Looking at his expression, the whole atmosphere changed. It's make me more confused and uncomfortable. Who are you?
Oh no. It seems my youngest brother injured his head. Where are you, doctor? Doctor. Emotionally asking, you really can't remember anything?
Nope. I didn't remember anything.
Not even a little bit.
I'll just pretend I'm suffering from amnesia. This is the best choice for now.
So you didn't remember me, who am I? Then do you remember what I just told you?
Ha? What do you mean?
What is my name?
Jin Waikyung. The lesser family head of the Jin family of Taiyuan.
Age?
35, single.
Parents?
Father is currently traveling around the mainland, and mother passed away 10 years ago.
Good job. What about the second brother?
Heavenly Jin Blade, Jin Mukyung 25, and a current disciple at the Heaven's Gate Temple.
Nice. Wait. Heavenly Jin Blade. I don't recall telling you that nickname.
Ouch. My head. It hurts so much.
Oh no. My little brother.
Since it's a simple contusion, the swelling and the bruises should all disappeared within 4 days. Stepping outside the infirmary.
Allow me to escort the young master to his residence. That building is main building. And that name of the man is.
It seems Jin Waikyung sent someone to explain stuff to me. Like I really didn't remember anything.
We have arrived.
Wow, it's huge and magnificent.
The second floor is your bedroom. There are servants in various places, so if you require anything, please send one to us. I shall now take my leave.
Ah. Okay. Entering into second floor. Whoa. The Taekyung outside has to live in a rundown studio apartment, but the Taekyung in this world gets to reside in a place that looks like a goddamn places. I wonder what a house like this has in store for me. To open the door. My eyes looking around. Wow, surprised to see that. What a fashion-addicted bastard. He has an entire floor dedicated to clothes. I hope this isn't another clothes room. It's the last room left. It's dark here. Look like no one even trying to stay here. There are lots of books with dust. And a plant that no one care about it. But I found it what I want. There lots of martial art book here. But cover with dust, let me clean it. This book is 3-foot technique of war? It's look interesting. Using skill on it.
Skill, 3-foot technique of war. Type, martial scroll. Rank, third rate. Restrictions, none. The most basic foot technique for realistic warfare. Can be purchased at a market. New notification message appeared. Would you like to learn the selected martial arts? March 10th. Accept or decline.
Oh shit. Of course the system would also help me learn martial arts. This makes my life so much easier. Thanks God. ACC. Huh? What's that? Wait a second. The gene family cultivation technique, the gene family's foot technique, and the gene family's spear technique. Wait a second. Is there a limit to how much martial arts I can learn? If that's the case, I don't want it then and throw the book into air. Look at all these martial scrolls. I shouldn't waste my skill slots on learning a third-rate martial art. Ha ha ha. I'm going to stuff myself with only the best martial arts around. The Great Material of Night King.
Book, Greatest Material of the Night King. Type, erotic novel. Rank, none. Restrictions, none. It's highly recommended to carefully look at the illustrations.
What kind of weird book is this?
It's already midnight and silent around there. After done lots of work. Thank God it's finished now. But it's make me feel tired.
Good work today, my lord. Taking light lamp with it because of darkness. Walking towards the main building for rest. It's quite chilly, my lord.
Oh yeah, you are right. If it wasn't for you, I'd probably always be bedridden.
What can I say? At this point, I'm pretty much your housewife.
Don't say that, those old geezers are already pushing me for marriage. There must be a noble woman. And beautiful as well. Well, in the end I need to do it. For the sake of the family.
Yeah, that right. It's quite a bright moon tonight. We probably didn't even need this lamp, my lord.
Suddenly looked the light the young master staying there. Why his room light still on?
It's surprised to see that. Isn't that the residence of the third young master?
You're right. It's getting late, and he still hasn't put out his candles.
My lord, just come visit him next time. I'm sure he's just faking that he doesn't remember anything in the first place. He probably got drunk as usual.
Keep silent, we have to check it. So we can understand what is going on.
With furious expression thinking it seems I've been underestimate the third young master. I can't believe he even brought a woman over to this place. Slowly speaking to convince his lord, just listen to that sound. It's pretty obvious what he's up to. I'm willing to bet this month's wage on what he's doing, my lord.
Wiping, shut your mouth and come look.
I really don't want to watch his obscene behavior, but since my lord is forcing me I guess I'll. Huh. It surprised us what we are watching.
Doing martial arts training with technique using martial arts book. How can I use my feet? Now I need to take 2 steps diagonally. Damn, my feet not adjust on position.
Carefully watching all of this. Fuck. Who the fuck created this shitty martial arts? Addressing Wiping.
Wiping reply yes, my lord.
Ah, fuck. My waist, it hurts.
With smile on his face, you said so yourself, right? You won't be getting paid this month.
My prediction wrong, my lord.
Notification message appeared. You have learned the Gene family's foot technique. For learning the selected martial arts, you will now be able to gain numerous effects from it. You have completed an achievement. I'm learning martial arts. For completing an achievement, you have been rewarded with the title Novice Trainee.
Feeling tired, fuck. Why is this shit so hard? Drinking lots of water. That's hit the spot. It's feel good after drinking water. Out of all the books he collected, I can't believe only these were non-erotic martial books. Was he not satisfied with having only half this room filled with erotic novels? Well, I should be thankful that he at least kept the Gene family's spear technique and the Gene family's foot technique. Check Gene family's foot technique.
Notification message appeared. Stage, first mastery. Type, foot technique. Rank, first rate. Restrictions, only the direct bloodline of the Gene family of Taiyuan. As the progenitor of the Gene family of Taiyuan you are able to. The alternative between your footwork is simple. But it is still quite realistic.
The alternation between my footwork is simple, my ass. It was complicating as fuck. If I stepped even a little bit out of place, I'd fail. If I was even a little bit late on the next sequence of action, I'd fail.
Notification message appeared. The footsteps used by the Gene family's foot technique. She'll be marked. Amount required to learn, 100/100.
It's a miracle that I even succeeded. Huh, is it morning already? Even using the system, it took me half a day to learn it. How long is it going to take me if I also want to learn the spear technique? Erg. Anyhow, today is my 5th day here in this world. Time manipulation or ass manipulation, I don't really care what manipulation they're using. But the only thing I can do for now is to focus on the things which I can do. Anyhow, I'll stop here for today's training, taking within greatest material of the Night King. Focusing on the QI technique for few minutes. Taking breath slowly to more focusing.
You are already awake, young master?
Ah ha ha ha. I just couldn't sleep. Even since I've started to properly circulate my QI, I can definitely feel that my mind has gotten clearer and I don't tire as easily.
It's possible your wounds could get worse, so please get plenty of rest.
Most of my pain is gone as well. Ah, I understand. Would it be possible?
Oh my, you can talk informally to me, young master. There's no reason for you to talk so formally to someone like me.
Ah, you're right. Then is there a spare training room?
Ah, it's so hot weather today.
To hear that it's make me nervous, I'll just talk how I usually talk. Thinking about what a shitty game. The graphics are too damn good. I'd feel bad talking informally to an older person.
As you wish, young master. So what is it that you need? Giving map for the whole building so he can goes where he want. Giving information about young master that what he need to the Lord.
To reading all the information on scroll, thanks you for your work. You may leave now.
Quite silent as usual today.
Suddenly with excitement. What a joyous occasion. I'm not going to work today.
Grabbing all the scroll, books, and paperwork with technique and saying, on whose condition? My lord. If they hear about this, then things will get troublesome once more.
My youngest brother is apparently trying his best to learn martial arts as best as he can. So how can I work in a situation like this?
Do you know what's more important than that? The current issues with the elders.
To hear that it's make him angry, fuck those old geezers. They're so damn annoying.
My lord. May I say something?
Nope. I decline. I don't want to hear it.
Then I'll decline that decline.
You bastard.
It's already his 5th time that he embezzled money from the family's funds. I'm not even counting the other things he stole. If we were abiding by the family's law, he would have been executed by now. It's a miracle that he's still alive to this day.
Sigh. Why bring this up now?
I'm merely stating these facts since we're already talking about him. But you can ask anyone within the family, and they'll all have the same opinion of him. My lord, you view him as your lovable younger brother. But for the rest of the people. Sigh. He's hated.
Hey, do you have something against my youngest brother? What's with your tone of speech?
I'm just frustrated, my lord. Extremely frustrated. It's because of all the troubles the 3rd young master causes that you're slowly losing your position to those elders.
I understand. What are you trying to say?
Not only that. The elders are fully aware that the 3rd young master still receives allowance from the family, which he uses to cause even more trouble for the family.
Angry shouted, those unforgivable bastards. Going toward window for fresh air.
That's all I have to say. You need to let a man be treated as man.
After taking some time of thinking. This will be the last chance.
Wait, my lord.
I told you that before. Not only is he a child, but he's lost his memories. But he's become a different person because of that. Can't you also tell that he's different as well?
Well, it's true that he's acting quite differently. He's even learning martial arts, which is very unlike him.
Suddenly he got an idea on his mind. Addressing wiping.
Yes, my lord, which excitement, I have an idea. Decree and order under my name. Wiping confused about it. Thinking what is it about? Then he start writing the order. And what else I have to write? It's all done. Opening scroll in front of young master. And speaking for breaking the 14 sacred laws of the family. The 3rd young master, Jin Tae-kyung, shall be locked away in the cave of training for an indefinite period of time.
Not taking it seriously. Laughing on it.
Wiping giving order to guard. You may tie the criminal, Jin Tae-kyung.
To listening all the orders and punishment, it's make me laugh. While laughing the guards trying to tie me up. It's make me furious, silent for a while. Loudly and angry shouted, what the fuck do you mean? I told you to get me a spare room in order to train. I didn't fucking tell you to lock me up in jail in order to train. And what was that last part? For an indefinite period of time? Are you all fucking insane?
Now. 3rd young master. Please calm down and listen to what I have to say.
I don't wanna fucking hear what you have to say. Shit. Rolling on floor and shouting I don't care anymore. I'm not going. I'm going to just train in my yard.
Stop it. You are embarrassing us. Third young master.
Fuck you. I don't care.
With furious and angry look, enough is enough. Get up.
Suddenly feel something weird to make me silent.
Using spiritual sense. Wiping said to take young. This is spiritual sense. So don't be alarmed and listen carefully to what I have to say.
Thinking after hearing. It's like I can hear directly in my mind. Is that spiritual sense? Isn't that something martial masters are able to do?
You might not be aware, due to your memory loss. But please keep in mind you're someone who is placed under heavy scrutiny. It's quite possible that you might receive a punishment far greater than this. That is why the lesser family head has decided to take matters into his own hands. Although I stated for an indefinite period of time. Do you really think the lesser family head wants to lock you up forever?
The guards are confused. Why is he so quiet all of the sudden?
He's right. There's no way that man would do that.
At most, you'll be in there for about 7 days.
Giving him hints, I will stay only 3 days.
What about 3? Using bloody eyes, stop complaining.
Ah shit. Look at his eyes. Those are the eyes of someone who thinks he can easily beat me. So what? Are you good at fighting or some shit? Activate QI sense. Using QI sense on Wiping.
So, what are your thoughts?
After using QI sense. Wiping level not showing, he is stronger than me. After seeing this, changing expression, no problem. Sounds perfectly fine to me.
Far away in the mountains. The cave where the family head waiting. Walking towards on the destination. Head of the family hear the footsteps. They arrived. So you're finally here.
Hello, senior. Brother.
I can no longer look past your actions. In lieu of the family head, I, as the lesser family head, has sentenced you into solitary confinement. Is there anything you want to say at this time?
Looking at Wiping staring eyes and said. Of course. I shall humbly accept this punishment.
Okay, that's good to know you understand it. Confine the criminal into the cave of training. Your release shall be informed at a later time. Order the gatekeeper to open the cave door. Guards taking him towards the cave. While crossing each other using spiritual sense. I provided you with everything that you may need, youngest brother. I bid you luck.
To hear the last sentence using spiritual sense, it's kinda emotional. But it's feel good that he care about me. Slowly cave gate going to closed. At the end it's fully closed.
At the midnight. Thinking about it. He should be okay, right?
Wiping said, I'm sure he's fine, my lord. Please stop worrying.
His body hasn't made a full recovery yet. He's going to be okay, right?
You're acting like he's going to drop dead any day now. The type of wound he has is something you can even lick and make a full recovery.
Walking left and right with worries, no, that's not true. You just don't know how weak and frail my youngest brother was when he was kid.
Weak. The amount of precious medicinal pills and herbs he's consumed would fill up an entire room by now. Did you already forget what happened last year? The 100 years old ginseng incident.
Hey. Let's not talk about that.
The head physician was so angry at him, that he was so close to splitting open the third young master's stomach and...
Alright, enough. Just stop right there. The issues regarding my youngest brother. And the internal and external issues of the family are making my stress rise as high as the heavens. Especially. The secret meeting of those people is making me worried.
The Mount Hung Sword sector.
What do you think their intentions are?
I've dispatched some men to find out, my lord.
Then in the province of Shaanxi. Let them know they must prepare for anything that might ensue with the Mount Hung Sword sector.
In the cave it's place where I can rest. Lots of different types of weapons hanging on walls. Fresh water also flowing. The direction of a weapon where I can throw. Focusing on my target pierce of heaven. Doing practice heavily. With spear.
Notification message appeared. Required amount to complete, 100 out of 100, you have learned the Gene family spear technique. Due to the repeated training, the stats involved for this skill has been increased. Strength, stamina, and agility has been raised by 1.
Oh. I didn't know your stats can be increased like this. Ouch. Still hurts sitting on floor. Looking above the light coming from outside. I thought this place would be a damp underground prison. If I knew it would be like this, I would have begged to stay longer.
Notification message appeared, you're suffering from fatigue and hunger. Locate a food source and get plenty of rest. Allow your body to recover.
Hearing the voice on his stomach due to hungry. I don't have much time. It would be a waste of an hour if I rested. Ah, that's right. The grain pills. I took some with me when I came in here. Summon 1, grain pill.
Notification message, outstanding grain pill, type, food pill. Rank, first rate. A pill stuffed with all sorts of grains and herbs in an unsophisticated manner. Upon consumption, not only does it recover the internal QI, it is also able to give other additional effects.
Grain pills summon on his hands. Watching it and says this thing. Is it even made for human consumption? It smells like goblin shit. It can't be helped. It's supposed to be good for your body anyway. Open his mouth and going to eat grain pill. Taking it inside, its taste has very crappy. After eating it. Whoa. I can feel like I recovered myself.
Lots of notification message appeared. You have consumed the outstanding grain pill. You feel full and rested. Your fatigue has been cured. For the next hour, all of your stats will be increased by 2.
After reading lots of notification. It's make him confused. Wait, what is it? Let me check open. Character profile. Whoa. This is amazing. I better stuff myself with these goblin shits then. Summon grain pills. Going to eat all of it. Watching again, lots of notification message appeared.
You have consumed outstanding grain pills. No effects were given. You feel extremely full and rested. Due to the status effect, overconsumption. You are unable to move for the next hour.
Due to overeating, his stomach generating voice automatically. Putting fire because it's already nighttime. Again, after some time doing training with spear.
Notification message appeared. The mastery of the Gene Family Spear technique has been raised by 323/100.
During practicing with full energy, hitting spear on target.
Notification message appeared. The mastery of the Gene Family's technique has been raised by 225 out of 100.
Putting lots of target marks on different places and hitting on it with spear using spear technique.
Notification message appeared. The mastery of the Gene Family Spear technique has been raised by 126 out of 100.
Again, hitting spear on target with 3 different direction in same amount of time.
Notification message appeared. You have failed to earn a mastery point for the Gene Family Spear technique. 26 out of 100.
After reading notification, what the fuck? Are you shitting me right now? Why is it getting harder as you improve? Shit. This is pissing me off. Not to mention, I wasted an hour earlier as well. What's the issue? Let's try it again. Slowly this time. Starting with the thrust of the lone dragon. Twirl of the black iron. Return of the spear. Strike of the divine ruler. And lastly, pierce of the heavens. There we go. I finally. Wait, my foot technique was raised instead? Why did that happen?
Notification message appeared. The mastery of the Gene Family's foot technique has been raised by 2 out of 100.
After reading the notification message, trying to understand it. I see. While using the Gene Family's spear technique, I'm using my foot too. If I combine that with the Gene Family's foot technique, the energy that consumed inside, to using it within spear to attack on target with highly force. It's explore the rock. The foot on the right place. The spear with QI energy within it. So, that's what you do. Due to using lots of energy. Lose his strength. And it's big whole cause of that attack.
Lots of notification message appeared. You have depleted all of your QI. You are overwhelmed with fatigue and tiredness. You have unlocked an achievement, 1 body 1 mind. A reward shall be given. You have figured out how to properly utilize your martial arts. You have significantly increased your realm stages. The realm stage of the Gene Family Spear technique has been increased to 3rd mastery. Level up.
In real world, his friend just woke up for after sleep, but still lazy to move. I guess I slept in Tae Kyung's bed again. If he woke up, he should have at least woken me up as well. Where the hell did he? Trying to find it on capsule. After watching it in capsule, push the capsule button to open it. It looks super uncomfortable. How was he able to sleep in there? What a weird bastard. Hey, Tae Kyung. Wake up, it's already 1 in the afternoon. Bro, hurry and wake up. Let's go eat some hangover soup to sober up.
Hangover soup? You're gonna buy it, okay? After opening his eyes, find himself in Murim world. What the fuck, man? It's all was a dream. After checking character profile, my level goes up to 13, I gained 2 whole levels? Due to levels up, no wonder my body felt stronger and lighter. Whoa! Even the realm stages of these skills were raised. Due to skills raised, he also got reward ring. After wearing the ring with excitement, saying I scored a jackpot this time. Working hard sure pays off. Distribute stat points. Strength and stamina, 10 points each. After grabbing spear, smile on his face. Nice. Before I leave this place, I should try and increases my skills as much as I can. Going to use my skills again. After practicing with spear, thinking if with my current strength, would I be able to defeat that Hyuk Mujin guy? Nah, probably not. There's still the level difference anyway. Let's stop thinking about useless shit, and just focus on my training.
Notification message appeared, a new function, training mode, is available to you. You are able to summon the illusion of the past opponents you fought before. However, if the opponent is 10 levels above you, summoning then will not be possible.
Ha! After reading about new skills, it's make me confused.
Active training mode, current summonable opponents. Level 10, 1000 strength. Level 20 Hyuk Mujin.
Selecting level 20, Hyunk Mujin. It's appear in front of me. Looking at him it's make me surprised. Check it. It's identical that bastard. Let's see. If it's feel like real or not. Wow, nice. At least I won't get injured by him. It seems like an illusion.
Notification appeared, you are able to alter the level of the summoned opponent.
Really? I can do that too? Then let's see Hyuk Mujin at half his strength.
Notification message appeared, level 20, Hyuk Mujin's data is being entered. The current summoned from will only be able to utilize 50% of their strength.
Those shitty eyes of his still haven't changed. He smiles same like before.
Notification message appeared, will you begin your training?
Giving permission to system, of course. And suddenly attack their opponent with spear. But his summoner dodged that attack. Using his speed. Look like he still have lots of strength. Second time attack using foot technique, take that. And hold foot with fully skills basics. Multiple attack with spear and saying try and dodge these. But all the attack he dodged it nicely. He saw a attack coming towards on his face. It's hits on directly his face. Ha! Isn't this a little too easy? Was half his strength a little too weak? Then let's try Hyuk Mujin at 100% his strength. Again summon Hyuk Mujin with full his strength. Then start training again using all the technique just he learned.
In the next day at morning, some unknown guests arrived at the main entrance. The gatekeeper stopped them and asked, "Where are you going?" The horse rider stopped the horse. The gatekeeper looks at them with mysterious look. The horse rider wear red outfit and carrying sword with them. Nicely asked them again, "Where are you guys from?" Some of them smiles.
The head of the group answered. We are arrived at Mount Hang Place.
At the mountain's cave. Still the flame burning. And Samo unknown force just make the flame reborn again. The unknown force also made a big hole that crossing towards flame. It's Hyuk Mujin got hole in his chest. Scratching his hair and saying, well, this is weird. Why am I still winning? Is it just his outer appearance that's the same? If this simulation is supposed to show you the difference between you and a strong person, then what's the point of this shit if I keep winning? Just because I learned some martial arts for the past few days shouldn't make me that strong, Then is it the difference in weapons? I'll need to know what Hyuk Mujin usually wields if I want to give him a proper weapon. Oh, wait. What if I just give Hyuk Mujin my Jin family's spear technique and Jin family's foot technique?
Level 20. Hyuk Mujin has been installed with the Jin family spear technique and Jin family's foot technique.
With this, I should be able to tell where I'm lacking with my martial arts as well. Now this should be fair, right? Looking at him again with his different appearance. Look like it's got all technique that I installed in his data. Fuck. He's still pissing me off. Alright. Let's see who wins this time. Using spear to hit to him. But he dodged it with QI sense. And attacked me with multiple direction. But I saw it where the attack coming from. Barely dodge it using foot technique. And flying on air while dodging it. He watched it all with his eyes. But with speed and skill attack to him to his behind and make the illusion two parts. And defeated it didn't give him any chance. This time it's make me work harder to defeat it.
The notification message appeared, the Jin family spear technique has been raised to 4th mastery. The Jin family's foot technique has been raised to 4th mastery. Your moves have become refined and the destructive power has significantly increased. You have level up.
Feeling gaining energy after leveling up. I'm level 14 now? Command system to open character profile.
Character profile appeared, Jin Taekyung level 14. Job second-rate warrior. Fame, 10. Title, 3 titles. Titles effects are currently applied. Strength increase 51, Stamina increase 61, Agility increase 51, Intelligence increase 10, Charm increase 10, QI increase 10 years. Available points 10. Son of a noble all stats plus 5 fame plus 50. Shame of the family all stats -5, fame -50. Novice trainee training speed plus 10%.
I gained this much in a span of 5 days if I can get one more level here. Put 10 point into agility. I can probably start hunting down guys like that 1000 strengths dude reach level 30 pretty easily. It shouldn't take more than a week. Become emotional after thinking, Mom. Hayan. I'll come back to you guys soon. The cave door suddenly opened, saying to them so just wait a little longer and... Why is the door still opening? The door fully opened. It's Wiping with 2 gatekeeper.
Third young master, it's been 5 days.
Are you here to let me out? I guess things went well. Didn't you say 7 days before?
Yes, you are allowed to leave. However, there is somewhere you need to go straight away.
Where?
The Great Hall of Politics. The lesser family head is currently waiting for you there. Also, the esteemed members of the main family, as well as the Mount Hung Sword Sector disciples are there as well.
Mount Hong Sword Sector? I think I've heard of them before. But he's planning to take me these people? Why am I getting a bad feeling about this? His behavior looked different. Wait, then let me first get changed and...
No, that is not allowed.
Then let me head to the bath.
With angers grab his shoulder, third young master. I'm going to ask you a question, so answer as honestly as you can.
Ouch. My shoulder hurts.
Do you understand?
Rubbing his shoulder due to pain and nervously saying okay.
After taking deep breath and said. Did you attempt to rape the young miss of the Mount Hung Sword Sector?
To hear that it's make him shocked. And angry thinking. What in the fuck did this shitty bastard, Jin Taekyung, do? In the backyard, going to the main hall. Saying I'm serious. I really didn't do it. Please trust me.
Then does that mean you have regained your memories?
No. That's not it either. With nervously says, but in any case, I really didn't do it. Do I really look like the person who would do such a thing? Do you really think I'm that low of a human being?
Yes, you are.
What the fuck? He answered that without hesitation. Should I just make a run for?
Third young master. The lesser family head has completely faith in you. Please do not forget that.
Okay. I understand it.
Opening the main hall door. I have escorted the third young master.
The hall members saw both of us. Wiping greetings them with respect. And I feel nervous about the situation. Looking at me with different expression and talking to each other about myself with different opinions. The head of the family also looking at me. I hope he has faith on me. The mood is pretty intense. Even if I enter a den full of tigers, as long as I focus, I can still find a way to survive. I just have to focus. Silence in the hall, but I can just hear my footsteps. Let not be afraid. But suddenly feel something coming towards on me.
You detect bloodlust.
What? It's feel like someone going to attack behind me. Whoa. What the hell? What was that?
It's been a while, third young master.
What? Who the hell are you? That scared me.
Haha, your shame knows no end. Level 30, Lee Seo-jun, how dare you not recognize me?
Shit. I didn't remember who the hell is he. Everyone looking at me with angers. Like they already know I did that. But head of the family feelings like lamed. I feel nervous about all of that situation.
Master Jin, I heard that you only recently come back. Where have you been this whole time?
With embarrassment said, the Crimson Flower.
Then, where were you before you were at the Crimson Flower?
Well, you see. Scratches his head in thinking I was in an apartment, you bastard.
Smile like crazy. Since you don't seem to remember, allow me to tell you then. The night before you went to the Crimson Flower, you visited another brothel named the Radiant Moon. That's right, you reserved a night at one of the most expensive brothels around.
After hearing hall members feeling ashamed. But I don't remember anything. Radiant Moon. Never heard of it.
I hope you're not planning to make any excuses. I already have written testimonies as evidence of what you did at the Radiant Moon. Take that and read it.
Shit. I was planning to beg for forgiveness and get out of this mess. But who would have thought he collected evidence? Master Jean got drunk and went into someone's room. Lee Chi-guan. Now I'm good as fucked. Continue reading. I heard the young miss of the Mount Hong Sword Sector scream in her room. Huang Hai Chang. Master Jean was drunk at the Radiant Moon. Chang Ming Ming. I saw the young miss of the Mount Hong Sword Sector at the Radiant Moon. Jean Tai Ling. After reading this, I'm going to be charged with sexual assault. Again, continue reading. I saw Master Jean stand in front of the door that belongs to the young miss of the Mount Hong Sword Sector. Li Tu Lu. I heard a woman scream. Wang Bai Chang. The name of the cat that stays at the Radiant Moon is Bai Long. Long Go Chang. Ha? What is this all about? Wait, what? That's it. That's all you have?
You still don't understand after seeing it for yourself? Grabbing evidence.
It's because I saw them that I'm confused as hell right now. Not a single one of these testimonies can even be considered a proper form of evidence.
You shameless bastard. How dare you try and lie your way out of this?
Wait, hold on. Did you all read these? Yes? Hello? You guys should read them.
You bastard. And throw evidence on his face. To saw that head of them family shaking with anger.
It's so embarrassing. I will kill you for this. After seeing his level saying softly, hey, you probably shouldn't toss your evidence around like. And spitting on it.
I'll have to thoroughly beat some sense into you. After withdraw his sword.
To see his reaction, what the hell is this? There's something fishy about this guy. Ha?
Notification message: a match quest has begun. Your prodigal action have finally brought consequences. Your mess is something you must clean up on your own. With the honor of your family on the line. There is only one thing you can do to deal with the anger of the Mount Hang Sword sector. Type: unexpected quest. Rank: first rate. Restriction: only for Jin Taekyung. Objective: win the match, incomplete. Rewards: title victorious, large quantities of experience, fame 50. Quest failure: title sex maniac, severe injury. Will you accept this quest? Accept or decline.
What the hell is this? You want me to fight that dude? His level is 2 times higher than mine. How am I supposed to beat him? Well, it doesn't state that I'm going to die. Maybe I should just close my eyes and take a beating from him? Nah. It just says severe injuries. It doesn't state what kind of injury I'll be suffering from. I need to be careful here. Sorry, but this is a fight I need to avoid. Quest decline.
Should you dare run away, all members of the Jin family of Taiyuan will have to pay a hefty price.
How rude. All members of the family angry, shouted young boy. That's quite the mouth you have. Even if his actions were despicable, you're going too far. How dare you look down on the main family?
Who the hell are you guys?
The quest notification has been repeated. Upon declining this quest, Mount Hang Sword sector will declare war on the Jin family of Taiyuan. Not only that, Jin Taekyung shall be named as an enemy of the faction.
Of course. I was surprised when you gave me the option to even decline this quest. Lots of conversation and argue happened.
Everyone calm down. You as well, Master Lee. Your threat just now, I shall overlook it as a poor choice of words.
Nervous look at the lesser family head. And says, it wasn't a poor choice of words. Do you really think I'm here without any substantial backing? I am here because I am the first son of the Mount Hang Sword sector. My father. No, my sector leader has granted me full permission to exercise his power.
So, what is it that you want?
As stated earlier, I would like a match with the third young master.
Nervous looking at the head of the family.
No. That's not what I was asking. What is your true purpose?
Oh ho, well, I want you to withdraw your control over Taiyuan. If you can do that, I shall overlook this incident as a mere accident.
The hall members shocked to hear that. What? This arrogant bastard.
Declined. I would not do that.
Then, I guess we'll have to settle this with a match with.
I shall also decline that.
Did understand the situation. Then, there is only one thing left. A war.
The whole hall surprised to hear that an argument to each other. Looked at him, he just muttering all of this on purpose. Taking deep breath, what I will do now? It's so scary to watch all of them like this. I think I have to do it. Open his inventory and withdraw a spear on it. And loudly said fine. I'll do it. Everyone shocked and surprised to hear that. They didn't believe it. Even that bastard looking at me aggressive look.
Wait. Taekyung. Are you really going to accept it?
Finger towards him, yo, get yourself over here. Let's get this shit over with. Smirk on his face appeared. It's already afternoon. Outside the backyard in fighting ground. Both are looking each other. Mount Sword sector laughing on me. Even my own family members didn't believe I can defeat it.
It seems the third young master has finally lost his mind.
With the way he lived, I always knew he would eventually get caught up in something big.
Shush, he'll hear us.
I know I said I'd accept this match. But he's 16 levels higher than me. Not to mention, that bloodlust of his is way too intense. How am I not going to get killed at this point? Lots of thoughts running on my mind. That's make me more afraid of this situation.
Notification message: you are affected with the status effects. Cower.
Suddenly hear the voice in my mind.
Little bro. Just relax and take deep breaths. Don't worry. If I feel like you're in danger, this big brother will step in, okay? If that bastard dares to lay a hand on my little bro, then I will beat his ass. Alright? You hear me? Don't get too worked up, and take things slowly. You just have to be careful. You can do it, Taekyung.
Looking at his big brother. Well, I guess I won't be killed at least. But I should still focus on my defense. He's too loud.
Master Jin, let me ask you something before we begin. Where did you get the confidence to accept this match? I thought you had no basic in martial arts and only knew how to run away.
That's bastard, let me think of it. If I declined this match, then I would have been temporarily safe, but then a war with Mount Hong was bound to happen, and I would have become an enemy to both of these factions. So it would only be a matter of time before I would become targeted by assassins and killed. But if I were to accept this match and withstand the breathing, I would at least preserve my life. And an opportunity will present itself, since I have the power of the level up system. Answer his opponent. I felt like I could at least beat someone like you.
Pahaha, laughing loudly. What an ignorant bastard. I guess you at least have some sense of pride.
Can I ask you something as well?
While laughing and said sure. I'll listen, since these words will likely be your last.
This whole situation. You were the one who set it up, right?
Nervous and confused to hear it. What are you talking about? Flushed. What nonsense are you spouting, you bastard?
To see his reaction, yep, it was definitely this dude. I knew something was fishy. Yep, totally him.
Grabbing his sword and using killing bloodlust. I shall tear off that head of yours. Jump on the air and going to attack directly on his opponent.
Hardly dodge it with spear. But that attack forced my foot for little pushback.
Attack with sword multiple direction with full strength. Die, you bastard.
Again dodge all the attacks. Using spear technique. He's strong. Didn't giving me any chance to attack. Again dodge another attack to defense himself.
I'll give you a chance to beg for forgiveness right now. Be grateful. I'll only take an arm of yours.
To dodge all his attacks. But, for some reason I feel like I can do this? He again going to attack directly towards on me with full strength using his sword technique. I again dodge it with my spear with spear technique. To defense myself. And absorb all his attack force.
With angers and frustrated loudly shouted. You, how dare you?
Looking at him like this, it's give me more confidence. To defense all his attack I feel I can do it. But it's interesting I can saw his all attacks. I wonder how strong my offense is. An attack on his face with spear directly hit. No one aspect that. They're surprised to saw my offense. My opponent also feel kinda surprised.
With angry look not bad.
My attacks are going through.
However, this will be as far as you get. Holding sword with attacking position.
Yo. You're actually going to lose now.
What are you saying?
You better prepare yourself. I'm going to beat the shit out of you.
Notification message appeared. The status effect. Cower. Has been lifted.
Since I was born as the first son of the Hang Sword sector, I have always learned how to wield a sword. I wasn't a prodigy, but due to my hard efforts and training, I was able to rise to the rank of first rate at a very young age. I became the hope of the family, and great fortune started to follow wherever I went. The current issue with the Jin family of Taiyuan was something the Mount Hang Sword sector could use in order to increase their power in the province of Shaanxi. Since that bastard's reputation was already low, I knew that no matter what the Jin family of Taiyuan did, their influence and reputation as a martial family would inevitably take a hit. Match, war, withdraw. However, what the hell is this?
Jump into air using foot technique to kick on his stomach and push him into the ground. Walking towards him, he again grabbing his sword. Blood all around his face and mouth. With furious attack me again with his sword. But I again dodge it like it's nothing. An attack on his thighs using spear. An other critical hit on his stomach. And one more critical hit on his face. All the members of the Mount sector stand up on his seats, can't see that situation. Can't handle anyone anger. Want to kill me. Withdraw their sword to attack me. And saying this match will be nullified.
Pinch cheek, can't believe. It's not a dream. What am I witnessing? The Mount Hang Sword sector heir, Lee Seogun, is getting a beating right now. And the person who's doing that is none other than the third young master, who was barely able to attain the third-rate warrior rank. I mean, I did see him train day and night for the past few days. But martial arts isn't something that you can drastically improve in such a short amount of time. So what the hell am I watching?
This match will be nullified. Stop this match at once. The Jin family of Taiyuan has to be using a dirty trick.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no way our young master would lose to some trash like him.
Crazy bastards. How dare they try? Huh. Suddenly look at the head of the family, but he is disappear.
In the instant speed, someone appeared at the place of Mount sector standing. And suddenly one of the men knocked down the other members, shocked. With nervously says, what the hell?
Going to attack with his hand and says, what bullshit are you spouting? And with full speed using his head with flash knocked down one of the member of the Mount sector. The other members afraid after watching the situation and surrender. This watch was something that you guys wanted. Go back to your seat and quietly wait until this match is over.
Looking at the head of the family walking towards me with relaxing situation like he didn't do anything. Family head, what you just did could cause issues.
Don't talk. With excitement says this is quite possibly the greatest moment of my life.
It's afternoon already. The sword falls into ground. Look like lose my sword, how can happen to me? Whole body shaking and taking breath rapidly. Ugh. How is this possible?
Hurry and surrender. You know you can't beat me.
You, piece of shit, shut that filthy mouth of yours. Trying to create energy bolt into his hands.
Taking deep breath and focusing on counterattack. Using that energy to attack me with full speed. To attacking with spear directly to his forehead. And that moment suddenly remember war. I can't kill him. If I do, it causes war or other issues. Removing my spear direction, but still he doesn't stop. Just give him little cut on his forehead. He's using his hands to getting all his energy into his paws and attack me. How can I blocked him? Suddenly with spear barely blocked it. Phew, I barely stopped. But he used his other hand to attack me. It's directly hit on me and I lose blood. My spear on his head and I lose my balance. Due to this cause my face cut and lots of blood. Ah, shit, you bastard. You will pay what you did.
Surprised he dodged it. That attack had all of my chi behind it. Facing multiple chi attack with different direction can't blocked it. And other hit on stomach cause lots of blood on my face and body. When it's coming towards on my mouth. Knees down on floor. Don't have any energy to do anything.
After giving him lots of critical hits. He surrender. My big brother and Wiping surprised and got emotional. The other family members is more surprised to see that. The Mount Sector members shouted can't believe on his eyes. Everyone there surprised that I defeat the Mount Sector first Sun Hang.
Suddenly lots of notification message appeared. You have successfully completed the match quest. You have earned the title victorious. The realm stage of your QI sense has risen to 3rd mastery. You will now be able to identify things that are within 50 levels of you. The realm stage of your gene family's cultivation technique has risen to 4th mastery. You have received a large quantities of experience and fame. You are awarded with reward. You are awarded with a reward. Due to your outstanding performance. You are awarded with an additional reward. You are level up. Level up.
After the fight and the main building of the hall. The drawing in with the 3rd young master standing and the Mount Hung sword sector bow. And surrender. Looking at the drawing, what is this?
I drew the match from yesterday. The main focus is Lee Seogun, who's been thoroughly defeated, and my amazing Taekyung, who emerged victorious. The background depicts the sky that will stretch endlessly, and it symbolizes the bright future of our young hero. How is it? It's pretty good, right? It's pretty well drawn, no?
There is a lot of work you need to catch up on, and you're telling me you spent the entire day drawing this one picture? Are you out of your mind?
Oh ho. That's why I drew another one. I was going to show it to you later, but your eyes are pretty sharp. I'm going to take that drawing. That one is about what happened after the match. The main focus is the young hero who was unsatisfied with the match, so he begged to return back to his training. The background depicts the people who witnessed this astounding spectacle.
Well, I'll have to admit, I'm quite surprised. The 3rd young master has completely changed.
Right? I'm surprised as well. Who would have thought a day like this would come? My little bro has finally emerged as a divine hawks. Wiping. Can't you hear it? The strong flaps of our Taekyung's wings. Wiping suddenly surprised. The head of the family also surprised to see the pigeon. A messenger pigeon. To unbox the scroll. And going to read it. We got a problem.
Running towards me, using foot technique for attacking position. Going to throw punch, hit the punch directly. Eyes open with fear. It was a dream. Rapidly breathing, don't know where am I. Looking the logo of Mount Sector. And shocked, still didn't believe. All the members going back home. Feeling angry after remembering. I lost to some trash like him? Still can't believe how this happened. Angrily hitting punch to the wood beside him. The outside guards can hear the sound. I'll kill him. I swear upon the heavens that I'll kill you with my own hands. Jin Tae Kyung.
Young master, are you awake?
What the hell are you doing? Stop loitering around and get going.
Yes, my lord.
Suddenly a needle hit on his forehead. What the hell?
Get going? Yes, that would be ideal.
To hear the voice behind him, shocked. Turn around with fear and said, who the hell are you?
However, allowing you to return back to the Mount Hang sword sector puts us in a difficult position.
Cough. Drool. Barely speaking, what did you do with me?
How about we do this instead? You can first stop at the northern mounts and then you can go back to Mount Hang sword sector. Put needle deeper for more pain. It's a needle with poison. Then withdraw needle back to his forehead.
Trying to speak louder to save me, but poison already worked. whole body paralyzed.
Farewell, Master Lee, said Assassin's Guy and vanished.
Due to night in the cave flame burning. Focusing on my QI sense after done practicing. Remembering all the moves during fights. Is it because I stacked my stat points instead of distribution them out evenly? My strength, stamina, and agility seem to have been slightly better than his. No to mention I've already had plenty of combat experiences. All in all, it means that I'm strong enough to take down someone as strong as level 30 Lee Seo-gun. But even though I attacked Lee Seo-gun relentlessly, he was still able to withstand most of them. But his one attack, even though I dodged most of it, was strong enough to easily slice through me. That means the difference is between our QI. Taking deep breath. Lots of notification message appeared. Command open character profile. Sigh. You said my QI increased, but it's still the same as usual. I'm still second-rate warrior? I beat Lee Seo-gun, and he was a first-rate warrior. So why am I still a second-rate warrior? The only thing he beat me on was the strength of his QI and... Oh. Wait. Based on his age. Let's say Lee Seo-gun QI is around 20 years. Then that means I'll need to raise my QI by 2-fold before I can log out. It's already morning. Ah, shit. I've been properly circulating my QI and nothing's been happening. Taking rest on floor. Do I need to consume spiritual pills or some shit? I bet if I beg my older brother to give me a spiritual pill, I doubt he'll rejected me. But if that doesn't work, I'll have no choice but to consume that QI. This whole time, I've been extremely careful since even the slightest threat could endanger my life. But now that nothing serious has happened to me within a week, all of that changes. Sigh. I was able to temporarily solve my issues regarding my QI. But how the hell am I supposed to raise my fame? My head hurts for lots of thoughts. Huh? What is this?
Notification message appeared. The rumor regarding the Jin family of Taiyuan's sleeping dragon has started to spread. Due to the rumors, your fame has risen by 10. As more people start to believe in this rumor, the more of your fame will rise.
Huh? Sleeping dragon? Who? Me?
Due to the sleeping dragon rumor, your fame has risen by 3. Your fame has risen by 2.
Huh? What is going on? Why my fame risen again and again? It's already night, bright moon appeared in sky.
What's with the sudden summon?
That's what I'm saying. He didn't even bother telling us the reason, and forced us to gather this late at night. That's because the lesser family head is far too young. He can't tell the difference between formal procedures and manners.
I guess he's finally decided to take his position seriously. And that's because his biggest weakness has finally disappeared. To think that the third young master was that strong.
I bet the elders were pretty disappointed. They were probably planning to use this incident regarding the third young master to their advantage.
All the lesser family gathering in hall, talking to each other, and sharing their opinions. It might not be a bad idea to have the head elder take over the family.
Ahem, watch your words.
The head of the family arrived. And sitting on the seat. I thank you for heeding my summon this late at night. The reason why I have gathered you all is Mount Heng Sword Sector, I presume. Suddenly saw someone to coming in main hall, It can't be. To suddenly coming towards in main hall. All the other members surprised and shouted. And standing on their seats. We show respect to the eldest senior. It's the eldest of the family's sudden appearances.
They start argue to each other. Some of them shouted and speak louder to convince other. The senior eldest observing the situation. Some of them rise fingers towards me. The senior eldest looking at me with curiously. It's make me confused. His eyes focusing on me trying to read my mind. But I feel nervous. His eyes look like observing all of my emotions. I look away, I can't look at his eyes like this. What's with that geezer? Why is he staring at me like that? He's scaring me. Suddenly hear the voice using QI soul sense. It's Big Brother voice.
He's the head elder. You might have forgotten, but the head elder is your grandfather as well as the greatest senior of the family. Make sure to show him your utmost respect.
Not the head to think I'd meet my grandfather before I meet my father.
Also, with what's about to unfold, don't panic and just answer as honestly as you can, okay?
Again nod head, and thinking what happened this time. Why is everyone so tense?
Smile to understand his younger brother. May I please have your attention? Since our witness has arrived, let us proceed with the interrogation. Third young master, Jin Tae-kyung. In lieu of the family head, I, as the lesser family head, shall ask in his stead. Did you poison Lee Seo-gun of the Mount Heng Sword Sector?
Shocked to hear that. What? What the hell is this bullshit? It's pretty obviously, but I had nothing to do with Lee Seo-gun's poisoning.
Do you have any valid proof?
Proof?
That's right. Do you have any form of evidence that states that the third young master had nothing to do with this incident?
After taking deep breath. And why am I the one who had to prove it? Aren't you guys supposed to be the ones to bring the evidence?
What? You guys?
Listen here, third young master.
You guys have no sense.
Enough with this nonsense. I have something I'd like to ask. How did all of this begin?
It started with the third young master. Who was the one that tarnished the name of our family? The third young master. Lastly, who was the one that messed with the honor of the Mount Hang Sword sector? That would also be the third young master.
So it's all done by third young master.
Look at these bastards. They're all teaming against me.
However, the third young master had a fair match.
Fair? He most definitely used poison against him. How is that a fair match? Do you think we're the Tang family of Sichuan?
But the third young master said it's not him.
Well, of course he'd say that.
Besides, I was the one who examined Master Li's body before he left. Although he suffered from minor internal injuries, he was not affected by poison.
If needed, we can just offer the head of the third young master in order to prevent this war.
Angry. What he is trying to say.
Loudly shouted, "How dare you say such things?"
What, am I wrong? Let's be realistic. The Mount Hang Sword sector is far stronger than our main family. If a war were to break out, hundreds of our people will either be killed or injured. And in the worst case scenario, our family might suffer total annihilation. All of this can be avoided if we just hand the third young master over them. All the hall members silent after hear that. Smirks on his face.
So, furiously said, you want to offer the life of the third young master without having any valid proof. Is that your saying?
With hesitation due to afraid. No, what I'm trying to say is that.
Shouted. Is that something an esteemed lord of the family should say? His words make me more furious. When his face expression changed due to angers. But control his emotions and anger. Take a deep breath to control himself. Young master also feels surprised to looking at me like this. Senior eldest also notice me. The match was fair, and the poisoning of Lee Seo-gun was plotted by someone else. I'm sure you all know that's the truth. Are you willing to surrender yourselves to an enemy out of fear? Although we don't know who's behind all of this, what we know for certain is that the Mount Hang Sword sector has taken up their swords. We don't know when they'll come. But it's already too late for us to stop them. Therefore, there is only one thing we can do. We need to face them head on. You want to live. You want to protect the family. If that's what you truly want, then assemble your men and prepare for battle. Or you can still try and offer the life of my brother to those bastards. That's not a bad idea if you want to live as a despicable traitor. All the hall members silent after hearing the words of head of the family.
Clapping and said impressive, and got attention of all the hall members, and also head of the family also give him attention. Finally, the boss is making appearance. Nervous and curious what he will say. I've always thought the lesser family head was just a young boy, but to think he grew up to be a splendid man. I'm quite impressed, indeed. Now this is how lesser family head of the main family should act.
I apologize for my careless behaviors in the past.
Put head on his shoulder and said, humility can only be enhanced by pride. There's nothing for you to apologize about. Lesser family head. Give him smile expression. On the other hand, it's common sense to come together to fight off any beasts that appear at our doors. But how dare the core figures of the family talk about offering the life of our own in order to stop a war? I'm confused and surprised that he taking side of me.
Eldest senior, you're mistaken. We're just.
When you're on the verge of war, it's important that you first unify the family. Then how about we do this? Why don't we offer his head, lesser family head?
Noted the words.
He's shocked to hear that and afraid. I feel surprised. What the hell is going on right now? Why is that man on my side?
Looked at him with angry expression. His whole body shaking with fear. No, we can't do that. He's someone who's been loyal to the main family for many years. I shall overlook this incident as a mere slip of your tongue.
A slip of the tongue, you say? The lesser family head is far more generous than I. Oh. Then as for their accountability, I shall stop myself here for today. On behalf of these people, I, as the head elder, shall express my gratitude for your grace.
Embarrassing speaking, oh my, eldest senior. It was entirely our fault.
Please don't do this. We were the one who made the mistake.
If you do this, we won't be able to outlive our shame. Please, eldest senior.
The one who saved their asses was my older brother, and yet they're wagging their tails for this old man. Suddenly notice. All of the hall members, looking at me, like it's all my fault. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Since the family head is not here, the lesser family head will no doubt take his place. Allow us to show support for the lesser family head for this incident. If we come together under the leadership of the lesser family head,
Those bastards won't be able to do anything against us, the main family.
We shall humbly accept your order.
We bow to your leadership.
Thank you. For your respect, senior eldest. I will fulfill my duty.
The senior eldest looked at me with different aura. It's hit on my mind. It surprised me, it can't be. Was this all part of their plan? The gatekeeper running towards us with emergency.
Mount Hang, there is a message from the Mount Hang Sword Sector.
The message received by head of the family. Open the scroll. Mortal enemies under the heavens, it means they can't coexist under the same sky, and will do whatever they can to cease the existence of the other. After reading the message, angrily mess with message scroll and shouted loudly, starting now, the main family shall prepare for battle.
Notification message appeared. The Mount Hang Sword Sector has declared war against the Jin family of Taiyuan. The reality of war has been acknowledged by both parties. The Mount Hang Sword Sector has decided that you are the enemy of the faction. Fleeing will not only put you at a disadvantage, but you will also face misfortune. The main quest war shall now begin.
Sunrise in the next day. Going to send messages using message bird. Also using horse. Lots of birds fly on that day. Horse also send way. Warrior of the Jin family of Taiyuan. Assemble before the main family at once. Written on the scroll message that send.
Notification message appeared. It's a quest, war. With the fate of the two families on the line, a war has begun. Strength is the only way to prove your worth in the world of Murim. The winner is always the strongest. And the strongest shall always survive. We pray for your success. Rank, main quest. Restriction, only for the player. Objective, make the Mount Hang Sword Sector to surrender or cause their destruction. Quest rewards unknown. Quest failure unknown.
After reading the notification message, unmotivated face expression. What the hell is this? Why always this game system behave like this?
Take a cup of tea, you must be tired. Smile and put hand on his head and says, this was bound to happen. It's not your fault, take young.
Taking sip, and thinking, well, no shit, it's not my fault.
But, my lord.
What is it?
The head elder. I still can't figure out what his true intentions are.
I also don't know about it.
Taking sip again and thinking, the head elder. The way he acts reminds me of those old bastards in politics. Just what kind of a person is the head elder?
The head elder is a martial master who has attained one of the highest spiritual realms, and also possesses immense knowledge. People like him are considered the most dangerous in the world of Murim.
He's that strong?
All of the other elders are under his command. He's the type that hides in the shadow and manipulates other. He uses his position amongst the elders in order to bring the esteemed lords to his side. He's been doing this for decades. When he took our side at the meeting earlier, mark my words, I'm sure he had ulterior motives.
They all deserve death. Furiously said, they're all disloyal traitors. When the head elder suggested you execute them, I personally wishes that you accepted it, my lord.
If I did that, then there would have been an internal strife. But it's possible that's what the head elder wanted in the first place. Anyhow, this is all just speculations. We still don't know what the head elder is thinking. But he is still a senior of the main family, and is also a very strong ally. You must always be wary of him, but never become his enemy. What's important right now is for us to find a way to resolve our current issue.
Our current situation isn't looking very good either. The news of Li Xiaogun's poisoning has spread all throughout the province of Shaanxi, and the reputation of the main family is rapidly declining.
Shocked to hear that, what? It hasn't even been a full day. Even if news spread fast, this is way too fast. This is only possible if someone is purposely spreading it. After thinking. Our request for assistance from the other factions. Are there still no responses?
We've only received one response so far.
Who is it?
It's from the lower district sector.
Halt. Halt. The horse just stopped at main gate. State your identity, and the purpose of your visit.
Haha, nice to meet ya. So we're from.
Why does he seem familiar?
We came from the Crimson Flower. My name is a secret.
Hey lady, listen here. We're on the verge of war, so now is not the time for you to be messing around with. Suddenly he's silent. Wow. May I ask why you're here at least? Blushing after saw a beautiful lady.
Well, I'm here in order to receive my pay.
At the Mount Hung Sword Sector place, Li Xiaogun body arrived. Due to poison, painfully death still shows his face. Hands shaking with sorrow. Why did this have to happen? SEOG, you and my son. You must have been so bitter that you weren't able to close your eyes. Close his eyes, the poison also affects on his hand. I shall remember this pain of yours. Using technique to deactivate poison effects. I promise I shall return this favor 100,
No, 1,000-fold. Going to outside. Standing at the top of the place, all the army of Mount Hung Sword Sector also gathering here. With angers and sorrow, loudly shouted, prepare yourselves. Today is the day that we avenge his death.
At the Taiyuan place. How have you been? Did you miss me?
Surprised to see her. And just remember Wah.
So you do remember me, Master Jean. While laughing.
Why is she here? At a time like this, she had to appear. Did I call her? I don't remember doing this.
Just calling the young master named Taekyung.
Quickly going to explain, it's not what you think. I didn't do it. I don't really know who she is either. Embarrassing says, excuse me? Did you say you were lost? Ah, you said you were going home right now?
Master Jean is being adorable as usual, but I'm here because I have some business I need to tend to.
Being adorable my ass. Grabbing her arms, I have no clue as to who you are, so hurry and leave. Trying to push her get out. Why? Aren't you moving? Using full force but still it's not working.
With embarrassment thinking what the hell is he doing?
Taekyung. Stop what you're doing, and pay your respect. She's the province of Shangshi's branch leader of the lower district sector.
After hearing that I freeze myself. What? It's embarrassing. She smiles looking me like this. His level 50. Un Seo Wool. Surprised and embarrassed to see her level.
Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am the Shangxi branch leader of the lower district sector, Wulwa.
I am Jean Waikyung of the Jean families of Taiyuan.
Wiping.
Slowly said Kyung.
I'm having a hard time hearing a certain individual.
After embarrassing moment. Clearly speaking his name, I'm Jean Taekyung.
Okay, nice to meet you as well, Master Jean.
I had no idea that you were this close with my younger brother.
He's a regular at my store, the Crimson Flower of Taiyuan. It's also our main branch.
Ah. He's regular. Looking at his younger brother, he is feeling embarrassed.
Anyhow, shall we get down to business?
Before we begin, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the assistance of the lower district sector.
Smile and said, of course.
However, may I ask why you are willing to help the main family?
If I had to give specific reasons. First, it's to make profile for our main branch. The lower district sector always moves based on gains and losses. And after evaluating all the possibilities, even if the war ends in a loss, we came to a decision. We believe we would still be able to earn a larger profit by working with the Jean family of Taiyuan.
Profile, you say. What exactly do you want?
Half of the Mount Hang Sword Sector stores and goods.
Fine by me.
But my lord.
Well, that was fast.
That's because we're putting our family on the line.
Is this decision unanimous? I heard that there is a lot of internal opposition in the Jean family of Taiyuan. For example, the elders branch.
Thinking. I hope this isn't information that I told her.
As expected of the lower district sector. You know a lot. In any case, you don't need to worry about that. Please proceed with your request.
After blushing, then secondly. It's because I really like Master Jean.
Excuse me.
Not only is he young, but he's also good looking. He has a nice body, his personality is cute, and also.
I don't know if this woman is being sarcastic or not. For the next hour, their negotiation took place. The lower district sector will have half of the stores and goods of the Mount Heng Sword sector, as well as having exclusive control over their red light district. In return, the lower district sector will not sell any information about the Jean family of Taiyuan to other factions. And they will collect any information pertaining to the war for the Jean family of Taiyuan as well. Those were the terms of their contract.
With that, we are officially on the same boat. We'll be in your care, lesser family head.
I, too, shall be in your care. Both shake their hands.
Notification message: the Jean family of Taiyuan and the lower district sector has formed an alliance. The alliance shall last until the end of war.
Then, I shall take my leave.
I thanks you once again for your help.
Don't mention it.
Said goodbye in lowers pitch. Taking deep breath. To thinking she gone. But suddenly she came back and shocked me.
You're not going to see me off?
Why should I?
Because and whispering on his ears.
The big brother also trying to hear the conversation. To hear the words it's make me blush. Brother cheeks also blushing and he's shocked to hear it.
Taekyung. Is that true? Is that really the truth?
With nervous I'll see her off. Smile and run.
My youngest brother.
At the night. Flame burning due to darkness. Thinking and emotionally this is just a game. The child body cover with blood lying on floor. Trying to control the emotions. This is all just graphics and illusion. Some of the body's arms bleeding and some of them showing cutting neck, they murder them rudely. Lots of bodies came that night. They didn't even hesitate to kill childs. I can't even look at their faces.
Hand shaking to covering body's face, this is all my fault. To go this far on kids who knew nothing about martial arts.
This is just the reality of war, lesser family head. Winners and losers. Both sides suffer the same losses. The family head of the Mount Hung Sword sector, Blade of Blood Lee Cheonbaek. He's familiar with the ways of war, since he's lived the life of a vagabond. You can tell just by looking at how treated these kids.
Considering the situation, I don't think he should be talking like that.
With frustration, please be careful with your words. These kids are a part of the family.
No, these kids are no different than warriors. There will be countless more death like this. It's quite possible it's happening as we speak.
Furiously, head elder.
You were already aware of the outcome, correct? Looking at each other and argue. Shanin, Yingzhan, Shuozi. These are all places that are in the immediate vicinity of the Mount Hung Sword sector. It means that these were the only places they could have struck first. And you were fully aware of that fact. You know a messenger pigeon would have done nothing, yet you still send one, and it was all because of your guilty conscience.
But that's...
I'm not here to berate you. That because you made the right choice.
I just can't believe. Feeling guilty.
The war has only just begun. Everything comes at a price. You must never forget the fact that you are the lesser family head of the Jin family of Taiyuan, and you are responsible for feeding and nurturing the mouths of our people.
Controlling the emotions. And thinking it's vexing. But he's right. At times like these, I must remain focused.
Looking them both argue each other make me nervous. I guess when things are peaceful he's an enemy, but when times are desperate he's someone to rely on. Well, that's a relief. Both looked suddenly to each other.
The third young master is here as well.
Ah, yes. It is an honor to meet you again, head elder.
There's been an interesting rumor that's been going around recently. I believed it was the sleeping dragon of Shanxi?
To hear that it's make me more nervous.
Apparently this person combined his strength with the god of hell and was able to take down an infamous bandit leader known as Jiang Sam of Thousand Strengths.
To hear the words suddenly coughing him. Ah. While feeling nervous.
Do you have a cold?
Thinking. Hearing that from the head elder is cringy as hell. Then says no, that's not it. I'm just a little chilly right now.
How will you distinguish yourself with a weak body like that?
First smile to hear it. Then confused, did I hear you wrong?
If those rumors are true, then I believe it's important that someone from the main family join the front line of this upcoming battle. And suddenly floor going to explode. The young master going to falls on that abyss.
Trying to save himself. Shocked to see abyss.
What are your thoughts, lesser family head?
No. Tell him I can't. Please.
Looking at his younger brother and thinking. He barely hanging himself. I, too, believe you will be of great help for us.
He falls in abyss and shouts.
New message appear. A new quest has begun.
Transfers to other place. It's already early morning. The head elder wanted to assign me to the combat force that was under the direct guidance of the elders. But with Jin Weikyung's fierce opposition, I was thankfully put into a different position. Leader of the bodyguard reconnaissance team. Since the risk for the quest failure is too good about this. But since I'm part of the reconnaissance team, it shouldn't be too dangerous. I know this is all just a game, but I still can't get those dead kids out of my mind. Since when did NPCs feel more and more human to me? Am I getting too immersed into this game? In any case, I have 5 people assigned to me. I don't know if they are temporary transfers from other places or what, but they look pretty nervous.
It is an honor to meet you. I shall be in your care, group leader. The sleeping dragon of Shanxi.
There is also this one overly enthusiastic kid.
Dude, this is how we meet again. Third, young master.
And last but not least, this annoying bastard. Sigh. Just my luck. I've been assigned to be your leader of the bodyguard reconnaissance team. I'm Jin Taekyung. Nice to meet you guys.
At the main family Taiyuan place. The head of the family standing into the window and thinking.
Now that they're departed at noon, they should arrive at their destination in 2 days.
Oh, are you talking about my Taekyung? He's been assigned to be a part of the reconnaissance team for the Jin family of Taiyuan. When will you stop treating our Taekyung as a little child? He's become a man. I'm sure he'll be fine.
I'm having hard time believing all of this.
In any case, look. It's a message bird. It seems some news from the lower district sector had arrived. Led by one word, one Kill Joe Pill 40 warrior have made an appearance at Jingyang. They're already at Jingyang. Even if they're the elite forces, it's hard to believe they crossed hundreds of 500 meters in a matter of days. If they pass through Hengshui, then they'll arrive at Taiyuan. Since some people have still not made it back to the main family. And with the appearance of someone who is known for being cruel and brutal, one strike one kill Joe Pill, are they perhaps being pursued by this man? Weipeng. Hurry and take 50 of our men and head towards Xinjiang. We'll need to provide support.
Wait, my lord.
They both suddenly remember. His body shaking with fear. Where did Taekyung go again?
Zhengyang, my lord.
In the Zhengyang place. Commands them to your position. Spread out. Regroup. Line up. Get formation. Do it again. Great, they are doing well. Oh, it hasn't been too long since I taught them. Not bad. They're about the same as them. Rank F hunters who don't know anything about the use of mana. But these NPCs are much better than them, since they're able to use some from of QI.
I can't take this anymore. Third young master, is war a joke to you? Time is of the essence, which is why we shouldn't be wasting our time, but look what you're doing right now.
He's right though.
Yeah, it's not like we're a part of the Imperial Army anyway.
Sigh. And here I was complimenting these idiots.
Maybe our group leader has some sort of a purpose behind all of this.
Well, he is teaching us battle formation.
To hear the conversation to other guys make him more angry. Shouted like hell he would. He's the same third young master who would skip his training and chase after women ever since he was young. He doesn't know anything about warfare, much less battle tactics. Instead of devoting himself in learning about these things, he went around causing accidents. That's all these is to him. The person who caused this war to happen was the third young master as well.
Suddenly appeared behind him and says, I hope you realize that what you're doing right now is considered mutiny.
Looked at him like this make him first afraid, then laughing on it. So what if it is a mutiny? What the hell are you going to do about it?
Let's see. Since we're at war, I shall exercise my authority as the group leader of this team and settle this issue with 3 slaps to your cheeks.
What the hell are you talking about? And suddenly slap hit on his cheek.
First slap.
What do you think you're doing? And another slap hit on his cheek.
It's second slap.
After facing 2 slap angrily abused and going to attack him with his paws. He dodged it, again with flash attack, but he nicely dodged it. Look at his arm going towards his cheeks.
Third slap. All the other members looking at him like this, feeling nervous, he knocked down him, just within 3 slaps. Break time is over. Let's get ready to leave.
All the other members nervously answers yes sir.
Suddenly saw a snow, it's snowing already. The snow falling start and slowly cover whole area.
The sharp sword rise above. Cut the snow with 2 piece. Shade blood on floor. In the Jungyang place they killed the guy. And gather all the other people. People are crying for losing their siblings, but they are laughing on us. Great Lord, please let the children go.
I'm sorry, but unfortunately I am not a great lord.
Crying and with sorrow says, however, you are still a human being. How could you go this far on children who haven't done any wrong?
Carrying sword and going towards them, but you see, in this cruel world, how can these young kids survive without their mothers?
With furious shouted, you merciless bastard, you were planning to kill all of us from the start.
Your last words, I shall remember them well. Rise his sword and killed all of them, throwing their body in forest.
It seems the wild beasts will have a feast tonight.
No, we'll be feasting as well. If everything goes well, we should be able to earn 1,000 gold. It's hard to believe that the day we can hunt those gene bastards of Taiyuan has finally come. Ah, the ones we just killed, were they last of them?
No, great brother.
They sure know how to run. How many are still left?
There's 1 warrior and 2 kids. 3 in total. I heard they recently passed through Zhengyang and are heading towards Hengshui as we speak. There is no need for great brother to step in. Allow me to quickly dispose of them.
Oh, you can do that for me? As always, you really know me well. Alright, go and take care of them for me.
After knockout, suddenly wake up, looking around. Again trying to attack the young master. Slap hit on his cheeks. He pushed back to his place, and his head hit on wall. Again unconscious falls there.
Sigh. Since the weather is pretty shitty, I guess we can't make it to Zhengyang by tonight. At least we were able to find this empty shack to stay in.
Group leader.
Yes.
We were wondering. Since we do have some time. So can you?
Ha? You want more training?
All the members happily says yes.
To hear that it's feel good. Then suddenly shouted, you bastards, then grab your weapons and head outside. Mujin is to stay inside.
After going outside, it gets cold.
Wow, there's a lot of snow.
Look at these bastards, they were extremely dissatisfied when we first started, but now they're practically begging for it. Laughing as expected, rather than ordering people 100 times, it's always best to give them a quick beating.
Group leader, there's a little kid over there.
What do you mean? Looking outside, why would there be a kid in the middle of a mountain? You were being serious.
Who is he?
Does he live at this shack?
I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Why do I feel like something big is about to happen?
Notification message appeared, an unexpected guest has begun.
Ah. Shit, I knew it.
At the peaceful place, 2 couples sitting under big tree and watching their kids to playing. One of the children suddenly find out a flower near to a rock. He grabbed a flower and put his little sister hair. Smile after doing it. Seo Cheon, my son, you must survive. The kid looking at his mother with confused expression, and asking mother, what are you talking about? They are going far away with other people who waiting for them, while going promise us that you will survive.
Father, where's everybody going?
Promise us. And then they all are leaving kids behind and gone.
Calling her mother. Mother.
Mother, and suddenly wake up on his dreams. Shoot, I must have fallen asleep. It hasn't even been 5 days since I've witnessed the brutal killings of my father and our people of Shujo. I was a useless bastard who could do nothing but run. I can't afford to let my guard down again.
Older brother. I'm cold. When are we going back home? Seo wants to see mommy.
Just a little longer. We're almost there, okay? You must survive. The mother I saw in my dream felt too real. I wonder what happened to our mother. Maybe she. No, don't think like that. Wouldn't have happened. Hear the voice, attack to that direction. Who is it? Show yourself. Someone coming towards me. Body shaking with fear.
Shush, it's me.
Uncle Gong. We were starting to worry since it has been half a day.
We need to hurry. We're being tracked.
Already?
Yes, there's no time to waste.
Where will we be heading? Uncle Gong?
Hengshui. No matter how cruel of monster they are, even they wouldn't chase us there, and leave the place with footsteps behind. Snow falling continuously and few time later. They find the place and saw footsteps that leave behind due to snow. They all tracking as to carrying their swords with them. Walking towards mountain. It's very cold weather and heavy snow. Suddenly stop to notice behind footsteps.
Is it them?
There's about 10 of them and they're almost here. This is entirely my fault. We should have hurried before it started to snow.
Uncle, you did your best. I, too, have learned some martial arts. If I were to die as a martial warrior, I shall die while fighting for my life. Suddenly his sister on his shoulder. Surprised to see uncle.
I'll catch up to you guys. So don't worry. Going Ya Chung. I'm not a weak man.
But even still.
Hurry and go. They're already here.
They're over there. We cornered them.
Tear on his eyes. Body shaking. Uncle Gong. Forgive me. And run leaving behind him. And they attack on Uncle Gong. At the top of the mountain lots of snow. Barley reach at the top. Body shaking due to tiredness. Saw in front of him Hanja on shirt, Jin. Taking breath rapidly.
Let's get going. Don't waste time.
Huh? In this weather? Even the horses don't want to move.
Yeah, and what about that kid?
Ignoring him, then let's ditch the horses and go.
I think it's best that we leave tomorrow morning.
Oh, that kid is coming over to us.
Loudly shouted with angers. You idiots, I said let's go. Hurry and get your shit and wake up Hyukmujin while you're at it.
With confused expression. Why are you being like this?
Thinking due to fear. What are you guys confused about? It's obvious something bad is about to happen. Whenever I get these ominous feelings.
Notification message appeared.
That's the sound I always hear.
Reaching at top of the mountain, looking front of him, Jean family members.
They also noticed the enemies.
Notification message, an unexpected quest has begun.
I knew this would happen. I fucking knew this would happen. Body shaking with fear.
Quest, survivors of the Shuozhuo region. You, who is of the Jin family of Taiyuan, have encountered the remaining survivors of the Shuozhuo region. Your task is to fight off the cruel and vicious Mount Hang Sword Sector warriors and to rescue these survivors. Rank, unexpected quest, restriction, only for Jin Taekyung. Objective, rescue the survivors incomplete. Quest reward, chain quest, question mark. Quest failure, question mark.
While laughing and says, it's the little brats from the Jean family of Taiyuan.
Spread out and get into battle formation. They all take their position in battle formation.
Haha, this is great. There's not too many of them. Kill them all.
Haha, why are they holding up a shield?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 10 of them in total. It's 10 against 5. Can we do this? Shit. These guys barely know any martial arts and have no battle experience. They're practically new recruits. Not to mention, Hyukmujin is still knocked out. I'm sorry, but if things go south, I'm just going to abandon you guys and run. Using QI sense.
What should we do, group leader?
Hurry up and kill them all, and they are going to attack.
They're coming, group leader.
Get out of offensive formation. Transition into defensive formation.
Huh? What do you mean, group leader?
Prepare himself for attack, and says don't make me repeat myself. You guys just need to focus on blocking their attacks. And that's because they're all fucking low-level scrubs. Laughing to see their low levels. I'm going to get all the solo experience for myself. Byun Donggyo quickly couldn't bear it anymore and spat out a large mouthful of blood. When Jin Takkei's subordinates saw this, they were all extremely surprised, their eyes wide open. Jin Taekung's sharp spear blade was as fast as the wind, passing through the enemies, sending blood flying everywhere. Seo-chan turned his sister's face away to prevent her from looking at him. A look of surprise appeared on his face following Jin Taekung's every move. The group of pursuers quickly became covered in injuries, leaving no one intact. At the same time, the system's point addition notification rang endlessly in Jin Taekung's ears. He was extremely happy. clutching his spear in his hand preparing to attack. The second round the group of people had not yet had time to breathe. Seeing this, they began to panic extremely. Jin Tae-kyung took an offensive stance, the sharp tip of his spear pointed straight at the leader. He said coldly, "I will win against you." When the leader heard that, he was furious. He roared and then swung his sharp blade up to slash. The two leaders of both sides began to fight, causing smoke and dust to rise around them. The group of people on Jin Tae-kyung and Seo Chan's side saw this scene and all stared with wide eyes. Very soon the fight stopped, and in front of the leader of the group pursuing Seoin was a giant bloody hole. Before falling down and out of breath, he struggled with the last bit of his strength and threatened.
Jin Tae-kyung, my eldest brother, will definitely find you. Saying this, he fell face down on the dense snow, falling right at Jin Tae-kyung's feet.
A golden stream of power radiated around him. He immediately opened his mouth to absorb all this power. When he finished, he held his stomach in satisfaction and exclaimed, "Ah, my stomach is full."
A dark space with small calls echoing around. Gongchang gently opened his eyes. "What catches your eye of Seo Chun's young face?" The boy and his sister saw that Gongchang was awake and happily called out to Gongchang. His body was covered with wounds and he was hugged tightly by two children. Outside, the snow continued to fall non-stop. After regaining some strength, Gongchang sat up, clasped his hands and said, "I don't know how to repay this kindness. I am so very thankful for what you have done for us."
"No need to be so formal. I only did what was right. And thinking I was just older to just finished my quest."
Gongchang bowed his head slightly and said softly, "Not only are you really good at martial arts, you are even extremely humble. I, Gongchang, have really received an extremely valuable lesson."
Jin Tae-kyung laughed in response, "I was just lucky. In any case, what happened?"
To hearing this question, the three people Gong together with Seo Chan and Se, they all sadly bowed their heads. Gongchang recalled the past events and said sadly, about 5 days ago, when the messenger bird sent a notice about the war, the Shuojuo area was already surrounded by them. There were about 100 soldiers hired by the Mountain Hang Sword sector to massacre our villages and madly burn all our houses. Thanks to the village chief and loyal soldiers, we were able to hold them off, so we were able to get the women and children to escape through a secret passage. Having said this, Gongchang stopped. He clenched his fists to suppress his pain. Then suppressed his anger and continued. However, after finding that shelter, they hunted us down. After saying that, Gongchang fell silent.
"How many pursues are there?"
"I'm not certain, but what I heard from one of the men that were tracking them was that, including Joe Pil, there are about 30 more of them."
30 of them? Exclaimed, eyes widely open.
"That's correct. That is why we must hurry and get out of." He did finish his sentence yet.
Jin Tae-kyung stood up and interrupted eloquently, "Then let's wait until those damn people to the end here."
When Gongchang heard this, he looked at Jin Tae-kyung in confusion.
"We must wipe them all. For evil bastards like them, we can't let a single one of them live." Thinking with smile, if it's 30 of them, just how much experience is that?
Gongchang with confused expression. "But, sir, please listen to what I'm saying."
That's right. For monsters like them, we need to tear off their limbs and shred them parts. If it's a martial master like you, great savior, then I'm sure it's doable. To hear that, Gongchang covered the ear of his sister.
Put hand on his head for blessing. "You're absolutely correct. I shall take vengeance for you guys and kill them all." To hear that, big smile appeared on his face. "Really? A man's words are the same as 1,000 gold. I will make sure to kill then and level up."
Gongchang says after hear both of them, Joe Pil is a martial master who has attained the peak realm. Finally they focus after hearing my words. He's one of the few martial masters who has attained the peak realm in all of Shaanxi. That was why, the moment our branch leader saw him, he accepted his loss and ordered me to escape. And that's because nobody has ever been able to survive after encountering him. Not to mention, all of his opponents have been killed as brutally as possible as well.
Phew, Seo Cheon.
Yes, senior brother.
After hearing the words of Gongchang, Jin Tae-kyung body shaking with fear, and say, "It's probably more important that I escort you and your sister back. I've been rushing things, right? I'm also not feeling that good, since I've suffered some injuries from that fight from earlier."
Seo Cheon looking at him with doubtful expression. He is completely fine.
Jin Tae-kyung noticed it, and with fearful look said, "It's internal injuries."
Seo Cheon surprised to look at his expression like this.
"Let's head back to the main family. Everyone get ready to leave."
Emotionally calling great savior. Grabbed him, tear in eyes calling again great savior.
"Seo Cheon, I'm a little busy right now, so save whatever you have to say for later, okay?" Ignoring his emotionally behavior. Then said to other, "Hey, hurry up, we don't have much time."
Uncle Gongchang stand up for going and little sister watching my emotionally behavior, still trying to convince while grabbing him tightly and also crying "Wad tilde by great savior."
Ah, that reminds me. I apologize for not asking about your name sooner, even though you saved our lives. I know it's a bit late, but would you be kind to tell us your name, great savior?
"Ah, I'm G," and suddenly hold himself to speaking. And thinking, all of this happened to them because of me. If they found out my name, wouldn't they want to try and kill me instead? smile and says my name is Ho.
Suddenly a voice called Jin Tae-kyung, you fucking bastard. I will kill you. It's Mu Jin who just woke up after beaten.
To hear his name, Jin.
Mu Jin running towards Jin Tae-kyung for attacking again. I'll fucking kill you.
Gongchang also surprised to hear his name, Jin Tae-kyung.
Mu Jin jumped to attack Jin Tae-kyung using his hands and abusing. I will kill you this time, but again got a slap on his cheeks.
At the top of the mountain, Snow Falin.
Snow cover the sword and also bodies that killed. One of the members of Hung's sword sector killed and blood on his mouth. One of them got big hole on his chest. Looking at them killed like this they feel surprised. Then suddenly a smile appeared on his face and eyes got red. It's interesting.
White snow covered the forest. The group led by Wei Pang was galloping forward on horseback. The horse's hooves quickly bounced up and down, causing the white snow on the ground to splash. The group of people did not stop for a moment but quickly rushed away. Honor word, 1 kill, Joe Pill. If there is an opponent he cares about, he always asks a question before brutally killing them. Remembering this, Wei Pang gritted his teeth and thought, I can't let that monster meet him. I need to quickly find the third young master. After thinking about it, Wei Pang immediately whipped his horse and loudly urged him to run faster. The group rushed away in the wind and snow. Wei Pang thought, if I fail I will not be able to face my lord.
Under the thick snow a body was lying there. The wound on this body was caused by a spear tip. Joe pilfered his eyebrows and thought they were all killed in an attack, especially in the final attack. Huk Sandu's chest was punctured cleanly. Who did this? A martial arts master from the Jin family and Tai Yuan, or maybe a mysterious character, but there won't be any problems in that case. The hunt will be fun. Thinking so, Joe Pill immediately bent down to examine Hyendu's body with a large hole in his chest. A moment later one of his subordinates come forward to report.
I am here to make a report to the Great Brother.
Hearing that, Joe Pill immediately told him to tell me.
This subordinate had a long scar on his face from his forehead down to his chin. He arranged his words a bit and then said, we discovered a group of 7 or 8 people and one of them was injured. They seemed they had long left their house and headed towards the mountains towards Taiyuan.
Hearing this information, Joe Pill nodded with satisfaction and said, good, continue watching. As soon as these words ended, a cold voice suddenly rang out behind.
Joe Pill, did you forget what our family head has ordered us to do?
When Joe Pill heard this, he suddenly stopped in alertness. Behind Joe Pill a group of people wearing hats and purple robes appeared, who didn't know when he looked at this group of people and then acted like nothing happened, opened his arms and laughed, admitting, oh right, I forgot, it's all about what the homeowner says. Reducing the smile on his face, he questioned in a harsh voice, but what does the command you said mean? I only remember being authorized.
The person who spoke just now immediately objected that these two things were the same. I've been asked to regroup the main forces after eliminating the people of Shuzhou. We have forgiven your decision to disobey orders, but we will not allow you to continue illegal actions like this.
Joe Pill did not pay much attention to this problem. He raised his hand to the corner of his mouth and said, allow you to speak. Allow. Having said this, he suddenly stopped for a moment, then continued in a cold voice, this is impossible because I really don't like this word.
It is extremely difficult for the other person to hear that. He raised his eyebrows and said, what are you doing? But before he could finish his sentence, Joe Pill approached and squeezed his neck. In just a blink of an eye, this man stopped breathing and was thrown to the ground by Joe Pill.
He retracted his hand and coldly said to the rest, you see, this is why I love war.
Seeing this scene, the group of people were extremely frightened and immediately pulled out their swords and exclaimed, what, you bastard?
Joe Pill grinned without paying attention. His eyes flashed bloodthirsty red, his hand raised in preparation to attack. In just a blink of an eye, Joe Pill slashed with his bare hands at amazing speed, sending blood flying everywhere. He just reached out with his bare hands and immediately sent the group flying back. The group of people had absolutely no ability to resist and were knocked down onto the snowy ground, not knowing whether they lived or died. Joe Pill retracted his hand. He licked the corner of his mouth happily and said, and that's because I can't remember all the people I killed. Standing up straight, Joe Pill turned back and ordered, we will continue the chase.
Strong footsteps sink deep into the thick layer of snow. A group of people followed each other forward after walking a long way. The person in front immediately stopped, his hand resting on the snow-covered tree trunk next to him. In front of the group is a small cave entrance. This group of people is Jin Kyung's group. He said, we will sleep here tonight. The dark night falls, the bright moon hangs high in the sky in the cave. Jin Kyung's subordinates were sleeping. Sichel hugged his sister as Seo yelled tightly. Lying on one side in the middle is a burning red fire, making the space in the cave somewhat warmer. Jin Tae-kyung and Gong Chong are sitting in front of the fire. Jin Tae-kyung raised his head and said, it's a good thing we were able to find this place. Not only is it good at sheltering us from the snow, it's also able to keep most of the light from leaking out. Having said that, Jin Kyung stopped and observed Gong Chung. Gong Chung remained silent and said nothing. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, does he know that he is involved in this war? Most people have some sort of reaction, but after the events there he didn't say a word. I guess I was the only one worried. Thinking like that, Jin Tae-kyung immediately glanced at the group of people sleeping. He gritted his teeth and silently scolded, oh, it's because of that bastard who moved Jin. While thinking about this, Gong Chung suddenly spoke up.
I was told that you were known to be a lazy and arrogant bastard, and did not know any martial arts. Although I've only known you for 2 days. I can tell the Jin Tae-kyung I'm seeing is nothing like those rumors.
Jin Tae-kyung didn't understand.
Gong-chung continued, that's why. It makes me wonder how much I should believe of the rumors behind our war with the Mount Hung Sword sector.
Jin Tae-kyung thought silently just as I thought, he knew who I was. The atmosphere between the two people fell into silence again. Suddenly Gang-chung called out.
Master Jin.
Jin Tae-kyung heard it and immediately replied yes.
Gong-chung coughed a few times before trembling and said I have a question. Before he could finish his sentence, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood.
Jin Tae-kyung saw that and furrowed his eyebrows a bit worried. He stood up and asked, what the hell? Are you okay?
Gong-chung looked at the blood in his palm and said nothing. A moment later, he slowly said they are sly bastards. They smeared poison on weapons.
Hearing that, Jin Tae-kyung immediately asked, what do you mean, why didn't you tell us sooner?
The poison they used must have been a cheap one, since the effects were pretty weak. But once my condition worsened, it was too late for me to do anything about it.
Hearing this, Jin Tae-kyung worriedly thought to himself, he is in a very bad condition. Do I have any medicine to cure him? He searched the systems menu from top to bottom. He silently said, no clothes. Well, what about the cereal pills? No, they don't have any antidote properties at all. Damn, the rest of the items are just shields. I don't have anything. The only thing I have is a weapon. Jin Tae-kyung is on one side trying to search.
Gong-chung sits in one place quietly, turning his head to look at the 2 sleeping babies, Se-chan and Se-yu. Suddenly he called out, Master Jin.
Jin Tae-kyung heard the call and immediately turned around only to hear
Gong-chung say, children, I ask you to take care of them. Gong-chung's face was now drenched in sweat as if in pain from the poison.
Jin Tae-kyung stood still, looking at him, speechless. At this moment the system rang out a new notification.
Gong-chung's last mission request. The man only wants one thing, which is to ask you to escort the children back to their home safely. Mission level no restrictions, only Jin Kyung. Mission objective: safe, protect Seo-chan and Seo. Mission reward: none.
New mission notice appeared in front of Jin Tae-kyung. The content of the mission was as follows: Gong-chung's last request. This man only asked for one thing: to escort the 2 children home safely. Rank none. Rank limited only for Jin Tae-kyung. Target: safe, Se-chan and Se-yul. Escort reward: none. Carrying Se-chan and Se-yul in the snow to leave. Jin Kyung thought to herself. It's okay, my decision was right. He is just an NPC programmed to give quests while it is poisoned and about to die and has no quest part. Jin Tae-kyung's forehead was drenched in sweat. He frowned and continued with his train of thought. The player just needs to agree to accept the mission. He doesn't need to act like a hero and end up putting everyone in the situation. Unfortunately, once that happens, everyone will be killed, and that's when the game ends for me. There's nothing more. This is just a game. Thinking of this, Jin Tae-kyung observed the people walking next to him, seeing that even though it was a cold winter, their faces were still sweating profusely. Jin Tae-kyung frowned and mumbled, but why do I have this uncomfortable feeling? I have a whole family to take care of, not just a graphically created family but a real one too. I can't afford to die here, damn it. While thinking about this, the question rang in Jin Tae-kyung's ear, are you leaving Mr. Gong behind? Jin Tae-kyung heard that and nodded, and replied yes. That was the decision he made himself and started to sneak away when we departed Reese.
Mu Jin suddenly shouted angrily, that's unacceptable.
Seeing him scream so loudly, Jin Tae-kyung angrily turned his head and waved his hands and shouted, keep your mouth down, you idiot.
Mu Jin was afraid of being slapped. So, he cowered and asked in a low voice. But why is he doing that?
He's in a bad state. He'll only end up harming the group.
Han Yop immediately spoke up. But even still, we shouldn't abandon him like this.
Jin Tae-kyung put his hands on his hips and said leisurely, okay. So what do you guys think? Are you planning on carrying him?
Han Yop nodded and said okay. I'll carry him myself then.
Hearing what the other person said, Jin Tae-kyung suppressed his anger and breathed out a sigh. Then why are these guys like that? Jin Tae-kyung looked at the 2 of them, cleared his throat and said, are you guys willing to carry a fully grown man in this weather? You'll probably become exhausted within a few minutes. Once that happens, you'll tire everyone out by trying to help both of you guys. It's end up slowing everyone down, and then enemy will catch up to us immediately. The people we're dealing with are mercenaries that are led by a martial master who has attained the peak realm. So if we encounter him, do you think we'll be able to survive if we're all tired out? Do you guys serious think we can survive? Answer me.
After hearing the group members didn't answer anything, just keep silent and put their heads down.
Hyuk Mu Jin. You look like you want to say something.
I shall obey your commands. Honorable group leader.
Continue walking to carrying a Se-yul and thinking, it's been some time. I wonder if he left us by now. Yeah, he has to be gone.
Suddenly Se-yul spoke up, hey, mister.
Jin Tae-kyung, surprised to hear Se-yul's voice, and replied yes.
Are you stronger than my daddy, mister?
Your dad?
Yep. My brother said so. He said that mister is really strong. But my baddie is super strong too. And that's because
Jin Tae-kyung laughing after hear that, and said, it seems SEO you'll missed her dad.
SEO Yul pout his face. SEO Yul wants to see daddy. But daddy doesn't want to see SEO Yul. Older brother said that daddy left us to go play with mommy.
The girl's unintentional words made Jin Tae-kyung suddenly stop. He remembered his deceased father in the real world along with his mother and sister. Jin Tae-kyung pursed his lips sadly and said I understand. After saying that, he glanced at Seo-chan who was sweating profusely walking behind Jin Tae-kyung, thought to himself it's good if the boy needs someone to carry him. But that boy is truly a stubborn child. Jin Tae-kyung's footsteps sank deeply into the snow. The layer of snow was very thick, making his steps somewhat slow. Jin Tae-kyung suddenly stopped, opened his mouth to complain, "Ah, so annoyed this damn game." Seal Jin Tae-kyung's back suddenly opened, her eyes wide. The little girl reeled for a moment and then was held in Jo Yum's arms. A strong breeze blew past everyone.
Seo-chun realized the problem and turned around to ask, where are you going? The people around were also frightened by the situation that had just happened.
Mu Jin with his cheeks still swollen stood, still in one place, his eyebrows furrowed tightly together. I only saw Jin Tae-kyung passing by them at a very fast speed.
Returning to the road, he had just passed, leaving a row of dense footprints on the snow. Time passed and the snow continued to fall nonstop. Suddenly he stopped. Saw Gong Chung, Han Yip carried him his back. This scene was shocked and extremely surprised. Jin Tae-kyung frowned and asked Han Yip you.
Han Yip was breathing heavily and called out to the commander.
Seeing the scene, Jin Tae-kyung cried out like crazy. Damn it. I really don't understand. After that, he tried to suppress the anger in his heart, gritted his teeth and said, take my hand.
Han Yip heard that and hurriedly appreciate thank you.
The moon was now hanging high in the sky. In a dark study room without candles, a man was sitting in a chair. A cold voice rang out. How are things going?
The man sitting on the chair lifted his cup of tea and took a sip and said, quite clearly, what is your outcome?
At this time another person appeared in the study room, the same person with the cold voice. Just now this person continued to say Joe Pill is a troublemaker who is aggressively doing his own thing, but it doesn't matter.
The man sitting on the chair heard that and immediately put down his teacup and said Joe Pill with one word and one move, you got yourself quit a handful.
Hearing that, the other person immediately replied that foolish young master is currently being pursued by this man. This wasn't a part of my plan, but it proved to be better than I thought.
The man sitting on the chair hearing this raised his eyebrows and continued, the younger brother that the lesser family head cherishes. Once he witnesses his death, we will most certainly lose his mind. Once that happens, there will be a bloodbath in the province of Shaanxi.
Hearing that, the other person quickly exclaimed as if he remembered something. Ah, I almost forgot. It seems the lower district sector is also involved in this war.
Lower district sector? For what reason?
The new branch leader they got has a good nose. But fear not, once this incident is taken care of, we shall take care of that person as well.
Hearing these words, the man sitting on the chair breathed a sigh of relief, then advised the other person to be careful. No matter how great heaven is, the moment you let down your guard, the words he had just said suddenly stopped. Behind him, two cold red eyes appeared from nowhere.
Just listening to the other person's cold voice remind him you should speak more wisely.
Hearing that, the man sitting on the chair immediately said, it seems I said something wrong. I apologize.
Hearing that the other person didn't say anything, more a hazy smoke began to appear around him. At this point, he continued, then let's leave it here for today. Should problems arise, I shall come visit you once more. After saying that, he quickly disappeared without a trace, leaving only the man sitting in the chair.
In the room he leaned back and took a deep breath, then thought to himself, unknown ghosts. After sitting for a while, this man immediately stood up from the chair. He went to the window and pushed it open, looking at the moon with its cold light high in the sky. This man thought to himself, I've endured and persisted for so long. And soon, everything shall finally come into my grasp.
At night, Jin Tae-kyung's group rested next to a large cliff, temporarily sheltering them from the wind and snow. Gong Chung was laid down in one place, his whole body was covered in sweat and looked extremely painful. Jin Tae-kyung sat next to him, looked at him, then frowned and said, we're almost there. Please hold on for a bit longer. Saying such a sentence, he thought to himself, we don't have time anymore, we have to quickly leave this place. Thinking so, Jin Tae-kyung immediately stood up and said, okay, prepare for going.
Hearing him say that, Joe Yam immediately shouted to the people next to him, let prepare everyone, stand up and let's go.
Seeing him so enthusiastic, Jin Tae-kyung widened his eyes in confusion, not bothering to pay attention to him. Jin Tae-kyung reached out and said, Seoyol, come here. Before he could finish his sentence,
Mu Jin took the girl one step faster, smiled and said, Coyol, come here, I'll carry you. After saying that, he immediately carried Seo Yul on his back, walked forward and commanded the group to quickly depart.
Jin Tae-kyung in the back saw this scene and thought, what the hell is he doing? Why is he doing this, acting so bluntly? Like that makes me really angry. Without bothering to compare, he picked up the spear next to him and then looked at Gong Chung lying on the ground and muttered, never mind, he's still very annoying. Right at this moment, a strange noise rang out, making everyone extremely alert. In the distance in the dark trees, rustling sounds rang out. Someone called out to the captain. Jin Tae-kyung quickly made a shush gesture to that person. In the dark night, two blue eyes appeared from nowhere. Each growling sound sounded very scary. Jin Tae-kyung gritted his teeth and thought, have they gotten here already? Those eyes became brighter and brighter day by day. They looked straight at where Jin Tae-kyung was standing. Jin Tae-kyung's forehead was soon drenched in sweat. Those eyes grew closer and closer, gradually revealing the appearance of a giant wolf. Following it were countless other wolf eyes quietly moving towards the group. Seeing this scene, someone cried out in fear. It was a pack of wolves. Jin Kyung breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was them. Having said that, he immediately stood up straight, energetically brandishing the spear in his hand, and said, made me scared for no reason. Even if they're being led by a martial master in the peak realm, there's no way they could have caught up to us that fast. I guess my senses have deteriorated since I haven't run a raid in such a long time. Sigh. Everyone, get into formation. We don't want the kids to get hurt. I wonder if they also give me experiences. Let's hurry and end this, okay? As soon as his words ended, the wolves began to attack. Jin Tae-kyung opened his eyes. He started to take a defensive stance and then came here. After 2 hours, the wolves continued to rush forward. But as soon as they were a short distance away from the group of Jin Tae-kyung, they immediately turned around another street and ran away. Jin Tae-kyung's group saw this scene and completely did not understand.
Why did they run away? The other also confused to see that.
Jin Tae-kyung stood still, his face furrowed and stammering.
Didn't those wolves look like they saw something scary?
Isn't this? After saying these 2 words, he immediately stopped, thinking to himself, no, this is just like those legendary abilities in those comic books, where you can strike fear or knock out an enemy with just the pressure of your QI. I don't know why I'm suddenly able to do this, but if it's this game, then anything is possible. And suddenly system notification rang. Nice. I got it. This has to be the notification of me unlocking a new skill.
A new quest has begun.
What the hell is this? It's a quest?
Quest, 1 word, 1 strike, Joe Pill. The long pursuit is finally over. You have come face to face with one of the most brutal and violent men in all of Murim. 1 word, 1 strike, Joe Pill. And you must now confront him. We hope for many fortunes. No, we shall pray for your success. Rank, peak. Restriction. Only for Jin Tae-kyung. Objective. Survive, incomplete. Quest rewards. Question mark. Quest failure. Death.
At the content of the new mission, Jin Tae-kyung's eyes opened as wide as possible and made a huff sound. Immediately after that, a new notification popped up with the content.
You have no choice but to accept this quest. The quest shall be forcefully accepted.
Seeing this message, Jin Tae-kyung scratched his eyes and mumbled. What the hell is that? No? What is it saying? While talking about this, Jin Tae-kyung suddenly felt a pair of eyes closely observing her from behind. He cautiously turned his head to look back. Saw in the distance a figure, holding his sword, slowly approaching, waiting for the other person to step closer. Jin Tae-kyung trembled and said, softly, Joe Pill? The person who just arrived was Joe Pill. 1 word, 1 blow.
Hearing they called Joe Pill, curled his lips and nodded. In response, finally we meet each other.
The people behind Jin Tae-kyung also saw this scene. Everyone who looked at was extremely scared. Seo-chan stood in a corner, clenching his teeth in anger. Jin Tae-kyung raised the spear in his hand, looking extremely weary towards.
Joe Pill stopped to one side, raised his eyebrows, and said, nice to meet you. After saying this sentence, a dangerous red aura began to radiate around his body.
This aura slowly moved closer to Jin Tae-kyung. At this moment, his face was drenched in cold sweat. He seemed to realize something, thinking to himself, those wolves. They weren't avoiding me. They were running away from this man.
No need to be on edge. I just want to have a talk with you.
Hearing these words, Jin Tae-kyung immediately shouted. Don't come near here.
Joe Pill stood still and said, you see, you pique my curiosity.
Jin Tae-kyung realized the danger in the other person's words. He started to take a defensive stance and then said, enough with your nonsense. I already know you're trying to buy some time for the rest of your men to catch up.
Hearing him say that, Joe Pill immediately blinked, then he smirked and asked, by some time. Me? Do you really think I'd do that for weaklings like them?
Jin Tae-kyung raised his eyebrows and asked what?
Joe Pill pointed in one direction and replied leisurely, don't worry, they're slow. It would take them about an hour to get over here. But by then, everything will be over.
Hearing the other person say that, Jin Tae-kyung scolded in disgust. What a psychotic bastard. He's not even considering the fact that he might lose to us?
Hey, young junior. I don't hold any grudge towards you. In fact, I'm quite interested in you. If you can answer a few of my questions, then I might even let you go.
Huh? Will you let me go? Jin Tae-kyung asked suspiciously.
Joe Pill nodded and replied, that's right. I promise I'll let you go unscathed.
Really? Jin Tae-kyung asked incredulously once more.
Joe Pill opened his hand to make an oath gesture and replied, I'll bet my life on it. Is that enough for you?
Seeing that the other person was so honest, Jin Tae-kyung finally nodded and said okay. Fine. Then let's do that.
Joe Pill heard that and replied cheerfully, Good, it seems you can still use your head. Two people, one asked and one answered for a moment, waiting until Jin Tae-kyung finished answering the last question. Joe Pill immediately opened his mouth and laughed happily. Seeing this scene, Jin Tae-kyung looked at the other person with an extremely hateful expression. Joe Pill didn't pay much attention and continued, What an absurd but funny story. He stopped for a moment after saying this, raised his hand to stroke his chin, as if thinking about something, then continued, The third son of the Jin family, the so-called troublemaker, had achieved that realm without need someone to teach at that age, haha.
Jin Tae-kyung raised his eyebrows and shouted, I only answer the truth.
Hearing this, Joe Pill curled his mouth and looked deeply into the other person's eyes. Right after that, he laughed again and said, Haha, okay, fine, I like it, I will keep my promise.
Hearing him say that, Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, is he serious about keeping his word?
After laughing in disgust, Joe Pill propped his sword against the snow. He raised his head and said to Jin Tae-kyung, There's not much to be had, I suppose. If I had to be honest, I really wanted to kill you at first. But now that I've talked with you, the more I want to keep observing you. Especially during time like this.
Jin Tae-kyung asked in confusion, time like this?
Joe Pill nodded. He held out a hand and said, I guess you're unaware of it. But once you return back home, you'll find out soon enough. Alright, get going. I hope the next time we meet, you have grown even stronger than before.
Hearing these words, Jin Tae-kyung pinned his feet under the thick layer of snow. He thought to himself, there's a saying that you can survive even inside a tiger's den if you put your mind to it. But who would have thought that Joe Pill's strange personality was going to become our escape route? Before he says anything, we have to hurry and get out here. Then he slowly said to their members, already, let's get going.
Joe Pill, standing to one side, suddenly called out, Hey, young junior.
Jin Tae-kyung heard that and stopped a bit.
Joe Pill, speak again, not too quickly or too slowly. I think you're misunderstanding something here. The only person I allowed to leave was you, and you alone. Leave the rest of those trash behind. Don't you think I require payment for the 2 days I've spent pursuing you?
Hearing these words, Jin Tae-kyung frowned and asked again. What? Everyone who was preparing to leave also stopped in fear. Seo-chun carried Seo-yul on his shoulders, looking at Joe Pill with hatred. Han carrying Gong-chung was also extremely alert. The image of his mother and younger sister appeared in Jin Tae-kyung's head at this moment.
Joe Pill stuck out his tongue and flicked his sword, then curled his mouth and said, Are you going to deny this? I'm very disappointed.
Jin Tae-kyung stood silently in one place, not knowing what he was thinking. A moment later he turned around and scolded angrily, Stay there and be disappointed, you son of shitty.
Joe Pill was not angry but burst out laughing. A few times later he said, Then let me try it. After saying that, Joe Pill's whole body suddenly rushed towards where Jin Tae-kyung was standing. He waved his hand, the sharp blade flashing in the dark forest.
Jin Tae-kyung reacted very quickly, immediately raising his spear to block an attack from his opponent. But Joe Pill's strength was too great. He was soon sent flying back a long distance. Jin Tae-kyung fell towards the group of people behind him, seeing that everyone was extremely worried, and quickly asked,
Group leader, are you okay?
Jin Tae-kyung clutched the spear in his hand, gritted his teeth and softly scolded 2 damn words. He looked at his almost broken spear and widened his eyes in exclamation, Even though I blocked his attack, it still did this much damage?
I'm quite disappointed. Is this really all you can do?
Jin Tae-kyung was extremely angry. He stood up with his spear, thinking to himself, if I don't level up earlier, then would it have been possible for me to have blocked that attack? Even during my days as a hunter, I've never received an attack this strong before. Damn it. I picked the wrong opponent. I might really die this time.
Joe Pill carefully observed Jin Tae-kyung's expression for a moment. Then he suddenly let out a breath, frowned, and asked, Are you scared?
Jin Tae-kyung was heartbroken by what he said. His whole body trembled slightly and he rolled his eyes in response. Huh? What do you mean? Why would I be?
Before he could finish his sentence, Joe Pill interrupted. With a weak heart like that, how will you ever survive in this violent world of Murim? I suppose I'll have to boost your strength.
Hearing these words, Jin Tae-kyung cautiously asked, What?
Joe Pill said, Coldly, anger will always overcome fear. As soon as these words finished, he waved his hand, sending out 3 or 4 waves of power that rushed straight towards Jin Tae-kyung.
Jin Tae-kyung quickly turned his spear to defend, but a beam of power passed through the barrier that he created, hitting straight towards the person behind him. Fresh blood began to spray out in all directions. Jin Tae-kyung was caught off guard. He couldn't remember this person's name. So he quickly turned around and called, Hey! You! The person who had just been beaten clutched the wound on his neck and stammered,
"Leader, please help." Before he could finish his sentence, another wave of power continued to attack him. This person could not bear it anymore and immediately fell straight to the ground.
Joe Pill stood on the opposite side, raised his eyebrows, and said, I chose the one that looked the weakest. Was he a subordinate that you cherished? Are you listening to me, young junior?
Jin Tae-kyung didn't bother to pay attention to him. He stood still, his face gloomy. Think, what is his name? His name? There's no reason for me to remember the names of some NPCs, then why am I trying to find it now? Thinking like that, Jin Tae-kyung quickly summoned a seed pill. He stuffed the pill into his mouth and quickly chewed and swallowed, feeling extremely uncomfortable and muttering, why should I waste time being angry? As soon as the medicine was swallowed, the system notification rang in.
You have consumed an outstanding grain pill. For 1 hour, all of your stats shall be increased by 2.
Joe Pill stood opposite and smirked and said, see, what did I say?
As soon as he finished these words, Jin Tae-kyung's spear rushed forward to attack. Joe Pill dodged left and right to avoid Jin Tae-kyung's attack. Suddenly a sharp spear rushed towards his head. Joe Pill reacted very quickly, immediately swinging his sword to knock away Jin Tae-kyung's spear. Jin Tae-kyung quickly turned around and took a defensive stances.
Joe Pill looked at him, and then silently assessed that his skills are already at this level at the early age of 20. It must be natural-born talent in terms of intuition and battle sense. Jin Tae-kyung continued to attack. In the second phase, the sharp spear tip that he sent out approached Joe Pill. He thought, the Jin family of Taiyuan. I got myself quite an interesting bastard. No wonder Hyuk San-do, who has no basic foundation, was killed in an instant. Joe Pill was deep in thought until Jin Tae-kyung's spear rushed in front of him. A rumbling sound rang out. The pieces fly into the air. It's Joe Pill's shoulder closed due to spear's attack hit on it.
Ah, shit. I was so close. I could have ended it right there.
Joe Pill, after hear that words, angry shouted. And? I was planning to go easy on you, but how dare a little brat say such things? He smiles and his eyes become red. He says your opponent is none other than me. The one word, one strike. Joe Pill. Lots of energy wave coming towards Joe Pill body. Get ready, you bastard. The system notification rang.
Level ? Joe Pill has activated Frenzy. Upon use, his strength and agility shall be significantly increased.
Looking at him like this, thinking himself, he's going to get even stronger than before? Ah, come on. The sword rushed towards him. Joe Pill jumped towards Jin Tae-kyung's with his sword in attacking position. Lots of aura coming from inside the snow due to this overpower make Jin Tae-kyung pushing himself back with defensive position. But lots of force he can't handle and hit a big stone. Damn it. He's definitely not in the right state of mind anymore. Did he suddenly go insane? His swings are much larger and powerful than before. Standing on his feet, but why is it that I still can't find an opening from him? What should I do? Suddenly his eyes open after saw his teammates going to attack Joe Pill in behind. Giving them signal, no, stop. Don't come any closer. Get the hell out of here. Joe Pill again rushed towards Jin Tae-kyung after saw opening. He barely saved himself with that attack, still saying to them, don't come over here, you idiots.
They are still approaching. Careful, don't worry, group leader. We shall assist you.
Become emotional after thinking, my victorious title effect will disappear, you shitty bastard. Victorious, during one-on-one combat, all battle-related stats shall be increased by +10. I was barely holding on with the effects from this title. Shit. It can't be helped. I'll need to pull as much of his aggro before my title effects disappears. Ha! Suddenly saw Joe Pill's sword coming towards, barely blocked it with spear. Jin Tae-kyung raised his spear and concentrated his strength to support. His whole body began to tremble. Behind him his teammates also jumped up to attack. The swords of the two of them were only a small distance away from Joe Pill's back at this moment. Joe Pill seemed to realize something. He turned his head and looked back, his eyes glowing, dangerously red.
Joe Pill waved his hand, eyes blazing, and shouted loudly, this annoying guy. He turned around, immediately brushing away two people, Han Yop and Ma Hin-yo. Joe Pill's hands seemed to turn into hard steel, cutting the swords of the other two people. Looking at this scene, both Han Yop and Ma Hin-yo widened their eyes in horror and exclaimed,
what the hell, with just his bare hands?
It's impossible.
Joe Pill was still angry. His hand spread out, a stream of power erupted in the middle of his palm. His other hand held the sword and slashed hard.
Jin Tae-kyung facing that attack and suddenly find an opening.
Joe Pill skillfully used his two hands to attack front and back, and the energy he gathering on his palm released on the Jin Tae-kyung teammates that its critical hit on both of them.
Jin Tae-kyung stepped back a little. He spoke softly, Pierce of heaven. Following his words, the sharp spear blade quickly rushed towards Joe Pill's head. But Joe Pill sensed the danger behind him. He was not afraid but grinned immediately. After that, Joe Pill turned around, his body moved slightly, carrying a sharp that slashed Jin Tae-kyung's waist, blood suddenly splashing out. In front, two people Han Yop and Mahimyo were also knocked to the ground by Jo Pil. Jin Tae-kyung leaned against the tip of his spear on the cold snow, one arm wrapped around the wound on his waist. He turned slightly to look at Jo Pil, towering back, thinking in horror, what the hell just happened? He shouldn't have been in a position where he could counter my attack. Thankfully I didn't receive any fatal damage, since I was able to tilt my body just in time. Suddenly saw Jo Pil again rush towards Jin Tae-kyung's for attack.
Using his sword technique with speed didn't give him any chance to defend himself. Smiled like crazy to seeing the situation. Rolling the sword in different directions to manipulate the other. Shoulders, waist, and knees were slashed by the sharp blade one after another. Suddenly fresh blood rushed out from his body, leaving no part of his body that got no injuries. Walking towards him and saying, "You still won't drop your weapon."
Looked at his injuries and afraid of his condition.
Jo Pil changed his expression and softly said, "Allow me to praise you."
Suspiciously raised his head and looked towards where Jo Pil was standing. A red flame flare up in his hand. He smiled dangerously and curled his mouth to say, "If you can withstand this as well." Jin Tae-kyung's eyes opened wide, his black pupils reflected the image of that bright fire. In the blink of an eye, the fire flame palm hit on his chest. Forest suddenly shook violently. A large stretch of snow appeared, mixed with some fresh blood. Tree trunks in the forest were also covered in blood. Jin Tae-kyung is currently collapsed under a large tree. His face was covered in snow, and his mouth was still dripping with blood. Next to where he was sitting, the cold snow also turned with blood red. Jin Tae-kyung's body was lightly burned. His clothes were completely torn by Jo Pil blow. He thought in fear. It's so hot. What is this? I can't seem to gather any strength. Suddenly feel Jo Pil to coming towards him. Encourage himself to get up on his feet.
Jo Pil looked at him and say, "You're able to get up even after being hit by a 5th mastery skill, Divine Plan of Fire. Quite the potential you have." And again fire flame burning on his hand for one more attack.
Rushing spear towards on Jo Pil, trying to show that still having courage to defend himself. Attack sharp tip of the spear on Jo Pil neck. But he blocked it with his burning flame hand.
After grabbing his spear with his hand, you really don't know when to give up. At your current state, you won't ever be able to beat me.
Broke the tip of the spear with his hand. What the hell is this? Leaving spear and going to attack with his hands and thinking himself, now that he's shortened out distance, this is my last chance. I'll need to gather much QI as I can and attack his vital spot. If I can manage that, then I'll be able to turn this fight. And suddenly his mouth full of blood, his face expression changed with confusion. Blood spit on his mouth and he lose his all energy. And fall on ground in front of Jo Pil. After seeing this, what the hell? What is this? Laughing loudly, where did this idiot come from? Are you unaware of what happens if you try to circulate QI that's been blocked off by the Divine Palm of Fire? The QI that you're trying to circulate will have nowhere to go, so you'll end up falling into QI deviation or even dying. You should be thankful that's the extent of the damage you've received. No, wait. You're going to die anyway, so maybe it would have been better if you died just then. Going to attack with his burning flame hand. Seeing Jo Pil going to attack, fearful expression appeared on his face and thinking himself, am I really going to die like this? That can't be. For the past 7 years, I've survived thousands of battles. But I'm going to be killed over some battle in a game, huh? His body shaking with fear, suddenly his mind just remembered it's a game? That's right. This is a game.
Jo Pil smiled, and using his division fire flame palm technique saying to Jin Tae-kyung, farewell.
Jin Tae-kyung don't know what to do, trying to stop him, hey, wait, give me a second. But Jo Pil palm just going to crush his head, please save me. And suddenly he stopped, the voice approaching on his behind calling his name. It's Jin Tae-kyung's teammates trying to get attention of Jo Pil.
Jo Pil, you shitty bastard.
Back away from our group leader, you bastard.
Jo Pil turned around, looked both of them, changed his expression with crazy smile. I changed my mind. I'll need to tear them apart first. What did you say?
Mumbling himself, this whole time. I was.
Jo Pil says, what are you saying? Are you unable to speak properly now?
Jin Tae-kyung continues mumbling. Fighting like an... The loudly shouted. This whole time I was fighting like an idiot. An equipped dagger. Jo Pil was a little frightened and furrowed his eyebrows and confused. Right after that, the dagger that Jin Tae-kyung had just pulled out stabbed him in the leg, being suddenly attacked. Jo Pil immediately received a blow to the leg and immediately fell to the ground. Jin Tae-kyung's face was now drenched in sweat, his mouth was still bleeding, his cold eyes looked wildly towards Jo Pil. A moment later, Jin Tae-kyung immediately used the dagger A keep to continuously attack the opponent's legs again and again. Fresh blood quickly followed each of his stabbing and slashings, movements and sprayed out like a stream.
Jo Pil stopped the Jin Tae-kyung attack, then angry shouted, you bastard. Then cracked the hand of Jin Tae-kyung, he lost the dagger. Saying to Jin Tae-kyung, you were hiding a weapon. Then using his palm to hit forcefully to the Jin Tae-kyung chest. Due to critical attack received, Jin Taekyung pushed back and hit on the tree again. Didn't have enough energy to stand up again. Joe Pill trying to withdraw dagger to his legs. With angry and painful expression, shit. To think I'd fall for this kind of tricks. How pathetic. Looking at the Jin Taekyung condition, he grabbing his hand and taking heavy breathing. Then using his fearless eyes to focus on Jin Taekyung moments. His hand was broke. Coming towards him and saying, "What a persistent bastard you are. Send my regards to the god of the underworld." His both hands with fire flame and going to attack on Jin Taekyung.
The members of the Jin Taekyung looking the bad situation of their leader and calling the group leader. On behind of Joe Pill.
Joe Pill shouted loudly, "Die." Jin Taekyung did not feel scared at all. He opened his eyes wide and smiled. The divine fire palm hit Jin Taekyung straight in the chest. This force was so strong that it caused the ancient tree behind him to break. Blood soaked the white snow. Joe Pill is still focusing his strength on attacking. Jin Taekyung was in extreme pain and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Suddenly Joe Pill's hands trembled a bit. He cried out in horror. He looked down at the pool of blood at his feet and stammered, "You, what the hell have you done?"
The teammates of Jin Taekyung behind him also surprised and exclaimed, "What is that? It can't be." It's not before two of them could finish their sentence.
Joe Pill in front of them was trembling. His face was red, as if he had been poisoned. His mouth trembled and he said, "I'm sure you're empty-handed."
Hearing that, Jin Taekyung smiled and said, "I've been waiting for you to have gathered your QI to the highest peak. Blockage and backflow of QI. Deviation of vital energy, which is deflection." Jin Taekyung smirked, looking at the sharp blade stuck in Joe Pill's stomach. Then says, "Isn't that right? You're a horrible scumbag."
There was a rumble in the cold forest. Joe Pill shouted angrily, "This is impossible." After saying that, he immediately put strength in his hands, gritted his teeth, and asked, "How could a mere brat do this to me?" One word, one strike, Joe Pill. Due to using QI to gathering strength, Joe Pill spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He collapsed onto the white snow coughing. Joe Pill couldn't believe it and said, "Damn it, I refuse to accept this."
Jin Taekyung sit in one place and saw this scene and thinking himself, "It's finally over. He shouldn't be able to attack me while he's in that state, right?"
Joe Pill on the opposite side is still unable to accept the truth. He hung his head and mumbled, "This is impossible. How could it happen?" After a moment, he gathered his strength to stand up.
Seeing that Jin Taekyung was a little scared and looked at the two people, Han Yop and Mahimyo, he thought to himself while coughing, "I don't have any strength left. But what are those guys doing? Hurry and come help me."
Joe Pill had already stood up straight. A thick black aura was pouring out around his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "I am Joe Pill. I am the 19th successor of the divine palm of fire." One word, one strike, Joe Pill. "It means I will never lose to someone like you." Having said this sentence, Joe Pill clenched his fists and raised his head to scream loudly. The scream caused the dirt, rocks, and snow under his feet to rise up.
Seeing the scene, Jin Taekyung covered his eyes with his hands and thought, "What is happening now? Hasn't he fallen into the gap of vital energy?" At this time, Joe Pill hair color is changing from black hair, gradually lightens. Just a moment later, the hair on his head turned white as snow. Seeing that, Jin Taekyung thought in horror, "No, wait. This is... He's barely holding on. He's burning up his life force. Joe Pill, do you really have to go that far just to kill me?" Body shaking with fear but still grabbing the spear. "I've already depleted all of my QI. And since my left arm is broken, I won't be able to block your attack either. I guess I have no choice but to utilize that." He remembers his quest. Death by Joe Pill or death by QI deviation. He released the QI deviation to the other deviation, saying that this is the only thing I can do for now. I'll consume it all. And the QI deviation hit the other back energy ball and it's explore the energy. Blood full of his mouth. Then he consuming the energy that flowing on his body. The yellow flashlight coming into his stomach to releasing energy. Few moments later, he consuming it and feeling strength. "I'm overflowing with it."
Joe Pill suddenly called out to Jin Taekyung. His two hands were divine fire palms. He quickly rushed in front of him, gritted his teeth, and said, "Damn you, die." A louder rumbles rang out in the dark space.
In the real world, in a training room, hunters who were practicing fighting monsters heard a loud noise and immediately stopped their movements on the ground. Countless pieces of debris appeared. The coach saw this and asked in confusion, "What happened? Who did it?"
To hearing that, the voice approached, "It me. I did that."
The coach frowned slightly and said, "Jin Taekyung, 20 years old. Birthplace, Gyeonggi-do region, F rank awakened being. Are you sure you did this?"
Jin Taekyung sat with sweat all over his face. One on the ground nodded and replied, "Yes. That's correct. What do you think?"
"What do I think? Haha," the coach asked back without waiting for Jin Tae-kyung to answer, he continued during my 15 years here at this training facility. This is my first time seeing something like this.
The strength of this attack is equivalent to that of at least a D rank hunter. Jin Tae-kyung quickly reached for his bag. He frowned and exclaimed, "Ah, shit. I knew it. I'll be going now, instructor. I knew they gave me the wrong rank at the..."
Before he could finish his sentence, the coach interrupted and said, "But you know, this won't cut it."
Jin Tae-kyung turned around in confusion and said, "What? Why not?"
The coach said, "It's true that your skills are impressive, and it's not something that a F rank hunter can easily pull off. However, your body isn't the same. The extent of your physical body and your mana pool is that of a F rank hunter. Just look at yourself right now. You used that skill once and you're already out."
To hearing that Jin Tae-kyung says, "Then do I really have no other way?"
Well, you need to make sure you have a strong foundation in your basic skills, possess outstanding techniques, and exceptional battle sense. In any case, if you want to live a long life, I suggest you don't use that skill anymore.
Jin Tae-kyung hearing all of those words carefully.
Except for special circumstances.
Jin Tae-kyung asked curiously, "Special circumstances? Like when?"
The coach raised a finger and said, "When you are in danger. I'm sure that skill can protect you at least once." Pausing for a moment, he asked again, "In any case, have you named your skill yet?"
"A name," Jin Tae-kyung said vaguely. "I mean, I did, but..."
"What is it?"
"Might."
"What?"
Past events in the real world appeared in Jin Tae-kyung's head. In the deserted forest, he clutched the spear in his hand. Jin Tae-kyung put all his strength he had, and opened his mouth to scream, piercing with all my might. On the opposite side, Jo Pil. Divine Fire Palm was also loudly attacking. The two sides faced each other head-on and fought each other with all his strengths. The confrontation carried amazing power. The wind and snow rose loudly, causing the surrounding trees to shake as if they were about to be uprooted.
No, but that's the thing.
The forest was
the
covered with
monsters
cold
we've been
white
facing
snow.
have all been but these common
Rocks and dirt
goblins.
flying everywhere.
So it doesn't make sense
The
that
wind
there are
and
this
snow
many
grew stronger
magic
time
gems
by
at this
time,
place.
about to form a big tornado.
All of this just feels strange
The storm
to me.
ragged. The quiet forest was covered in white. The two people, Han-yop and Mahimyo, quickly covered themselves with shield and looked around the situation. Very soon fresh blood began to spray out on the white snow. Jin Tae-kyung's right arm was trembling, covered in veins, and his sleeve was torn. He tried to hold the spear tightly in his hand, but he is not afford to let down his guard. Soon the body of the spear slowly cracked, then shattered and fell all over the ground. When Jin Tae-kyung saw that, he was extremely frightened. Jo Pil's face turned red, his teeth were clenched like he also don't want to let down his guard. He kneeling on one side without moving. Jin Tae-kyung stared at the other side without blinking. And suddenly he lose his energy and going to fall in ground. At this moment the system notification sounded ring.
You have completed your quest. You have defeated one word, one strike Jo Pil. Your reward has been given.
After reading the notification, Jin Tae-kyung finally relief. He didn't have any strength left. On other side, Jo Pil right side got hold due to powerful attack. Suddenly a feet appeared near to Jin Tae-kyung. He opened his eyes to look. He barely saw the feet goes towards Jo Pil. Looking at this with fearful eyes. Suddenly Jo Pil head rolling in front of him. He closed his eyes to saw this a relief. Who just arrived is the boy Seoin. The boy's hand tightly gripped the small knife. He tilted his head back to the heavens, crying and laughing, looking extremely pitiful. The Jin Tae-kyung teammates running towards them. Certain in the cave, someone pointed forward and shouted,
"It is there, we found more stars, look at these magic stones, great. We did it." A group of people went into the cave looking for magic stones. One person held a newly found stone in his hand and happily said to the captain, "You've won the tricks."
The captain holding magical stone said, "Size like this should fetch us about $100.
The hearing that, Jin Tae-kyung amazed, "Whoa, seriously? Then how much is all of this?" Looking at the magical stone, he thinks himself, "Mom, Hyun, will finally be able to move to the safe district."
Looking at the vice leader emotional like this, asking, "Is it normal for us to get this many magic stone?" But he doesn't replied, still looking at the magical stone.
"With all my magic gems, I should have about $2,000, and if I sell some of my gears, I should have about $500. Combine that with all my other pays, I should have."
The other hunting after looking both of them asked the girl, "Is this your first time at a raid?"
The girl laughed little, then answer yes.
Then the hunter explained the girl, "It's actually pretty rare for a situation like this. In AF rank 8, it's pretty common to have about 1 or 2 of these magic gems, and even if your luck is amazing, you won't get any more than 5. Not to mention, we haven't even finished our raid."
Suddenly Captain asked the group, "How far have we come?"
One of the hunter answered, "We're almost at the end."
To hear that, captain said, "If we take the route on the right, we should arrive at the boss zone." Suddenly his eyes notice, it's Jin Tae-kyung. He looks so excited.
Jin Tae-kyung says to other hunter, "Have you got all the magic gems, right? Then prepare for himself, let's hurry and take care of that bastard."
The captain looked at him like this, then said, "Hold up. Let's first think this though."
Jin Tae-kyung after hear that, leader. What else is there to think about?
No, but that's the thing. The monsters we've been facing have all been but these common goblins. So it doesn't make sense that there are this many magic germs at this place. All of this just feels strange to me.
Jin Tae-kyung hit his spear on ground and got attention. What do you mean strange? I think you're the strange one if you want to abandon a raid as amazing as this. And it looks like all of the team members want to finish it as well.
The captain after hear that put hand on his forehead. I understand your feelings. However, we're already got more than enough magic gems. Let's just be satisfied with this and get out of here.
The other members loudly shouted no, we are against that. We want to finish the raid.
Jin Tae-kyung also against it. Let's go by majority rule. How about that? Sounds good.
The captain still embarrassing putting his hand on his forehead, then said fine, fine. But you guys better gear up properly.
To hearing that all the members with excitement says yes, sir. Just a moment later, after going deep inside, Jin Tae-kyung really regretted it. His face turned pale, his eyes open wide with fear. Each killing members loudly screams. In the cave, many members of the group died and were injured in front of Jin Tae-kyung. Right now as a giant monster, he clenched his teeth to try to keep himself calm before this terrifying scene. The giant monster with blood-red eyes stared at Jin Tae-kyung without blinking. The captain was knocked down and lay face down in the ground trying to call Jin Tae-kyung's name to warn him. The monster heard this sound and immediately raised its foot and stamped down on the position where the captain was lying. Seeing the scene, Jin Tae-kyung was scared and quickly called out to him. The captain's body lay flat under the monster's claws, fresh blood spurting from his mouth. The last bit of strength to remind Jin Tae-kyung to quickly run away. Jin Tae-kyung cried in pain, his whole body trembling, and said, "Hyung. Cheon So Hyung, there seemed to be no survivors here." The ground was full of flesh and blood and human body parts. Jin Tae-kyung screamed loudly and jumped up from the bed. The nightmare from the past and the real world made tremble in fear, temporarily not knowing where he was. The sound of a book closing was heard softly.
Wei Pang stood up and said, worriedly, "You are finally awake."
Outside, the upstairs floor is covered by a mist. Jin Tae-kyung asked, "How long have I been asleep?"
Wei Pang quickly said, "You've been unconscious for 5 days. Since you were in critical condition. The head physical stated that you probably wouldn't even make it to the next
Jin
day."
Tae-kyung happily shouted,
After hearing
"Does that
those
mean
words,
I'm stronger
my
than Joe
lord
Pill?"
became extremely enraged. If I wasn't there to stop him, he would have probably beat the head physician to death.
Jin Tae-kyung heard that and tied his hair up while exclaiming, "Ah. So aside from that, nothing major happened?"
Wei Pang shook his head and replied, "No, a lot has happened. I actually have good news, and also even better news. Which one would you like to hear first?"
Jin Tae-kyung's whole body was wrapped in bandages and he slowly said, "Good news."
Wei Pang clasped his hands behind his back and nodded once, then said, "The survivors from the Shuozuo region have all safely returned back to their homes. From your group, only 2 suffered injuries. But they were not in life-threatening conditions." Wei Pang was about to continue speaking, when Jin Tae-kyung suddenly interrupted him.
He frowned and asked, "Survivors?" pausing for a moment. Jin Tae-kyung's remembered a subordinate under his command, but he couldn't remember the name that Joe Pill killed first. He quickly continued, "Were you guys able to recover his corpse?"
Wei Pang nodded slightly and replied, "Maybe, and we gave him a proper burial. He seemed to be an orphan, so we couldn't find any relatives to return his belongings." Hearing this, Jin Tae-kyung sullenly fell silent and did not say anything. Wei Pang saw this and softly called, "Third young master." Jin Tae-kyung did not answer. Wei Pang continued, "A martial warrior is not someone who seeks to receive protection. But rather, a martial warrior must fight enemies in order to prove their existence. Even if the opponent they encounter kills them, as they are much stronger than them. That is why the ones who are living must remember them in their hearts. And carry them to the place of their dreams. So that their deaths will not have been in vain."
Jin Tae-kyung suddenly he opened his mouth and let out a long breath, then smiled in relief, thinking clearly about what Wei Pang had just told him. Jin Tae-kyung raised his head and looked out the window at the sky. He mumbled softly, "To the place of their dreams." I wonder what his dream was.
Wei Pang suddenly told his dreams. He wanted to become the greatest martial master under the heavens.
To hear that, Jin Tae-kyung was startled and almost fell.
That'll be a long and brutal journey.
You're right. What a joke, haha.
It seems you're finally back to your usual self.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. Now I shall tell you the even better news. 2 days ago, a big battle had ensued. At Hengshui, 100 elite warriors of the main family had a fight with 200 vanguard warriors of the Mount Heng Sword sector. To put it short, we had an overwhelming victory. Only 30 warriors of the Mount Heng Sword sector survived and escaped. Those numbers are the same as the warriors that were injured on our side. Although we weren't able to capture Li Xiaoguang, the lesser family head of the Mount Heng Sword sector, we were still able to defeat the 2 martial masters in the Peak Realm who were under his jurisdiction. They were known as the Twin Demons of Mount Heng.
Jin Tae-kyung turned around and asked, "Did you? I mean, did the head elder defeat them?"
Wei Pang raised his hand, and scratched his face with nervous and said, "No, it was me and my lord that took each of them on ourselves. If I had to be honest, they weren't half bad. Unfortunately, since it was a first that required us to put our lives on the line, it couldn't be helped that those two were killed by our hands.
Hearing these words, Jin Tae-kyung thought the fight with Joe Pill, my fight with Joe Pill almost got me killed. But he had a fight with a martial master with the same spiritual realm as my opponent, and he said what? They weren't half bad. This dude is a damn monster.
Wei Pang, who was drinking water opposite side. He finished drinking the cup of water and placed it on the table. Then he slowly said, I'm impressed. Having said this, he immediately stopped.
Jin Tae-kyung let out a curious sound at this point.
Wei Pang, continue. One word, one strike, Joe Pill. Words can't express how astonished I was. Giving him respect with his both hands, and continue, quite simply, I am amazed.
To hearing those words, Jin Tae-kyung cheeks blushed. He smiles, aha. Yeah, well. I was somehow able to pull it off. But I think it's even more impressive than you and my brother.
Wei Pang suddenly spoke up and said, however, if I remember the amount of times you've caused trouble for us, it still makes my blood boil.
This statement made Jin Tae-kyung embarrassed. The smile on his face disappeared.
Wei Pang continue, nobody expected this outcome. The third young master, who would steal the family's funds and blow it all at a brothel. The same one that would stumble around in the streets, piss drunk. And the one who would always tarnish the family's name and honor. Would become this respectable and dependable figure. Jin Tae-kyung embarrassing hearing all of this. His body becomes sweat. I, Wei Pang, am quite impressed. Although I hate to admit it. Wei Pang looking at Jin Tae-kyung like this, he smiles and teasing it.
For those embarrassing words, Jin Tae-kyung thought himself, then just cuss me out, instead of being passive-aggressive, you bastard. I'll let it slide, because you're a higher level than me. Shit. And point both fingers towards Wei Pang to showing his angers, and said I was just lucky. It's also because Joe Pill let his guard down.
To hear those words and his reaction, Wei Pang says, no, that is not the case. It was all purely a difference in skill. Losing because you let your guard down, or that they had a secret weapon in store are all just excuses. Wei Pang raise his hand and show courage to explain, if that was all took to defeat that infamous Joe Pill, then his title, one word one strike, would have never been given to him in the first place. And that's because only the strongest can survive in this world of Murim.
Jin Tae-kyung happily shouted, does that mean I'm stronger than Joe Pill?
Wei Pang frowned confused and said, what the hell are you talking about? It's obvious that Joe Pill is much stronger than you. Do you think a martial master in the peak realm is a joke? You were just strong enough to kill Joe Pill by using underhanded methods.
Looking at the opponent sitting on the chair talking loudly, Jin Tae-kyung hates and silently scolds, stop humiliating me, you damn Wei Pang.
Wei Pang continued talking, anyhow, what's certain is that the Mount Hung Sword sector received a heavy blow from this incident.
I would assume so, since they lost 3 martial masters in the peak realm.
Not only that, there's something that caused them an even bigger loss than what's been mentioned before.
What do you mean?
Wei Pang going to explain, then suddenly a voice interrupt.
Justification that a person pushed the door and walked towards both of them to continue. They lost their justification as to why they started this war. Since the third young master of the Jin family of Taiyuan is strong enough to not rely on cheap pretty gimmicks like poison.
Wei Pang stand up and greetings my lord.
The person who just arrived was head of the family. His eyes were full of water. He cried out in pain, sure enough I'm here. As soon as he saw clearly who was coming, Jin Tae-kyung showed an extremely hateful face. The head of the family quickly spread his arms and rushed towards the bed, half happily shouting, my younger brother.
Jin Tae-kyung was extremely scared. He turned around in panic and shouted, get away from me. But there was no time left. The head of the family quickly hugged him younger brother and didn't let go. Tears and snot smeared all over her face. Seeing the scene, Jin Tae-kyung shouted in panic, oh, I'm the patient is the patient. No matter how he tried, he couldn't push his brother away. Jin Tae-kyung let out a long miserable scream. The scream echoed throughout the large building. He thought helplessly, please leave me alone.
Night fell. At the edge of the forest were several tents of the Sword Hang Mountain. Inside a tent a painful sound rang out, and after the blow a person fell straight to the ground. With angers, even if you are my son, you will most definitely be punished for causing our defeat this time. Get out of my sight at once.
The person who had just been beaten immediately stood up, bowed his head, clasped his hands and said, as you wish, father.
Still not calmed down, Liu Guang shouted loudly. Everyone listen carefully. Due to this war, we lose 200 of our warriors and 2 martial masters in the peak realm, the twin demons of Mount Hang. These losses occurred because we were overconfident in ourselves and let our guard down. Whether you purchase vagabonds from the black market or hire bandits from different regions, do whatever means necessary in order to recruit more soldiers. Forget about our honor and reputation. All that matters is power. And that's because if we lose this war, not only will we lose our honor but our lives as well. Again loudly shouted. You have 4 days. After 4 days, we shall attack the Jin family of Taiyuan once more. Your wish is our command.
Bandages were removed from Jin Tae-kyung's body.
Seeing the condition and seeing his wound, he opened his eyes wide in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is unheard of. For the past 10 years that I've worked at the infirmary, this is my first time seeing something like this."
Jin Tae-kyung didn't say anything. He opened his hand and looked at it, then thought to himself, even so, leveling up doesn't give me a full recovery. Well, that's good. It would have been hard to avoid any suspicious if I recovered everything anyway.
While thinking about this, the doctor standing opposite suddenly pointed and rolled his eyes and continued, "Even if the recovery effects of the 100-year ginseng is considered divine, this is way too fast."
Jin Tae-kyung mumbled, 100-year ginseng? A 100-year aged herbal ginseng? What does that have anything to do with me? You old geezer. While staring him,
seeing Jin Tae-kyung somber and not saying anything, the doctor quickly covered his mouth and exclaimed, "Ah, I forgot you lost your memories. So, the things is, about a year ago, there was a time when the medicinal hall storage was completely cleaned out."
Jin Tae-kyung thought, the bastard who did that was me.
At this time the doctor continued, the head physician was enraged. Even if you have money, acquiring a 100-year ginseng is not an easy task. But you consumed a spiritual medicine that can instantly increase your internal chi by 20 years.
Hearing the doctor say that, Jin Tae-kyung thought in horror, increase QI by 20 years? So that's what that was. Ah. My precious 100-year ginseng. Remembering a scene that happened in the snowy forest, he muttering, held his head, and tilted his neck to groans. I can't believe I consumed that without even realizing how amazing that was. Ah. I'm going crazy. I didn't know it was that precious. But that was the only thing I could during that situation.
The doctor was a little scared and trembling, looked at him trembling. A moment later, he announced, "You're almost completely recovered, so there shouldn't be any more problems. I'm going."
Jin Tae-kyung still didn't pay attention to him. He screamed in frustration, what a waste, waiting for the doctor to leave. Jin Tae-kyung immediately checked his stats on the system from start to finish. His eyes suddenly glowed in surprise. Jin Tae-kyung couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "I gained 13 levels in an instant. Not only did I gain a lot of fame, but QI increased as well. So I really did defeat that martial master in the peak realm, Jo Pil. I'm seriously amazing. To think there was a time where I was scared of a mere bandit." You've really grown, Jin Tae-kyung? Getting emotional after seeing his status. Also look at and saw I got a brand new skill, One Strike. It's just the name is One Strike, but it's pretty much the same as my piercing with all my might skill. But the important part is that, since my body in real life is that of a F-rank hunter, using that skill once was my limit. But now that I'm in the body of level 30 martial warrior, I should be able to use that skill more than once, right? Is it because I'm in a game? Or is it originally a skill that allows me to use it more than once? Jin Tae-kyung's ear suddenly rang out a soft conversation.
Master Jin?
It's the third young master. There he is.
I hear that he was the one that killed Jo Pil.
Looking at them, they all mumbling to each other.
It only took him a day as well.
I heard that he took on 100 people. Good morning, Master Jin.
To hearing those words, he remembers the head of the family told him, "There's rumors that you took an army of warrior in order to defeat Jo Pil and 100 of his men. And that you are a hero who safely rescued people of the Shuozuo region." Ah. I totally forgot about that. I guess the rumors became bigger than I thought. Well, this is a bit embarrassing. But even still, it's not a bad feeling. Who knows when I'll get a chance like this again. It's thanks to this that my fame has significantly increased. I mean, it's also because of Jin Tae-kyung, too. He wanted to prove to people that the rumors were true, that he did that to me back then. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to hide in the jungle. But it also feels so good. This is why games are so scary. I'm starting to enjoy the life of the Jin Tae-kyung in the Murim game. It's time for me to leave this place. There's only 2 more conditions that I need to meet in order to log out. Since my fame is rising automatically, as more people hear about my rumors, I just need to wait. The problem is my rank. I was planning to use the QI from the 100-year ginseng in order to see the difference between first rate and second rate, but I blew that away. So I don't really have anything else I can do. If that's the case, I'll have no choice but to go find someone who might know the answer to my issue. Standing at the main building of the family. It's always best to ask when you lack knowledge.
Looking at his younger brother and smile and saying welcome.
Greetings, big brother.
I received word from the lower district sector. It seems Mount Heng Sword sector is planning to recruit more soldiers.
Hearing the words, then asked, will it be a difficult battle?
That is why. We're planning to attack their main force before they have the chance to do so.
To hear that, Jin Tae-kyung, when will that be?
In 2 days.
To hear those words, Jin Tae-kyung didn't say anything. Few minutes late, I see. And then nervously thought himself, shit. Why is it so soon? Will I be able to log out before then?
Thankfully, the 5 gates of Shangxi, whom the main family has always maintained a good relationship with, had decided to assist us. I wish for you to take a part of their forces and protect our rear.
Suddenly system notification ring out.
Quest appeared. Jin Waikyung has tasked you with the duty of protecting their rear. By accepting this quest, other martial warrior will be moved by your courage and determination, and will start to praise your name. Type, short-term quest. Rank, second rate. Restrictions, only for Jin Tae-kyung. Objective, accept Jin Waikyung's condition incomplete. Quest reward, increase fame by 10. Quest failure, decrease fame by 10.
To read the notification, nervously said to his big brother, I'll do it. I accept. Then thinking, I doubt I'll still be here by then system will force me to accept it. To hearing those words, head of the family smiled and said thank you. I'm glad I can depend on you. With just your presence, you'll most certainly increase our morale. Hearing that, Jin Tae-kyung immediately hummed, and looked at Jin Waikyung, who was writing something on paper. Jin Tae-kyung scratched his face and cautiously said, I have a few questions.
Jin Waikyung immediately stopped writing. He raised his head and said, go ahead.
Jin Tae-kyung arranged his words for a moment, and then said, you see, I'm somehow still in the second-rate realm and…
Jin Waikyung's interrupted in doubt, are you on the second rate?
That's right, Jin Tae-kyung replied, that's why I'm wondering if you knew what I needed to do in order to increase my realm.
Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Waikyung's interrupted once again. He smiled fully proudly, say you are the highest level.
Jin Tae-kyung didn't understand, he repeated again, I'm only second rate.
Jin Waikyung waved his hand and said no, you're a first rate. Not to mention, a first-rate warrior who was able to defeat a peak realm warrior.
No, I'm telling you. I'm pretty sure I'm still a second rate.
Jin Waikyung asked suspiciously, who said that to you?
Hearing this question, Jin Tae-kyung scolded softly and muttering, this is frustrating. It's not like I can show him my system status. Then he replied, well, nobody really said I'm a second rate. It's hard to explain, but I just think I'm still a second-rate warrior.
Jin Waikyung's eyebrows frowned slightly. He continued to ask the question, so it's yourself that believes you're a second-rate warrior?
Jin Tae-kyung bowed his head and said yes. Hearing that, Jin Waikyung's immediately said, that's easy. As soon as this sentence was finished, Jin Tae-kyung's eyes glowed. He excitedly exclaimed, really?
Jin Waikyung's didn't answer, but stood up from the chair and walked out. He dipped a finger into the cup of tea sitting on the table.
Jin Tae-kyung's eyes sparkled with anticipation, following his brother's every move. A word appeared in front of him. Jin Tae-kyung watched intently, then raised his head and asked, XIN, that stands for belief?
Jin Waikyung clasped his hands behind his back and nodded slightly, saying, you just have to believe in yourself.
Jin Tae-kyung said sadly, what does that have anything to do with raising my realm stage?
Jin Waikyung calmly replied, it has everything to do with it. And that's because martial arts begins with belief.
Jin Tae-kyung's whole body was suddenly a bit surprised by this. He thought to himself, it begins with belief. What do I believe? What have I been believing in this whole time? The system. The reason why I kept thinking I was a second-rate warrior was because the system kept telling me I was a second-rate warrior. But wasn't the system designed to only tell me the truth? Is there any system in this world that tells its users false information? But according to Jin Waikyung, I'm already a first-rate warrior. And if what the system said isn't a lie, then the fact that I believe I'm still second-rate is because the system is a mere reflection of myself? I was able to defeat a first-rate warrior. Lee Seogun took down a group of mercenaries all by myself. And killed a martial master in the peak realm as well. Lots of thoughts running on his mind. Damn it! Then there's no way I'm still a second-rate warrior. Then he speak out in belief, I'm already a first-rate warrior. The lots of system notification ring.
You have attained first-rate spiritual realm. The realms of your skills have increased by 1 as well. Your external and internal state has significantly improved. The base of your abdomens has increased. You have level up.
Each system notification ringing in Jin Tae-kyung's ears.
Your reputation has increased by 1. Your reputation has increased by 1. Your reputation has increased by 1.
Walking on the street, Jin Tae-kyung listened to people cheering and waving back, thinking to herself, looking at the way these people are treating me, it's as if I've always been loved by the people. My fame isn't rising anymore, now that everyone has practically heard about me. That's why I'm forced to resort to doing shit like this.
Was thinking about this, someone walked up and clasped his hands to introduce himself, Master Jin. Protector of the third gate, Jun, shows his respect.
Jin Tae-kyung replied, hello. After saying that, he smiled and continued walking forward, not forgetting to wave to the people on both sides of the road. After walking a few steps, Jin Tae-kyung seemed to remember something, so he turned around and asked, wait, are you one of the 5 people guarding Shangxi?
Jun heard the question and immediately nodded and replied, that's right.
Jin Tae-kyung's smile spread brightly. He grabbed Jun's hands and narrowed his eyes and said, oh. Thank you for coming this far to assist us.
Jun heard that and quickly shook his head and said, please don't mention it. The third gate is honored by the fact that the Jin family of Taiyuan has included in their glorious mission.
Jin Tae-kyung thought, thanks for raising my fame and coming here to fight in my stead. After that, Jin Taekyung immediately clasped his hands and said, since the Imperial Protectors of the Jade Emperor is here, I shall take my leave and…
Before he could finish his sentence, June interrupted. If it's okay with you, would you care to have some tea with us?
Jin Taekyung shook his head, he pointed to the medicinal hall and said, I'm sorry. I have something I must do right now. Inside the medical hall, moans and groans rang out incessantly. Someone groaned and said,
I'm about to die. The patient lying next to him heard that and said,
It's a miracle that you aren't dead in the first place.
Mahim Yo nodded and said, You're right. When I close my eyes, I'm reminded of the time when Joe Pil used his one palm strike. He's a monster. How was he able to pull off something like that?
Han Yop lay on the hospital bed thinking for a while and then slowly said, It's because he's a martial master in the Peak Realm.
Mahim Yo turned around in confusion and asked, Hey, are you serious? Okay with that?
Han Yop lay still and absent-mindedly replied, What do you mean? The fact that I'm weak?
Mahim Yo sadly said, No, that's not what I was trying to say.
I've always known that I'm weak. It's just that I never wanted to accept it. Thinking few minutes late, then continue, but from now on, I'm going to try my best to become stronger. As strong as Joe Pil. No. Way stronger than Joe Pil.
Hearing the other person say that, Mahim Yo couldn't believe it and exclaimed, You?
Han Yop nodded, and now clenched his hands together, determined to say, Once I started to think like that, I felt a lot happier. I realized that if I became a martial master in the Peak Realm, then I can be really strong. So that's what I kept telling myself. People might laugh at me, but it's all about how much effort I put in to accomplish that.
Hearing these words, Mahim Yo, sitting on bed absent-mindedly thinking, even he changed his mind, as if receiving strength from the person next to him. Mahim Yo also clenched his fist and raised it seriously, saying, No, I will be the one to achieve it first. After saying that, they both turned to look at each other and smiled, their eyes revealing great determination.
The door was opened slightly and hearing all the conversation, then it's closed without making any noise. It's Jin Taekyung hearing his teammates laugh and talking to each other. After hearing their thoughts, his face expression become ugly and saying, I was wondering what these guys were talking about. But these idiots are filming their own drama in there. They're way too cringy. I was planning to give them a farewell before the war began. Then he smiles and thinking, let's just go. There's no reason for me to talk to them, right? I should just be satisfied with seeing their faces. Suddenly he noticed someone in front of him.
Say why, approached from nowhere. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Jin Taekyung, then said, It's Mr. Savior.
In another hospital room, as soon as Jin Taekyung walked in, Gang Chong and Seo-chan smiled and greeted. Jin Taekyung was pulled over by Seiyu. He laughed and asked, how are you feeling?
After hearing that, Gang Chong immediately replied, I'm practically all healed. I've been recuperating for a long time. In any case, I heard that a big war will begin soon. I hope everything is going well, in terms of preparation.
Hearing these words, Jin Taekyung was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, weren't the main forces the only ones who knew about this? If someone like Gong Yachung, who's been spending his entire time in the infirmary, knows about this news, then doesn't that mean practically everyone in the Jin family of Taiyuan is aware this as well? This war. Is it going to be okay? What if a spy from the Mount Hung Sword sector hears about this news? At this moment, the system rang a new notification.
Someone has heard about your rumors and is moved by your deeds. Your fame has raised by 1.
After reading this notification, Jin Taekyung to himself, whatever, it's not like it matters, since it'll soon have nothing to do with me.
Seeing Jin Taekyung not answer, Gang Chong suddenly called out, Master Jin.
Jin Taekyung woke up from his thoughts, he nodded slightly and replied, well. Everything is progressing smoothly.
Hearing that, Gong Chung immediately said, Since it's a battle that will decide the fate of the family, I'm sure the young master is quite concerned. In any case, I'm glad I was able to recover the belongings you left behind.
Hearing that, Jin Taekyung was extremely confused. He asked suspiciously, Did I forget something? I don't think it was me.
Before he could finish his sentence, Seo-chan brought a yellow bag in front of Jin Taekyung. Gang Chung explained, Since you were unconscious, these are the items that you weren't able to recover. It's always best to return things which are not yours. Gang Chung smiled and said humbly, Please open it when you get the chance. If possible, away from suspicious eyes.
Hearing that, Jin Taekyung thought to himself, what is this? Is it something important? After asking a bit, Jin Taekyung took his bag and went back home. Entering his room, he quickly opened the bag. When he saw what was inside, he was extremely surprised and exclaimed, Damn! This is so crazy. After saying this sentence, new notifications continuously appeared in front of Jin Taekyung.
Item, Divine Palm of Fire. Type, Martial Arts Scroll. Rank, Transcendence. Restriction, only for the possessor of Divine Flames. One of the secret technique that belongs to the Burning Flame family. A move that utilizes power of the fire and heat. Effect, able to learn the Divine Palm of Fire. Second item, Burning Flame Pill. Type, Spiritual Pill. Rank, Peak. Restrictions, none. Secret spiritual pill of the burning flame family. Effect, upon consumption, receive 30 years of QI. Side effect, if you are unable to control the powerful flame given by the spiritual pill, you will end up suffering a violent death. Third item, a nameless sword, type, blade. Rank, none. Restrictions, none. A very sharp blade forged from the 10,000-year tempered steel. After consuming the blood of humans for many years, the blade has changed by itself. In order to draw out the true potential of the blade, a special condition must be met. Effect, unknown.
Looking at the 3 sparkling items in front of him, Jin Tae-kyung exclaimed, "Ah! If you were planning to give me these amazing items, you should have done so from the start of this game. It's pretty obvious that you're trying to make me play this game for a bit longer." Then angry shouted, "Nope. I won't fall for it." Then again looking at items that make him to get it. What if I consumed that spiritual pill and also learned to utilize the divine palm of fire? I can probably summon fire from my hands just like Joe Pill. I'll look super damn cool. What if I fail? I can't put out the fire. Ah. Safety is my #1 priority. Let's never forget that. The moment I start to stray away from that path, I'll be killed. Suddenly notification ring.
Rumors about your deeds are continuing to spread. Your fame has risen by 1.
After reading the notification, Jin Tae-kyung to himself, yeah. I'm almost there. I just need to focus on staying safe until I get out of this place.
At night in a small hall, a cold voice rang out. Everything was still under control?
A great elder of the Jin family heard the question and immediately replied, most definitely. I even finished positioning my forces.
Receiving this answer, the person wearing a black robe standing behind reminded again, don't let your guard down. If that clever lesser family head catches wind of our plan, things will get complicated.
The great elder faintly said, don't worry, I have finished preparing everything.
Hearing this, the person wearing a black cloak burst out laughing. A few times he did not say anything more and quickly disappeared into the forest night.
At this time there was only the great elder left here. He raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky, thinking in his heart, the day the 2 great families of the province of Shaanxi collide with one another. Everything will finally come to an end, and a new era shall begin. I shall become the family head of the Jin family of Taiyuan. And I shall reunite the province of Shaanxi and become its ruler.
The next morning war flags flew all over the big streets and small alleys. The sound of war drums resounded with full force at the training ground. Jin Tae-kyung suddenly felt a bit worried. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the information screen in front of him. The content on it read,
Restrictions, only for Jin Tae-kyung. Objectives, attain THR rank of first rate complete. Attain level 30 complete. Attain 500 fame 475/500. Quest reward, log out.
Jin Tae-kyung clenched his teeth with determination. At this moment a notification appeared.
Everyone in the Jin family of Taiyuan has heard of your rumors.
Jin Tae-kyung's eyes, his face contorted and looked extremely uncomfortable. He silently cursed, standing in the middle of a large training ground surrounded by a powerful army lined up strictly. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, at this rate, I'm actually going to have to participate in this war.
All the Jin family soldiers standing in the ground, waiting for head of the family. And the head of the family slowly reaching to the ground. The atmosphere is so intense, even elders of the family looking at head of the family. The head of the family Wee Jin standing in front of the soldiers. The head of the family silently release aura to his body. The soldiers got attention due to that aura. All the soldiers looking at head of the family straight. The head of the family humbly said, I'm going to be honest. Enemies outnumber us in the amount of soldiers and martial masters in the peak realm. To hear those words, soldiers got nervous and fear can seem on their faces. The head of the family shouted. However, they're no different from a wolf with many heads. Their forces are composed of thugs, gold-hungry mercenaries, and bandits who steal from others. These bastards do not have a shred of dignity and honor within them. Hearing Jin Tae-kyung's speech, the great elder furrowed his eyebrows in thought. Jin Tae-kyung on one side also hated and cursed in his head, not understanding what his brother was talking nonsense about. Jin Tae-kyung stood high, not bothering to pay attention to the things around him, but continued to speak, it'll become a hellish battle where we shall put our lives on the line. I cannot guarantee that you will make it back alive. Then with angers and courage shouted. However, we will most definitely emerge victorious. The worthy shall survive. Put everything you have on the line and survive till the end. As soon as these words ended, the soldiers below immediately stamped their feet and shouted, causing dust and sand to fly up. Everyone quickly set out on the march. The winding mountain road could not stop their footsteps. At night the soldiers rested at the edge of the forest. Small groups gathered in one place to start a fire. Food and water were placed on the ground. Someone suddenly asked,
What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the infirmary?
He straightened his back and puffed out his chest, replied, I'm the one who knows the best about my body's condition than anyone else. Did you really think I'd miss out on a battle that involves the name of our family?
Jin Taekyung didn't pay attention. He raised his eyebrows and reminded him, you seem tired out. It's not too late, so why don't you just head back?
Mu Jin immediately stood up. He flexed his arms to show his strength and then replied, what do you mean? I Hyuk Mu Jin is a man. Just walking for a day isn't going to tire me out.
So you're really not tired?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying you're perfectly normal, right?
Of course, sir.
Jin Taekyung immediately pointed to the group of people setting up camp not far away, raised his eyebrows and said, then stand up and help these guys set up the tent.
Hearing this sentence, Mu Jin suddenly shouted, Erg. After being attacked by Joe Pil, my internals are still messed up. Showing himself in pain.
Before he could finish his words, Jin Taekyung rushed forward. He threw up his hands and shouted angrily, you said you had fully recovered, but this damn guy was arguing loudly in front of him.
Suddenly a person appeared and asked, is this guy injured?
At first Jin Taekyung and Mu Jin didn't realize who they were. They both stopped moving and looked up when it became clear that the person coming was Jin Wee-kyung. Mu Jin quickly clasped his hands and said, I'm bear chief.
Jin Taekyung also quickly bowed and paid his respects to the head of the family.
Jin Wee-kyung heard that and immediately dismissed him. He waved his hand and said, sit, looks like you're not in the best shape. However, I can assure you that your internals have completely healed.
Mu Jin stammered in fear, cried out, forgive me.
Jin Wee-kyung laughed and turned away, leaving Hook Mu Jin trembling and standing still, not daring to move. He said to Jin Taekyung, will you go for a walk with me? They both quickly found a quiet place to go. The night had now fallen, the cold moon hung high above. Jin Wee-kyung asked, how do you feel?
I'm fine, Jin Taekyung replied.
Hearing that, Jin Wee-kyung immediately nodded and said, very good.
At this time Jin Taekyung thought, after leveling up and distributing my status points, my body is actually in a better shape than before.
The two continued to walk forward. Jin Wee-kyung spoke again, you've been assigned to be on rearguard duty, and will only have to deal with a few martial warriors of our faction.
Jin Taekyung thought to himself, well, since my fame hadn't really been rising, this is a good chance for me to ask him. So he immediately bowed his head, clasped his hands and said, please. Give me a mission.
Jin Wee-kyung was surprised by this statement. He turned his head and asked again, huh? A mission?
Jin Taekyung nodded and replied, since my body is completely healed, I want to accomplish a great deed for the main family.
These words came out of his younger brother's mouth, making Jin Wee-kyung a bit surprised and unable to believe it. His eyes filled with tears and he asked emotionally, is that you've been thinking about this whole time?
Jin Taekyung nodded and said, just leave it to me.
As soon as these words ended, Jin Wee-kyung suddenly raised his hand to wipe his tears. He said, thinking admirably, thank you little brother.
Seeing his brother like that, Jin Taekyung thought inexplicably, why are you crying? Well, I don't feel the best about doing this, but I'll need to hurry and log out before the main battle happens.
At this moment Jin Wee-kyung spoke again, but I'm afraid I can't do so.
Hearing that, Jin Taekyung inexplicably exclaimed, how, why not?
Jin Wee-kyung clasped his hands behind his back and slowly explained, I'll just appreciate your thoughts. Just focus on protecting our rear.
Jin Taekyung quickly protested, no, but I really need to accomplish a great deed and…
Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Wee-kyung interrupted, you've already done more than enough.
Jin Taekyung refused to give up. He continued to persuade, then can you give me a reconnaissance mission or something? I can go and check if there are any enemies lying in ambush over there.
Listen to me. Having said this, Jin Wee-kyung immediately placed his hand on his shoulder and softly called out to his younger brother. He said, seriously, you've already been assigned to one of the most important duties for us.
Hearing this sentence, Jin Taekyung was confused for a second. He felt quite interested, so he looked up and asked, what is it?
Jin Wee-kyung smiled silently and said nothing. A moment later he slowly said the two words, to survive.
As soon as these two words were said, Jin Taekyung's eyes suddenly opened wide.
Jin Wee-kyung placed his hands on his younger brother's shoulders and said gently, you must do whatever you can in order to survive. Even if the main family is on the verge of destruction, you must run as far as you can. Do you understand? To hear those words, Jin Taekyung feel confused. The head of the family continue, if the root survives, then the tree will grow once more. You and the second younger brother are both capable of becoming an even greater figure than I. He smiles, then put hand on his head and said, so please keep that in mind. That is your mission. Saying that he walk away, leaving behind Jin Taekyung, and Jin Taekyung watching his big brother on his behind for hearing those words.
The next day, when dewdrops remained on the tree branches, the group finished cleaning up everything. Everyone quickly set out to march forward. Jin Taekyung frowned as he walked, not knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, suddenly a person came from behind and said,
at the speed we're going, we should arrive at Dingxing by tomorrow.
Jin Taekyung turned his head and looked back a bit wildly. What caught his eye was the smiling face of a man. Jin Taekyung didn't recognize this person for a moment. He raised his eyebrows and asked, who are you?
In the middle of the vast mountain road, the man answered, I'm the protector of the third gate, Kwok Jun. I'm pretty sure I introduced myself before. We even shook hands.
After hearing and seeing that person still didn't recognize him, and thinking himself, do you think you're the only one I've shaken hands with in order to raise my fame? I guess he was one of those people. Then nervously smile and answer, I apologize. I don't have the best memory to speak.
Kwok Jun also smiled after hearing the words and said, "That's okay. Let's keep going." They both walking step to step with each other. Jun continued talking. "To be quite honest with you, I was pretty disappointed in the fact that we were assigned to be on rearguard duty."
Jin Tae-kyung curiously asked, "Why is that?"
Kwok Jun explained, "Well, not only does it diminish our chance of accomplishing a great deed, but it also reduces our chance of witnessing the Great Lord's Blade of Flower."
Jin Tae-kyung slightly frowned and silently repeated this name, Blade of Flower?
Jun continued, "Although the lesser family head and an esteemed figure like you is participating in this battle, the existence of the Blade of Flower is known all throughout the mainlands." Hearing this, Jin Tae-kyung seemed to realize something and thought, he's talking about the head elder. Is that old geezer really that amazing? Jun continues, "He's a hero that was born during the times of the Great War of the Orthodox and Unorthodox, and he was known as an honorable warrior who would not tolerate any injustice."
While Jun talked, the image of the great elder immediately appeared in his mind. Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, well, the last time I saw him, I got some shitty vibes from him. But maybe it was because that was my first time I've seen him. If he's really that amazing, I guess it's good that he's helping us out in this war.
Jun still whispered, "When he was young, the amount of martial master the great Blade of Flower has slain is in the hundred." His face become red with excitement, while just thinking about the battle tomorrow makes my heart pound with excitement.
Jin Tae-kyung saw Jun excitement on his face and nervously thought it's still war. How the hell is this dude not worried? So he immediately turned his head and asked, "I guess you're confident that we're going to win?"
Jun didn't need to think too much and immediately stopped and nodded and replied, "Of course. I'm certain we will win." He smiled with confidence and said, "We will definitely prevail." After saying that, he continues walking forward.
Jin Tae-kyung was a little surprised by Jun's strong belief. He stood still in one place looking at him. At this moment,
Huk Moo Jin leaned closer from behind and asked, "Who the hell is that guy?"
Jin Tae-kyung shook his head, speaking slowly, "Just a guy who's a little too optimistic about everything." On the night of our second march, we arrived at Hongshue. Jin Waikyung gathered all of the commanders for a meeting. He predicted that due to the dwindling food supplies of our enemies, amongst the 4 routes they can take in order to arrive at Dingxing, he came to the conclusion that they would take only one possible route, and decided to position our troops at that place. The 8 Spring Gorge. The entrance to this gorge is very narrow and shaped like a jar, and has very steep edges, so it's a good place to set up an ambush. Not to mention, with the help of the lower district sects, Wolwa, we were able to position about 100 archers on the cliff's edge beforehand. And at dawn, 300 warriors of the Jin family of Taiyuan and 150 assisted warriors of the faction. In total, 450 forces made their way to the gorge. Looking at them top of the mountain. With sad expression, even though that was the last time I'd see him, I never got to give him a proper farewell. Sitting at the top of the mountain in one place silently, and it's already morning. His teammates coming to his behind looking at him.
"There he is. Do you think he stayed up all night over there?" Arrived at where Jin Tae-kyung sitting and calling group leader, and suddenly afraid to saw his face. "What happened to your face? Did you not sleep at all?"
He scared me.
Looking at his fame. It's 497,500 and saying I'm going home. I can finally go home.
Moo Jin hear it and thinking, wow, he's even talking to himself. Did you finally go crazy? Then suddenly saw a box with book and asked, "What's that?" I've never seen those belongings before. Jin Tae-kyung with same expression, "That? It's a martial scroll and spiritual pill. The martial scroll teaches a transcendence rank martial arts, and if you consume the spiritual pill, it'll boost your internal chi by 30 years. But apparently you'll burn to death if you take the spiritual pill when you're not ready for it. You wanna eat it?"
Moo Jin teased Jin Tae-kyung with his tongue and said, "I'm good till to enjoy learning your transcendence rank martial arts, and stuff your face full with those spiritual pill. I'm the dumb one for asking what those were."
Wave his hands to stop them and said, "Huh? But I'm serious, you little shit. It's because I don't need these things anymore."
Moo Jin replied, "Yep. Of course. You're the sleeping dragon of Shaanxi."
They don't listen. Jin Tae-kyung and going back and whispering, "We're the dumbass for being concerned about you." Jin Tae-kyung little confused, then thinking under normal circumstances, I would have slapped his face again. But I'm feeling nice, since it's the last time I'll be their group leader. Little smile on his face and cheeks become red and continue thinking, now that I think about it, a lot has happened. All of this started after I woke up in the Crimson Flower brothel, and suddenly hear voice.
"I guess by now, the war has begun." Jin Tae-kyung look his behind L. And his teammates also got attention to surprise that Jun continued talking, "Shall we start moving as well?" And he is standing with group of army to blocking the way with black outfit.
Looking at them like this, Moo Jin asked, "What the hell are you guys talking about?"
Jin Tae-kyung also looked confused and thinking, I don't remember seeing them wearing those clothes before.
Moo Jin confidently asked, "Move, Oi protector of the third gate. I think you're mistaken." Pointed his finger down and said, "But our mission is to stay here with the third young master in order to protect their rear.
Jin Tae-kyung eye focusing the situation and thinking, did that protector of the third gate receive the wrong mission? No, that's not possible. I'm getting a bad feeling about this.
June, hearing Mu Jin words, then put his hand on his chin and says, is that so? Well, that's conflicting. It seems the mission that I've received is different from yours.
Suddenly Jin Tae-kyung stood up and moved Mu Jin beside and asked to Jun how so?
To hear that, June looked straight to Jin Tae-kyung's eyes. Jin Tae-kyung also looking at him with seriously look. June noticed it and turned down his eyes, then look a spear on Jin Tae-kyung's hand. A crazy smile appeared on his face and loudly laughed and says, your scents are sharp. If that's the case, I guess I'll have no choice but to tell you what that person has told me to do. Then shouted, kill all of them, and regroup with the main force.
To hearing those words, Jin Tae-kyung become angry and his teammates shocked. And suddenly the aura coming towards Jin Tae-kyung look like they are ready for battle. Jin Tae-kyung hold his position. Jun and his all members give fearful aura. Jin Tae-kyung sense it and feeling nervous to attack.
With trembling voice, Mu Jin angry shouted, you bastard. You dare to betray the main family? You must have a death wish.
Hearing that, June replied, betray? Death wish? It seems you're the one who's mistaken. I've never betrayed anyone, nor am I going to be killed here. Not from the likes of your people, at the very least.
Mu Jin with furious loudly abused him and going for attack.
But Jin Tae-kyung suddenly stopped him with his hand and said, stand back. With fear stood in same place, didn't saying anything. Seeing him like this, Mu Jin slowly asked group leader, why are you taking them so seriously? They're the protectors of the third gate, they're nothing more than second-rate weaklings from the faction. We just need to beat their asses. And Jin Tae-kyung entrapped and with fear said, no. They're not a bunch of weaklings. They're all first-rate warriors. Then thinking himself, shit. I spent 4 days with them, and I wasn't aware of that fact. I've been too focused on logging out.
Quest appeared, eliminate the assassins. The people who have been planning this for a long time have finally made their move. Before you take care of the betrayed, you must first take care of the assassins that they have sent before you. Rank, peak, restriction, only for Jin Tae-kyung. Objective, eliminate the assassins, 0/20. Quest rewards, gain experience and fame chain quest progression. Quest failure, death.
Suddenly the assassins launched attack with full force using their heavy blade sword. Jin Tae-kyung, who was gritting his teeth to block each blow to using his spears.
The June guy laughed extremely savagely and said, I wonder how long you can withstand our attacks.
At the same time, a ray of light stabbed straight into his helicopter, causing him to be pushed back. In an urgent situation, Jin Tae-kyung was attacked by a guy on his side, so he had to move forward to avoid the attack. Next, another guy took the opportunity to swing his sword down and he ducked to avoid it. Out of nowhere, an axe flew straight into the head of one of the 3 men. The June guy had a look of utter shock and disbelief. There was a sharp thing cutting someone from the big guy. He looked down in panic. Finally, a sword stabbed straight through the other guy's chest, blood splashing everywhere. Another sword stabbed into the next guy's chest, blood spurted out of his mouth.
The June brown-haired guy gritted his teeth in disbelief. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Where the hell is he getting those weapons from? Not to mention, what's going on over there? He looks around and saw the teammates of Jin Tae-kyung also stabbing their assassins, combined their technique. Shit, I thought those bastards wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly a boom rang out in the distance. All his subordinates disappeared. Even the sword in his hand was broken. His eyes flashed with blood and his subordinate all killed by that attack, and he thought in panic, the information. Our information regarding them is completely wrong. Jin Tae-kyung isn't a lucky brat. He's a transcendence rank martial master.
After killing all of them, Jin Tae-kyung surprised few. My one-strike skill is pretty damn good.
A few minutes later, he trembled and wanted to run away because now he only had one sentence left in his mind: all quickly leave here. But before he could leave,
suddenly Jin Tae-kyung's voice rang out, don't move. That's if you want to live. He was extremely confident, pointing the spear at him and said, if you calmly obey and answer my questions, then I'll make sure you die a painless death. It didn't seem to go very well. A moment later, Jin Tae-kyung used a spear to hit him. He clenched his teeth and let out a painful groan. Jin Tae-kyung said angrily, I told you not to try to run away.
June in pain replied, nothing you say won't stop me from trying to escape from this place. A painless death? You're implying that you will still inflict some sort of injury to me.
Then do you want me to just stab you to death? Pointed sword towards him.
Now that I think about it, you're certainly right. I think I'll prefer a painless death. Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
The more you talk, the more painful it is. Then finally June clutched his stomach and knelt down on the ground, spitting out a few drops of blood. Seeing Jin Tae-kyung sitting down in front of him, his body trembled even more violently. Jin Tae-kyung looked down at him with cold eyes and said, let me ask you again. Who the hell are you guys? Where are the real protectors of the third gate? You guys from the Mount Hong sword? June still didn't want to answer. Taking the opportunity to bend down, he spit out the hidden weapon from his mouth. He glanced once and then tilted his head to one side to avoid it, so Jin Tae-kyung raised his fist and gritted his teeth at him. The sounds of punches and screams rang out continuously. After a moment, when he couldn't stand it anymore, he spoke up.
Protectors of the third gate. It's true that we're the protectors of the third gate.
One of the Jin Tae-kyung teammates come closer and said, he's lying. The protectors of the third gate are a sector that has been destroyed 30 years ago. Well, they're more like a group than a sector at this point. They're famous for taking in orphans in order to create martial warriors. But they're not the type to pull this kind of act. Isn't it possible that these bastards killed the real protectors of the third gate and are pretending to be them?
After heard that, June suddenly laughed and said, pretending? You guys still don't get it. The protectors of the third gate was created for the sole purpose of serving that man. This was the great plan that he's been preparing for over 30 years.
Jin Tae-kyung didn't seem to believe it and said 30 years? In his mind the image of the great elder appeared. He thought to himself, the only person who could have planned for something like this for over 30 years in the province of Shaanxi can only be one person. The head elder? But for what purpose? He was the one who blamed Jin Tae-kyung for the deaths of those kids. And he was also the one who suspended the political strife within the family. It was thanks to him that the Jin family of Taiyuan was unified for the upcoming battles. And suddenly he remembers something. Wait. It can't be. Then he asked Taehyun Mujin, the new recruits from the faction, how many of them join us for this battle?
Hyuk Mu Jin replied, if you combine the protectors of Third Gate and the Imperial Guards, that's a little over 100 warriors.
He asked again, how about the warriors from the head elders? Without stopping he continued, if we include the warriors from the elders' political faction, then more than half of our forces. Hyuk Mujin seemed enlightened. He spoke up. The other two people were also extremely shocked. His mind was confused. He helped Jin Tae-kyung unify the family just for this day. He did that in order to gain everything for this one battle. The forces of the main family are in trouble. The Jin Tae-kyung shouted and waved his hand. We're going to depart immediately. Hurry and get ready.
To hear that mountain keeper speak, for a while now his ears are bleeding, he whispers, it's already too late. Me, you, the Jin family of Taiyuan, as well as the Mount Hang sword sector. He laughed wildly and said the big plan has begun. His 7 intestines were bleeding. He knelt on the ground and raised his hands to the sky, screaming, from today onwards, the province of Shaanxi shall be greeted with a new master. After speaking, he spat out a large amount of blood. Then he fell to the ground and died. 4 people watched him die like this.
He died like that, Mu Jin said. It seems like he killed himself. What a cruel bastard.
Then suddenly Jin Tae-kyung's system notification rang out.
You have eliminated level 40 Kwak Jun. Assassins eliminated, 20/20ths. You have completed the quest, eliminated the assassins. Level up. You have attained 500 fame. Again, system notification rang out. You have accomplished all of the necessary requirements in order to log out.
He was overjoyed at and thought, I can finally go home. Thinking of his sister and mother waiting at home. He was extremely happy. He gave a rare sincere smile. Jin Tae-kyung picked up the spear from the ground and thought to himself, I'm sorry, please wait for me a little longer. Thinking about Jin Tae-kyung image appear his mind, he angrily thought, there are some things we have to do right now.
Again, system notification rang out. After 3 seconds, you will be logged out.
Jin Tae-kyung roared and said, what? Are you forced to log out?
System countdown start from 3.
Jin Tae-kyung began to feel that his surroundings were gradually becoming hazy.
Again, system countdown 2.
Mu Jin noticed and suddenly turned to look at him.
System countdown 1.
Mu Jin called out worriedly, leader, what's wrong? But at this moment Jin Tae-kyung could no longer open his eyes, seeing that he was about to faint. The 3 of them and Mu Jin shouted leader through their worried calls.
Jin Tae-kyung saw a bright light slowly going far from him. Then there's no light, it's black. Still a never-ending black, no brightness appeared. Jin Tae-kyung suddenly cried out. The light flash slowly appeared. Jin Tae-kyung took off the hat that connect to the game. He clutched the hat in his hand. He was shaking. He stammered for a long time before he could say the words. His whole body was trembling as he spoke to the system, bringing out the character profile in front of him. There was no character profile appear in front of him. Again Jin Tae-kyung snapped his fingers and said, opening the task list, opening the inventory, but there was still nothing in front of him, nor could he hear the system sound. He was somewhat surprised. After a click, no sounds, only he can hear his click voice. Few minutes later Jin Tae-kyung jumped up happily and said, I'm back. He looked out the door and shouted, I'm finally back. Then he looked around his room and said, how long has it been? It feels like it's been ages since I've last been in this room. Jin Tae-kyung saw hairy feet lying on the bed. Jin Tae-kyung go outside the machine and looked at him clearly. It was Song Jin sleeping and didn't know what was going on. Jin Tae-kyung looked at him with crazy eyes, with fiery eyes. He remembered that they were both sleeping. Then he went into the game machine. Now he was extremely frustrated. His whole body tensed as he looked at Song Jin Ho and said, I went through all of that shit because of your snoring. As he finished speaking through gritted teeth, he punched Song Jinho in the neck, continuously like that. Jin Tae-kyung cursed and hit, saying, "Let me hit you once. No, let me hit you twice." After that, Jin Tae-kyung tell all that happened to him.
After being knocked unconscious by Jin Tae-kyung, Song Jin-ho bared his teeth and said, "Are you crazy?"
Jin Tae-kyung frowned and said loudly, "I'm serious."
Song Jin-ho took the ice pack and asked, "All right, Tae-kyung. Let's think about this logically." He put ice pack on his neck and in frustration said, "An idiot songs the neck of a person who was sleeping peacefully." In order to state that they've been trapped in a virtual reality for over a month. But if you look at the time, it's only been 3 hours. Not to mention, the capsule they were in was an ancient piece of junk that probably belongs in a museum. I double the time manipulation was that good in the first place.
Jin Tae-kyung nervously thought himself, "I'm not sure either. To think 30 days would only add up to being 3 hours.
Sung Jin-ho let out calmly breath and said, "Why don't you just become a writer at this point? You could have just said that you slammed my neck just because you couldn't bear the sound of my snores."
Jin Tae-kyung said angrily this guy, so he quickly grabbed the helmet and connected it to Song Jin-ho's head, making him unable to move at this time, and said, "Then why don't you try it out for yourself? You'll know immediately what I'm talking about."
Sung Jin-ho lifted his hat from his eyes and said, "You little." Before he said anything, he saw Jin Tae-kyung's eyes with murderous aura. So Song Jin-ho leaned back in his chair and said, "Fine. Then I'll give this shit a try."
Jin Tae-kyung put his hands in his pockets and said, "Good." Then put his phone on his hand and said, "This will be quick. Enjoy your time in the Crimson Flower Brothel."
To hear that, Sung Jin-ho says, "What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Hurry and close the capsule."
Jin Tae-kyung closed the capsule and set time on his phone, and thinking 10 minutes should be more than enough, he clicked the timer and waiting for 10 minutes. Countdown start 8:09:10. Since 10 seconds has passed, he probably spent half a day inside the game already. I'm willing to bet he's currently bewildered and hasn't completely grasped his situation just. Suddenly he hear the voice, the capsule door fully open, that make him totally shocked. "Huh? What the hell? How are you out already?"
Sung Jin-ho put on his glasses and asked, "What the hell is wrong with you?" He bent down to adjust something on the machine.
Jin Tae-kyung stammered and pointed at him and said, "How are you already? No, how the hell did you manage to get out of there?"
Song Jin-ho pulled out the roll plug and gritted his teeth and said, "How the hell am I supposed to play this game if this capsule isn't even powered in the first place? You stupid idiot."
Looking at that plug, he said dumbfoundedly, "What?"
Song Jin-ho yawned and said, "Once the sun starts to rise, go and get yourself checked at a mental hospital. I'm going back to bed."
Jin Tae-kyung sat down on the ground, without responding. Jin Tae-kyung was scared and hugged his body that was breaking out in cold sweat. He thought in confusion, what was the game that he played? He looked at the ceiling lights. He looked around, didn't know what is going on. Then, silently looked at that capsule. Jin Tae-kyung leaned his body against the wall and thought, could it be just a dream? Or did I finally go insane? In his head he was repeating the extremely realistic images he had experienced in the game. The emotional characters and even the relatives in them. He thought it wasn't an illusion. I still remember everything very clearly. Suddenly he realized something, said, "Then what could it?" Jin Tae-kyung remembered that before entering the game he had read the instruction manual. Now he excitedly said, "Yes, the instruction manual." So Jin Tae-kyung crawled around the room looking for the instruction book, thinking, where is the user's manual? After a while he brought out a wrinkled book and said, "I found it." Jin Tae-kyung flipped around for a while. He looked at the book and said, "I had read the first page." He flips next page and said, "I've read this too." Flipping to the next page, his eyes widened in shock. "What is this?" he said, incomprehensibly reading the content in the book. In the manual it's written, a capsule manufactured for one specific individual. One's used by a player. This capsule will be bound to that player until death. Immense time manipulation in order to maximize playtime. Once you log in, you will realize that time will move much slower inside the game, and vice versa. Character sync system. A player will automatically become synced with the in-game character, and will both experience a sense of unity. After reading this, Jin Tae-kyung looked surprised and nervous. What is this? Bound to a specific player. So only I can use it until my death? Ha! It's not like I can completely disregard what this is saying either. Then there is also the time manipulation. He sit on the bed and reading more instructions. It's putting a lot of emphasis on the face that time moves a lot slower. It also states that this is the same the other way around as well. After reading it he fell into silence again. He remembered in the game, then there is also the time manipulation. Will Hyuk Moo-jin and the rest of my men be able to safely deliver the news regarding the betrayal of the head elder to Jin Wai-kyung? Will Jin Wai-kyung be able to successfully defend the head elder's attack? Since being in the game for 1 month was about 3 hours in real life. It's about 2:40:1. I still got some time. Thank God, Hearing that he was stunned for a moment, he shouted, "Well, I'm sure they're doing fine. They can probably solve all of this on their own. There's no need for me to be so worried about them." Jin Tae-kyun looked at the last few lines of the manual, then looked at the notification on his phone and said, "Isn't this? So it's the same definition that I'm aware of." Jin Tae-kyun frowned as he read the manual over and over again. Jin Tae-kyun dejectedly flopped down on the bed and said, "Ah damn. What does it mean by a character and a player being in sync with one another?" The room fell silent again. He spoke to the system again, "Open character profile." But the room fell silent again, nothing happened. He said angrily, "It doesn't work." It felt too noisy, the room below was echoing. How much of this am I supposed to believe? Once the sun rose, Jin Tae-kyun went to every single store that specializes in selling VR capsule products and looked at all of the newest Capulse models that were currently in the market. But there weren't any models that were the same as the one that he had. He also looked at ones that stated that they had realistic graphics that were over 70% identical to the real world. But the NPCs movement and interaction with a player in the game were very rough and felt way too unnatural compared to the game that I played. Not to mention, nobody seemed to know or heard about the game, Murim login. Since I wasn't able to find anything on my own, I decided to take the user's manual and have Jinho look over it, since he was a VR game enthusiast.
Sung Jinho picked up the manual and read it for a while, then said, "This is wrong. What kind of an idiot would develop and publish a game on January 1st, 2020? The victory day where the Demon King, Asmodeus, was finally defeated."
In the end, even Jinho didn't seem to know anything about the company, Hsoft, and had never heard of the ARC 2020 VR capsule model. Jin Tae-kyun pointed Jinho to make sure to read the backside as well. But the most unbelievable thing was, Jinho was only able to view the first page.
Sung Jinho held up the book and said, "I can't believe you're telling me to read a blank damn page."
He wasn't able to view any of the other pages. So I'm the only one who can see this piece of information. That was the dilemma that was in for some time. Jinho closed the room to throw user instructions outside. Jin Tae-kyun sitting on a bench holding his phone to call her sister. He put phone close to his ear, and after phone ringing, her sister picked it up.
Huh? What? What is it? Hello?
After hearing his sister voice, Jin Tae-kyun got emotional.
If you're not going to talk, I'm going to end this call.
To hearing that, Jin Tae-kyun said, "Hey, wait. Hold on a second. It's me, your older brother." Then he thinking himself, this voice of my annoying younger sister. I really did come back to my world.
I know. Why did you call?
Jin Tae-kyun replied, "It's because I missed your voice."
Wow, I'm really going to hang up.
Jin Tae-kyun with embarrassment, "Wait. I'm just kidding. What's mom up to?"
She's not back yet. If you're curious, why don't you call her yourself?
To hear that, Jin Tae-kyun thinking if he also heard his mother's voice right now, he pretty sure he won't be able to hold back his tears. Then replied to her sister, "Nah, it's fine. What are you up to?" Then again thinking himself, in the real world, it's only been a day since I've last seen them. I wonder what would have happened if I never came back. That doesn't matter. What matters is that I've finally returned back to my world. I have my family that I need to protect here.
She replied on phone, "What do you think a high school senior is supposed to be doing? Obviously studying."
Jin Tae-kyun again thinking, I'll just go with that. I briefly had a very strange dream. The kind of dream that fades away as time goes on. I just need to focus on living my life in the real world. Jin Tae-kyun then asked to his sister, "How is your studying? Do you need more allowance?"
I don't know. I didn't do too well on my practice test, it's frustrating.
Well, you just gotta do well on the real one, right? How many questions did you miss on your practice test?
I missed 2.
Huh? Then what grade did you got?
I got an A.
Wow, you're pretty smart.
Do you think I'm dumb as you?
What do you mean? I'm pretty smart, too, and they both continue talking.
Early the next morning, the sky was clear blue. Song Jinho stood on the rooftop and stretched. He held a cup of coffee in one hand and with the other he punched his shoulder and said, "Ouch, my shoulders." Must be because he slept in the wrong position. He looked at the clock, it was just after 6 o'clock, then looked his friend wearing a backpack and holding a spear and he said, "Isn't that Jin Tae-kyun? He's already heading to work." Song Jinho bent down and says, "Look at this bastard working so hard." Song Jinho looked down at the discarded device below and said, after all his nonsense about Murim and Crimson Flower shit, I guess he's finally throwing that piece of junk away. He take a sip of his coffee and said, but even still. He was pretty adamant about the whole thing. Looking at his friend's back, he seemed quiet standing on the rooftop. Song Jinho said, "Soft, huh? I'm pretty sure he was just messing with me, but I guess it doesn't hurt to do my own research."
Reaching to the Hunter Association. Different types of hunter gathering and standing waiting for their turn. Some of them sitting on chairs and taking rest. In the waiting room, a voice echoed.
Waha! How long has this been? In any case, you're starting to really shape up to be a fine hunter. He loudly shouted, Do you remember the first time I met you? You were so scared that you weren't able to even speak probably.
Jin Tae-kyung whispered, Lower your voice. Everyone's staring at us. Then says Wheel, Of course that was 7 years ago.
That man scratched his face and said, But why are you here? Didn't you secure a job contract with a low-class guild? Pick. What was the name of that guild again?
He's Mr. Rough Guy. I don't know his real name, but he was the first hunter that I met when I started out. I know that he's been working as a hunter for a really long time, so it's a bit surprising that he's still working as one. Jin Tae-kyung scratched his head and said it was the Picnic Guild. I was fired from that place last month. I mean, yesterday.
Mr. Rough Guy shouted what? He bumped into Jin Tae-kyung's back and said, Waha. Good thing. The name of that guild is pretty dumb. Picnic, it's not like you're going on a picnic inside a gay.
Jin Tae-kyung replied, Well, that wasn't the meaning they were trying to get across. Anyhow, I guess you come here often?
That's because this place is known for its high job rate. Not to mention, the barley tea at this place is also pretty good.
Jin Tae-kyung again asked, Oh, even for F-rank hunters like us? At moment the announcement rang out.
E-rank hunter, I am Hyuk-jun. Please head to the main lobby.
Seeing Mr. Rough Guy standing up, Jin Tae-kyung asked as usual, the E-rank hunters are always the first to get. Hyung-nim, where are you going?
Again the announcement rang out, E-rank hunter please head to the main lobby.
Mr. Rough Guy carrying his stuff said, I'll be heading out first. Then laughed and said, See you next time.
Jin Tae-kyung opened his eyes and curious what the hell. Jin Tae-kyung exploded in his mind thinking his name is I am Hyuk-jun. Wait, when did he become an E-rank hunter? Wasn't he a married man? I guess he working hard this whole time. It's not an easy task becoming an E-rank hunter.
The announcement loudspeaker rang again, rank E outside, rank E in the main lobby.
He looked at a bunch of people carrying their belongings and silently groaned, Oh shit. Is everyone here an E-rank hunter?
Announcements kept ringing, E-rank hunters please come to the main lobby. E-rank hunters please come to the main lobby.
He listened, the harder he bit his nails he kept stomping his feet. At this moment the announcement rang out.
F-rank hunter, Jin Tae-kyung. Please head to the main lobby.
He was happy his name is here. He reached to the main lobby. Jin Tae-kyung wearing a backpack stood alone and looking around.
Suddenly a voice Jin Tae-kyung rang out.
He turned his head and said, Yes, sir.
A man wearing a jacket held a piece of paper and put it in front of him and said, I'm from the Peace Guild. Please read this and sign it.
After taking Jin Tae-kyung to the gathering place, the other person introduced everyone, say, Alright everyone, greet him. This is the little bro that I've been talking about.
Hello, nice to meet you guys. I'm Jin Tae-kyung.
The other person sitting on car also greeting, Nice to meet you as well.
What a good-looking young man. Looks like we got ourselves a competition.
The person who driving the car also greeting, We'll be in your care.
Hyuk-jun laughed and said, All of these guys are E-rank hunters. We've known each other for over 10 years.
Yeah, I guess it has been that long. Time sure flies, tilde.
Jin Tae-kyung thinking himself, I'm sure my experience as a hunter isn't at a novice level. But these guys are definitely veterans. In any case, what's going on today? I'm seeing him way more than I normally do. It's unusual for me to be seeing him this often.
The bearded guy looked at Jin Tae-kyung and said, I heard you're here because of a recommendation from that rough-looking dude over there. I guess you're quite skilled?
Jin Tae-kyung quickly replied, Huh? Recommendation?
Rough Guy after hearing that nervously bumped his head on car floor.
The man who driving the car quickly said, What are you spouting?
After seeing Rough Guy like this, the next guy to him laughed and said, You're so obvious. How did you even get a wife for yourself when you're like this?
The beard guy also laughed. It's always best to be honest about everything. Why are you hiding something as simple as this?
Jin Tae-kyung remembering the conversation between him and head of the guild.
He is telling to explore an E rank 8. And Jin Tae-kyung, your base pay will be 30, and your adjusted pay will be 8 to 2. The Peace Guild will take that 20%.
Jin Tae-kyung thought is that why the pay was so generous.
Mr. Jin Tae-kyung will be our carrier.
He is in shock to hear that carrier? No wonder. I should have realized that no guild willingly gives this much money just for some luggage duty. The rough guy suddenly hears something. It's Jin Tae-kyung smile and said, Thank you for your consideration.
The rough guy leaned back in his chair, pretended to cough twice and said, It's nothing. I didn't do much. I only made a suggestion. The one who made the final decision was Leader Choi himself.
Jin Tae-kyung looked at the Leader Choi, then said, I'll do my best.
Leader Choi looked outside the car window and said, With that out of the way, we'll commence with our plan. We've arrived.
Gate. One of the few remnants left over by the Great Catastrophe. These gates served as the invasion route taken by the Demon King, Asmodeus, about 30 years ago. But it quickly became a source of income for hunters and a place to gather high-energy resources, as magic gems found in this place allowed for such measures. Inside the gate, anything that is not powered by magic cannot be used, as it would quickly deteriorate it and become useless. That is why hunters must use gears that were forged by magic gems, and because of this, as your pay rises, so do your expenses.
Rough guy exclaimed. He looked at the armor on his shoulder, and his hand said, "How old is your gear?"
Jin Tae-kyung replied, "I'm not sure. I've had this gear since I've started, so about 7 years.
7 years? Everyone replied. They all put on their armor, and the rough guy loudly said, "My goodness. Even if you're trying to save money, isn't this a little too much? Are you willing to risk your life over a small amount of cash?"
With embarrassment, Jin Tae-kyung little smile and replied, "I can't be helped."
Rough guy looked at Jin Tae-kyung and said, "Well, since you're assigned to a non-combative position, you should be fine. But you'll still need to be on guard."
Those words make him remember the image Jin Tae-kyung appeared on his mind. Then he nodded and said, "Yes, sir."
At this moment Captain Choi spoke up. "Is everyone ready?" Captain Choi came wearing armor, and said, "Then we'll immediately begin."
Seeing that fancy armor, Jin Tae-kyung shouted, "Oh my god, isn't that the Crimson Dragon set?" As soon as he finished speaking, team leader Choi looked at him with serious look, and all 4 other people also looked at him with fearful eyes. The 5 people kept staring at him, making Jin Tae-kyung a little scared. He thought to himself, huh? What just happened? The mood suddenly feels strange, so he was a bit confused, scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry. It's just that I've only seen that in luxury catalogs, so I was a bit caught off guard. I apologize if I said something I wasn't supposed to."
Captain Choi spoke up and said, "It's fine. But you should realize that this gear is made from 5 different types of magic, along with some B-rank magic gems." Hearing this, he stiffened again, even more confused than before. Captain Choi raised 5 fingers and said, "Seriously, let me emphasize once more. It's 5 different types of magic and some B-rank magic gems."
Jin Tae-kyung understand it.
Captain Choi began to dance around with the armor, saying the reason why the hide of the Crimson Drake is so popular is because of its special gloss it has to it. So it's primarily just doesn't really provide much benefits. But it's beautiful. So I'm happy with that. At this time the teleportation gate opened. Captain Choi stepped forward and said, "Let's go." The gatekeeper guided them inside.
Jin Tae-kyung was a little nervous for the whole scene. He came closer and whispered to Rough Guy and said, "What's with him?"
Rough guy asked, "Are you talking about Leader Choi?" Then he laughed and said, "It's because he's obsessed with gears. He's a gear geek. He's really happy whenever someone notices his gears. There's rumors that he spends all his fortunes on gears, and even sleeps with them every night."
Jin Tae-kyung heard this and thought in fear, "This guy is really weird. It looks pretty normal." After walking for a while, Jin Tae-kyung turned and looked behind and said, "Anyhow, when are the rest of the Peace Guild members coming?"
Rough guy replied, "Peace Guild? Did I forget to mention it to you? It's actually an extremely new guild, so we don't have any members yet. If you include the guild leader, there's only 3 of us in total." Then he loudly laughed.
Jin Tae-kyung to hear that he felt shocked and said, "What? Can't believe what he hear." With fearful eyes he said, "Wait, Hyung Nim. Then we're attempting to run an E-rank gate with just these people?"
Hyung Nim, after seeing Jin Tae-kyung like this, smiled and said, "I know, kid. But don't worry about it." Then he pointed Leader Choi and said, "That man is a C-rank hunter who is going to take our responsibility."
Hearing about C-rank hunter, Jin Tae-kyung immediately became speechless. He lagged behind, thinking, "I should have realized as soon as I saw his gear. If I remember correctly, a C-rank hunter is stronger than 10 E-rank hunters. Then I guess there's nothing for me to worry about." Everyone was going inside the teleportation gate. Everyone's silhouettes gradually disappeared. He were the last person to enter. It entering is a dark cave. At the same time, a ball of light illuminates everything around Captain Choi, and everyone seemed to be familiar with the scene, and Jin Tae-kyung was a little surprised and thought, "Wow, that's quite expensive." They all went deep into the cave following the light. Next to the walls there was a whispering sound. A bunch of monsters are hiding there. Seeing light, they paid attention. Jin Tae-kyung stood still. The monsters were frantically baring their teeth and screaming to attack.
Captain Choi coldly ordered, "Get into position."
Everyone listened and quickly took out their bows and arrows, and Captain Choi gave the order to shoot arrows. An arrow pierced the belly of a monster, then consecutively arrows shot through the monsters' bodies and heads, making them scream in pain after defeating all the monsters in the first round. The arrow crashed into a sharp shield. Causing the arrow to shoot out. Inside the deep cave came a wave of monsters, the leading one holding a sword and shield, screaming with angers after seeing their companions defeated.
The guy who have bow on his hand saw the monsters and shield and said, "Looks like their meat shields are here. What should we do?"
Captain Choi ordered range dealers, "Move back. Tanks to the front." So shields guys come forward and immediately raise their shields to prepare to fight. The monsters also immediately rushed towards. The rough guy picked up his shield and rushed up to knock down a monster. The rough guy smiled after doing that. Then the round-headed guy took a mace and smashed the monster's head. So the two shield guy went crazy, killing the monsters, covered themselves with shields and using their weapon to killing them and saying, "Take this, you bastards." Captain Choi pulled out his sword and said, "I will take care of the rest." Then suddenly, using his full speed, a blade flashed past, sending the heads of two monsters flying. Then he rushed forward, cutting the monsters in half. Captain Choi alone rushed into the crowd of monsters to kill them. All of the monsters feeling scared after watching their companion to killed.
The other side, Jin Tae-kyung watched everyone to fight standing behind. He thought so that was the power of a C-rank hunter. Looking at Captain Choi fighting like this, he said he is a great warrior. But his eyes firmly thought to himself, if this were in the Murim world, his skills would be those of a first-rate warrior. He glanced to the side. If it were me, I would who? He saw a monster trembling and trying to run away. Everyone looking at Captain Choi and saying, as expected of Leader Choi, it seems like we didn't do much. But Jin Tae-kyung and the monster kept looking at each other. He curled his mouth and thought, I should have it. Should I try it? So Jin Tae-kyung pointed his spear and emitted murderous aura at the monster and thought, who knows, maybe it will work. Here too. He let out a breath to prepare for battle. The monster cowered in fear and sobbed. He grasped the spear tightly, intending to unleash a single move, but before he could make any moves, the captain's sword swung, cut the monster's head. Jin Tae-kyung was stunned for a few seconds, didn't understand what's happened. After dealing with all the monsters, Captain Choi spoken.
Mr. Tae-kyung, please start collecting out profits. Jin Tae-kyung, still stunning, didn't understand yet, still watching the monster. Captain Choi again said, Mr. Tae-kyung?
Jin Tae-kyung looked at the monster with its head cut off and replied, good. He shouted, good work, sir. Then he thought, let's focus, I should stop thinking about nonsense while I'm in a raid. Waiting for him to finish collecting the items, the whole group went deeper. The monsters from afar saw them, so everyone rushed to fight again and killing monster, holding their position. Everyone was looking so excited, Captain Choi also doing their job to killing the monsters using their blade. After finishing fighting the monsters,
Captain Choi again ordered to Mr. Tae-kyung, I'll leave you in charge of our cleanup.
Jin Tae-kyung without hesitation replied, yes, sir. Whole group continued walking, encountered monsters, fought them and killing all of them.
Captain Choi again ordered Jin Tae-kyung for collecting items.
Jin Tae-kyung replied, I'm coming, sir. After collecting all the items, he said, I've finished my task.
Jun asked, wow, you've been working all this time, you're really fast.
Jin Tae-kyung put on his backpack and trying to stand up and said, at least I have to do this if I want to make a living.
Seeing that, Team Leader Choi raised his hand and said, you're pretty skilled with your hands.
Jin Tae-kyung caught it and then stood up and said, thank you.
Rough guy said, in any case, let's hurry this shit up and go out for dinner. I hope Leader Choi and Jin Tae-kyung can join us.
Leader Choi replied, I already have a dinner reservation at a sushi restaurant.
One of them said, I want to eat sushi, too.
Looking at them talking like this, Jin Tae-kyung thought himself, I can't believe they're talking about dinner when we're at the boss zone. I guess they're a veteran party for a reason.
Suddenly the rough guy said, alright, let's head in.
Leader Choi also seemed serious and said, everyone, get into position. Mr. Jin Tae-kyung head to the back. Everyone hearing that hold their position and ready for entering for boss room. The gate creaked slowly open. It was dark inside, and from the outside coming, those guys could vaguely see a shadow of a person. A monster is standing on a high platform holding a weapon and speaking in non-human languages.
Jin Tae-kyung observed and thought to himself, a magic caster?
The round-headed guy said, is that supposed to be the boss? Everyone was shocked.
The floor is littered with goblin corpses. They all are absorbing the black magic inside. The black magic aura encircles shape. Leader Choi looked at and said, what the hell is that? It's make him nervous and afraid. Looked at the monster, its back magic user monster. Leader Choi loudly shouted, we need to get out of here, hurry. Again, the monster using black magic, red and black murderous aura flew everywhere, in everyone's direction. They didn't understand what was happening at the same time.
Black murderous aura flew slowly to the gate, and everyone still didn't understand what was happening. At the same time, the door cover with that black aura flew, and the door slammed shut, and everyone was shocked to seeing this situation.
Round-headed guy and the wire-bearded guy said in panic at the entrance. Is it planning to trap us in?
Suddenly the rough guy shouted, get out of the way. Then he held his shield tightly to rush into the door, to put shield corner to trying to open the door with his full strength, causing shield damage as soon as he rushed in the door. The door fully closed, the rough guy's shield got a crack and he was pushed a meter away. He angrily said, damn, just what is that monster?
On the other side, the monster smiling and the aura flowing around him. He looked at everyone at this moment. The voice of Captain Choi said, a hobgoblin chief priest. He frowned and said, T is a C-rank rare monster. Monsters that appear with low probability within the gate.
After hearing Captain Choi, the round-head guy and beard guy said in shock, a rare monster?
Both the brown-haired guy and rough guy also hear the Captain Choi and said in shock, it's SC rank as well?
Jin Tae-kyung, after listening to the captain's Choi, he gasped, his face turned red and thinking, what the hell? Why is there a C-rank monster inside an E-rank gate?
The captain turned to look the other side, and then mentioned, looking at the black evil energy that was about to gradually form a human. It was still making strange sounds. Gradually its feet appeared. After a while of absorbing enough evil energy, the monster's feet appeared more clearly after absorbing all dead body evil black energy. Looking at its huge shape, he complete his form. Captain Choi said, another hobgoblin chief warrior. It's a C-rank rare monster as well.
Everyone was stunned. Only a few words appeared in everyone's mind. We're going to die?
The team leader saw that everyone's morale was low and spoke up, but this doesn't mean this is the end for us. He pulled out his sword and said solemnly, if we can kill that chief priest first, we'll still have some chance of survival. The teammates on his behind was extremely excited. He glanced behind him and said, but in order for me to accomplish, warrior leader, he was roaring and approaching. Captain Choi said, you guys have to temporarily hold off the goblin. Hearing that, everyone fell into dead silence. Captain Choi turned his head around and said, just hold him back for 5 minutes.
The rough guy raised his hand to stop him and said, wait a second, Leader Choi. Do you have any other way?
Captain Choi, without bothering to answer the question, he rushed towards the monster and unleashed the move, letting the wind accelerate.
Everyone screamed madly, this bastard. Jin Tae-kyung's huge backpack was put aside. He looked at it and thought, they say that unlucky bastards will even break their noses when they fall backwards. He was sweating profusely and nervously thinking, I can't believe I'm meeting an intermediate boss. Monsters over $399. Not one, but two as well. The teammates holding shields stood in front. 2 people holding bows stood behind to defend, and Jin Tae-kyung was trembling, holding a spear in the middle. He thought, besides, I thought you guys told me not to fight. You damn said I was just a luggage boy. What can a F rank hunter like me do?
It's coming. Rough guy pointed. The warrior chief priest rushing towards them. Rough guy shouted, Archer, don't hold back on your mana. Hit it with everything that you've got. Seeing lots of arrows flying towards him, the warrior chief priest immediately swung his sword to send it flying away. Rough guy ordered everyone, extended the distance, and continued shooting. The red-eyed goblin growled menacingly. It bounced up, causing all the surrounding rocks to break it. Screamed and flew towards Jin Tae-kyung group, they all shocking to seeing it. Rough guy tried to calm down and said, take cover. And boom, the chief warrior monster straight down to the group of people, everyone flying away, cause of critical hit. The rock piece scattered around kicked the brown-haired guy in the head and stomach. The guy with the beard was hit in the eye and they cried out in pain.
After seeing his teammates in pain, the round-head guy cover himself because he has a shield to protect him from flying rocks. He bent down and turned around to talk to rough guy Hung Min. Sok Ho and Jung Min are both his bad condition.
Hyung Nim shouted, the monster in your behind. And suddenly a booming noise rang out, the blood flowing all around with that hit. After seeing that, Hyung Nim and Jin Tae-kyung turned their attention towards him. Hyung Nim exclaimed, damn, he suddenly named Jin Tae-kyung.
He was startled and replied, yes?
Hyung Nim said in solemnly, while I keep that thing distracted, take the others and hide.
Jin Tae-kyung tightly held the spear and replied, okay. Looking at him, Hyung Nim, confronting the goblin one-on-one, Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, is he going to be okay by himself?
The goblin growled with angers. Looking at him, Hyung Nim roared and unleashed his power, increasing his strength and strengthening his shield. Hyung Nim muscles gained strength, even the shield became stronger. Hyung Nim put the shield on the ground, then he proactively rushed towards the goblin's super attacking speed. The goblin saw that and also prepared himself. Hyung Nim gritted his teeth, his forehead showing his veins, cause of anger. The goblin moved with that hand holding a mace and hit with full power. Hyung Nim didn't hold powerful attack, he bent down, causing the shield to crumble.
Seeing that Hyung Nim had fallen, Jin Tae-kyung cursed once. Scared images appeared in his head. He shook his head and thought, why do these kinds of things keep happening to me? If this continues, everyone will die again. There were still a few tears in the corner of his eyes, and he glanced towards team leader Choi. He was enthusiastically fighting with the C-rank monster. He thought to himself, it's been more than 5 minutes, damn it. So Jin Tae-kyung slowly held the spear and approached the front. He thought, now it only depends on me. At this moment, the goblin was trying to grab Hyung Nim's head. He said, seriously, I have to stop this bastard at all costs. Please make it work. Make it. He prepared to launch a one-hit attack. The goblin saw movement and immediately looked at him with sharp eyes. His spear stabbed into the goblins, but the spear was also bent, but he let go of Hyung Nim. The goblin growled. He looked at the spear stabbing his butt. Jin Tae-kyung's eyes were extremely determined. A second later, he could only put down his spear and tearfully said, it's really bad. The goblin raised his arm to strike Jin Tae-kyung, who was helplessly crying and kneeling on the ground. Suddenly there was a rang sounds in his head and he quickly opened his eyes. Clang. The system hasn't appeared for a long time now. A notification appears.
Synchronization is complete. Your system has been transferred.
After system synchronization complete, the next second he was holding a spear to block the goblin stone mace. His inner core is gradually brightening, then it burst into flames. A stream of power spread throughout his inner core. His eyebrows furrowed, his eyes became determined. The goblin raised his stone mace, it swung up and growled terrifyingly. Jin Taekyung's whole body is surrounded by a stream aura that flowing on his inner core. His eyes became cold. Then again system notification appeared in front of him.
Synchronization is complete. Your system has been transferred.
After notification he using his QI sense. After having the support system he now saw the goblin level. His level is 45 Hobgoblin Chief Warrior. Jin Taekyung laughed loudly and said, interesting, so this is how it's going to be. The goblin screamed again and rushed towards Jin Taekyung with his mace for attack. Now that he was possessed he avoided it easily because he was using the Jin family's footwork technique. Seeing that he couldn't beat him, the goblin screamed in anger and using his full force to attack Jin Taekyung and crush with his mace. But it's just a flash. Jin Taekyung quickly dodged it and become more closer to him. Jin Taekyung glanced at it and said coldly, first technique of the Jin family's spear technique. Brutal head of the dragon. He swung the spear and cut off the goblin's arm holding the stone mace. He turned around again from front to back and saw the goblin and using second teaching, whirlwind of the black snake. And cut the stomach with it. The beaten goblin screams in pain. Jin Kyung uses the third technique and fourth technique to strike directly spear towards goblin. Then using fifth form continuous attacks in front of his body didn't giving him any chance to strike. The goblin screamed in pain. He pushed back for force attack and hit on the rock's walls. Blood also spurted out. He lost his strength and fall down on his knees. Seeing Jin Taekyung slowly approach, the goblin groaned in pain. Jin Taekyung looked down and said, I guess I don't even have to use my one-strike skill on you. He picked up the spear and stabbed it straight into its throat. After killing it, the ding-ding sound echoed in his head. He looked at the notification then stroked his chin thinking, I totally forgot about the sound of the system notification, but it's thanks to the system that I was able to defeat this monster.
You have eliminated the chief warrior monster. You're level up.
Suddenly the voice Mr. Jin Taekyung approaching. Captain Choi also killed the chief warrior monster black magic user. He looked Jin Taekyung who just defeat the warrior chief. He trembled and said you, with surprised look and asked, what is your true identity?
After the raid, the people who were in charge of the gates were thrown into an uproad. 2 mid-tier rare monsters? Inside an E-rank gate? Only 4 E-rank hunters stuffed injuries. But thankfully, they weren't in critical condition. Whenever an incident like this occurs, it's required by law that the government compensate any damages to gears, medical bills that had to be paid, and any raid rewards lost. So if you were to combine everything that we earned from this raid, we made quite a profit. After the 4 injured hunters were transported to an ambulance, Leader Choi was escorted to the Civil Service Department in order to give his report. After sitting on a car and thinking a while, then Command opened character profile. Jin Taekyung amazed to looked at his profile showing again in front of him. He said his character profile has changed. The things that affects him on Murim have all disappeared. Then he thinking about his old character profile, Fame 500, son of a noble. Shame of the family. It's all disappeared. Well then again, it's not like I'm the son of a rich noble here, nor am I the sleeping dragon and shit. Then he command open quest menu.
Quest menu appeared. Betrayed, you have found out who the betray was. Regroup with the main forces and alert them of the betrayer. Afterwards, lead your people to victory. Rank, peak, restrictions, only for Jin Taekyung. Objective, eliminate the betrayer, incomplete. Emerge victorious, incomplete. Quest reward, enormous amount of experience and fame. Valuable steel box. Quest failure, death.
Jin Taekyung frowned looking at that announcement. He remembered that time he silently assessed, was it telling him to return to the Murim? Suddenly realizing something, he's silently sitting in the car. He thought to himself, the system still exists in the real world, that means the Murim world is not a game. Maybe. Suddenly team leader Choi pressed his face against the glass door to observe him. As soon as Jin Taekyung looked over he was startled and said, damn it, you scared me. The captain turned around to the other side inside the car. He silently lamented, what a jerk. When team leader Choi put his head in he immediately asked what happened.
He leaned back in car seat inside and said, I gave them quick report on what went down, and they should reach out to me within the next few days. I'm sure you will also be investigated, Mr. Taekyung.
Jin Taekyung thought to himself, the investigation. I don't want to see them again. Then he said with fearful voice, the thing that I requested earlier.
Captain Choi looked at Jin Taekyung. He remembered that time in the cave.
Jin Taekyung said, would it be possible for you to keep this a secret?
Leader Choi replied, are you asking me to give a false statement?
Now Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself to begin with, I don't even know if this system will be permanent or if it's a temporary thing. In situation like this, it's best that nothing gets leaked out to the public.
Captain Choi suddenly looked at his watch and said Mr. Jin Tae-kyung.
Jin Tae-kyung replied yes.
Captain Choi showed his watch to Jin Tae-kyung and said take a look.
Jin Tae-kyung after hearing it looked at the watch and asked it's 2 o'clock.
Captain Choi replied it's made from in company using a C-rank magic gem. It's also been enchanted with some defensive magic, so I can use it as a shield during emergency situations.
Jin Tae-kyung nervously said okay.
Captain Choi started the car and said let's grab some food, and asked do you like premium Korean steak?
Jin Tae-kyung replied, I've never really eaten one.
Captain Choi took Jin Tae-kyung to the Korean restaurant. The meat was sizzling and being grilled. The order list is on the table. Captain Choi said I told them that I was the one who subjugate them. The chief priest and the chief warrior.
Jin Tae-kyung, who was happily eating meat, replied, wow. Thank you. I'm sorry for making such a burdensome request even though this is our first time meeting each other.
Captain Choi asked then, will you join my guild?
Jin Tae-kyung didn't expect that his mouth was full with food spit out for unexpected request. With surprised expression he asked, huh? Me?
Later the food plates were cleaned. The meat on the grill was also finished. Jin Tae-kyung's place is empty. Captain Choi sitting alone and silently thinking about Jin Tae-kyung. Wind on his hand while shaking it, he was thinking the Jin Tae-kyung words.
I have something important I have to take care of right now. Please give me some time to think about this.
He was about to raise his glass of wine to drink. His phone suddenly rang again. After taking the headphones and putting them on, he answered yes. Did you look into it?
The other guy replied, well, since you personally asked for it, I did look into it. But this person named Jin Tae-kyung, what is it that you want to know?
Captain Choi replied that's what I was curious about and asked you to find out for me. So do you have anything for me?
The other guy replied well, he was quite a big case. He first awakened 7 years ago at the age of 20. He was determined to be a F-rank hunter. There's not a lot of information about him during his days as a novice hunter. However, there is one thing that is quite interesting.
Hearing this, his body become more active and give serious look to listen. He said, what is it?
The other guy replied, the Sangdong District Gate incident? He was apparently the sole survivor of that incident. I was quite shocked after hearing that.
Hear that news, he frowned tightly, extremely surprised to know that it was related to Jin Tae-kyung.
The guy on the phone continued talking. After that incident he disappeared for about half a year and was interrogated by a lot of different inspections. He recently returned back to his guild about a year ago and has been running gates non-stop for that duration. He was fired about 4 days ago.
Leader Choi asked. What was the reason for his termination?
The other guy on the phone answered, well, they were trying to reorganize their guild. But I doubt a small guild like them can't even afford to do that. I bet he was fired because of that incident. They just let him go after carefully avoiding the eyes of the inspectors. I bet he was a burden to them.
After hearing all of this, Captain Choi asked again, that's all you have for me? And put wine on his side on table.
The other guy replied, yeah, that's all I could get. Do you want me to send you a copy?
Captain Choi said send it over immediately. I'll be going now.
The other guy on phone quickly replied, hey, wait.
But Captain Choi clicked and turned off the call. His hand on the table tapping his fingers, looking very tense, remembering the scene where Jin Tae-kyung killed the chief warrior goblin in the cave. He thought Jin Tae-kyung the sole survivor of the gate that appeared in Sangdong District, and he's at least a C-rank hunter. He's standing up carrying the invoice of bills that they eat, but still thinking himself, but Jin Tae-kyung telling me he is supposedly a F-rank hunter. There are only two possible choices. He's been hiding his strength, or he's recently had another awakening. While walking thoughts kept popping into his head, I doubt he had any reason to hide his strength this whole time. So the highest probability is that he's recently had another awakening. He give the bill with payment to a lady on cash counter. But his head still thinking about Jin Tae-kyung. It is possible for someone to go from F rank to a C rank that quickly. Captain Choi helplessly put his hand on his forehead and thought, it's not like we're living a game.
The lady on cash counter said that will be $1.
The sentence interrupted his thoughts, making him look stunned. Captain Choi's face looked fearful, and he thought it's feel like I've been possessed by a ghost. He give his card to lady for payment.
The cash counter lady happily asked that will be on one card, right?
On the other side, Jin Tae-kyung rolling his eyes for looking something and saying it's not there. He turned his eyes another direction and looked around once more and saying it's not here either. Looking at the specific area, he said my capsule is gone. Jin Tae-kyung raised his head in tear on his eyes and he screamed looking at the sky saying which idiot took my damn capsule.
Suddenly familiar voice coming from his above. He looked up. It's Sung Jin Ho, angrily shouted with copying Jin Tae-kyung expression, you know I poured my heart and soul into taking care of that thing for 10 years.
Jin Tae-kyung looking above and shouted angrily. Damn you, stop messing around. This is a serious matter.
Sung Jin-ho teased and said, oh no, I really do have it.
Jin Tae-kyung screamed and said, have what?
Sung Jin-ho just pointed at himself and said, that capsule, I'm the one who picked it up.
Hearing this, Jin Tae-kyung life seemed to bloom. He shyly said, I love you, so the two of them argued back at the fourth floor of the room.
Sung Jin-ho said, I'll be selling that VR game capsule for $100.
Jin Tae-kyung surprisingly said, what? Are you trying to scam me right now?
Sung Jin-ho replied, I guess you don't want it then.
After a while of struggle, he finally got the device back. Jin Tae-kyung was lying on the bed staring at something. That's Captain Choi's business card. Looking at it, he said, I guess if you live long enough you experience quite a lot of things. He crossed his legs to look at it and thought to himself, it feels like it was just yesterday that I was wandering around looking at flyers and pamphlets for work. I can't believe I'm getting recognized and scouted like this. He remembered his conversation with Captain Choi at the restaurant.
He offered a salary $100,000. As for the rest of your wage, we'll pay you the same amount we pay our C-rank hunters. So what do you think?
Jin Tae-kyung that time didn't think too much, that was close. He almost gave in back then. Now remembering that high salary makes him excited under normal circumstances, he would have signed, stamped, sealed, and even left a kiss mark that contact paper. But still suddenly he remembered, what if the system disappeared tomorrow? That fear coming on his mind, that's like eating too much food and getting a stomachache from it. That point he will be killed by the captain and say, oh you fake bastard. Give me my money back. At an early age, I realized that this world isn't a forgiving place. But with the strength that I have right now, the system, what if I'm able to use it permanently? After thinking about it, Jin Tae-kyung silent again. He held his head not knowing what to think anymore. Suddenly he trying to stand up and said, ah damn, I can't hold back myself anymore. He quickly rushed out of the room, leaving behind that capsule. He started running across the street. While running he thought, even though I've worked really hard for the past 7 years, I could never escape that label of being an F-rank hunter. Running more faster, he thought to himself, these shackles that have been tormenting for so long. I really want to get rid of them as soon as I can. His look determined again, thought to himself, hunter ranking re-evaluation. Going to the side of the road, he quickly called a taxi. The driver stopped and said,
welcome, where should I take you?
Jin Tae-kyung replied, please take me to the Hunters Association at the Bucheon district. Then he whispered, let's give this a shot.
Driver said, sir, you're in a taxi that operates within Seoul Metro region.
Jin Tae-kyung said, ah. Okay.
The huge building is a Hunter Association headquarters. Inside there was a happy voice here out. D rank? As expected of my son Tilda, you will be the one to finally lead our future.
His son scratched his head and said, haha, well I'm not an official hunter just yet. I still have to receive training, plus I'll have to look for a guild as well.
His father said, don't worry about that. Your father had already made a spot for you.
Oh, really? I thought you said you didn't have any room left at your guild.
His father laughed and said, I can always find a way. Then he thinking himself, I was able to finally get rid of all those low-ranking hunters that were an eyesore for many years. Then he said to his son, in any case, make sure to rest up and let's head to work together next.
Hearing the words of his father, he thought himself using his phone. Awesome, I'll celebrate at the club tonight, Tilda.
At that moment everyone ran away whispering and gossiping. There was something big going on in the evaluation room. It seemed like this C-rank hunter had made her appearance. To hearing that the man sitting and whispering with his two friends, he said AC rank. That's not bad, but that shouldn't be that big of a deal, right?
To hearing their convenience on the other side, father taking his son with him and thinking, oh, AC rank. Maybe I should get my hands on this person.
The girl on the other side said to his friend who is sitting with cup of tea, that's true, but his ability to control mana above an A rank.
The man with his son after hearing that became shocked and said, what?
The elevator on the 3rd floor. Then it's going down. Everyone was whispering and gossiping. Pointed elevator is coming down. He's going to be here soon.
Kim Sang-shik stared at the elevator with great anticipation thinking, I don't know where the guy suddenly came from, but this is a big opportunity for me. He looked around at everyone and thought, let's see if there are any big guilds around, but nope. It seems like they haven't appeared yet. Looking at the elevator down to the 2nd floor, he thought to himself, since my guild master told me to recruit this person without worrying about the cost, this is the perfect opportunity. I'll offer twice the amount of anyone else. He was about to pull out his business card. His eyes were determined. A recently awakened person is an easy catch. If I can successfully recruit this person into our guild, I can probably promote myself to become a vice guild master. The elevator stopped on the 1st floor. Everyone wanted to get in first. The Kim Sang-shik said, hey, stop pushing. The elevator door opens. Kim Sang-shik bent his body 90 degrees, then held out his business card with both hands and said, hello. Nice to meet you. I am the team captain of the Sopung Guild, Kim Sang-shik. He shouted loudly, our Sopon Guild is a guild filled with many traditionals and has a renowned guild in the Bashan region for many.
A familiar voice rang out. This is my first time hearing the Sopon Guild is a renowned guild.
Kim Sang-shik after listening. He slowly raised his head and said, excuse me? After watching the person in front of him, his eyes were open with unbelievable expression and he said with shaking voice, it you.
Jin Tae-kyung smirked at him. He said coldly, it's been a while. Mr. Kim Sang-shik. Name, King Sang-shik. Former work boss. He was one of the 3D rank hunters in the guild, and he only cared about protecting his own life inside the gate. He was your typical petty man who would bully the weak. Since he was the team captain, he would always pick on the F-rank hunters. And out of the F-rank hunters, he hated me the most. 2 years ago, after the incident that happened in Sangdong district, he would talk behind my back while pretending to worry about me. The one who advised the guild master to fire me was none other than him. And this bastard was also the one who personally notified me of my dismissal.
He said with his shaking hands, why the hell are you there?
Jin Tae-kyung smirked then said, good question. I wonder why I am here.
On the other side, other people also want Jin Tae-kyung to join them. One of them said with a Sangdong guild, we promise to give you anything that you want.
Mr. Awakened, we're the Invincible Guild.
Mr. Awakened, please join our guild.
Jin Tae-kyung waved his hand and said there's too many people here. I'm heading out.
Kim Sang-shik still can't believe in his eyes, his body shaking with nervousness and says, then are you the one that's awakened?
Jin Tae-kyung was surrounded by many people. Everyone want him to join our guild and Kim Sang-shik sat down on the ground and nervously looking at Jin Tae-kyung being surrounded by everyone, and he was happily thinking to himself, I feel so relieved. I feel like 10 years worth of shit got flushed out of me. Is this what they call a shitgasm?
A girl soared up in front of him and said, Mr. Awakened, I'm from the Soul Guild. If there is anything that you want, please don't hesitate to ask.
Unconditionally, he took her business card and said, thank you. I'll contact you guys later. I'm a bit busy right now.
She feels happy to hear that and said with excitement, really? Then we shall look forward to hearing more from you.
Everyone said please contact our guild too.
Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself with smile, of course I'm not calling you guys back.
Everyone behind him kept saying he must contact us.
After leaving the building, he approached the trash can, then he dumped all the business cards into the trash. After he finished throwing it away, he wiped his hands and said, even though a C-rank hunter is a mid-tier rank, there shouldn't be this many people around. I guess I was an unusual case or something. While smiling he said, but this is only just the beginning. As long as the system exists, I can continue to grow stronger and...
At this time someone called his name, Mr. Jin Tae-kyung. After looking behind it, Kim Sang-shik sprinted and said, Mr. Jin Tae-kyung, wait. After reaching near to Jin Tae-kyung again, he said, Mr. Jin Tae-kyung, please wait a second. Kim Sang-shik breathed heavily.
Jin Tae-kyung asked, what do you want? In his mind he thought, since when did this damn guy call me Mr. Tae-kyung? You were calling me you bastard and other vile names up until a few days ago.
Kim Sang-shik sweat dropped looking at him and said, it seems I have made a grave mistake. Please forgive me. I'll take full responsibility over everything. So just like business, let bygone be bygones and I hope you'll be able to move on.
Jin Tae-kyung asked, what business?
Kim Sang-shik replied, I'm sure you're already aware of it. If you weren't accepted by a big guild, that's pretty much where your career as a hunter ends.
Jin Tae-kyung said, of course I do. But I also know that if you're at least a C rank, the big guilds will try to recruit you. Suddenly he heard the voice and didn't says anything, and looking at the road it's taxi coming towards him.
Kim Sang-shik still kept talking, no, I'm just telling you to be logical. There's nothing for you to lose. Besides, there's a lot of C-rank hunters around these days. So you won't be considered that special. He quickly comes on his front trying to stop him and said, however, if you're with us, we will do whatever we can in order to assist you. Hell, we'll even give you anything that you want. I've gotten permission from the guild master himself, so everything will be fine.
Looking at his scared, sweaty face, he thought to himself he looked like he's panicking. Jin Tae-kyung walked over to open the car door and thought to himself, then again, the F-rank hunter he told to get rid of has reawakened into a C-rank hunter. He laughed maniacally and thought, if the guild master of the Sopon Guild hears about that news, of course he'll be in a lot of trouble.
Kim Sang-shik blocked the door and said, please think hard about this. Why don't we head over to a nice cafe and have a drink? The guild master is coming here as well.
Jin Tae-kyung said coldly, Mr. Kim Sang-shik. He threatened and said, if you really want to recruit me, then make sure to tell the guild master this.
Kim Sang-shik said in fear, excuse me. He doesn't understand what Jin Tae-kyung's saying.
He coldly pointed at him and said, there is one person I don't damn want to see. So if he can get rid of that one person, I can think about it.
Kim Sang-shik trembled and cried out. He didn't expect that to hear it. A second later he angrily raised his fist and shouted at Jin Tae-kyung, you know what? I've had enough of this, damn. After all that I've done for you, to think you bastard would continue to look down on me.
He noticed the moment and glanced at the Kim Sang-shik. The sound of punching each other rang out. When he was done, he slammed the car door and left, getting into the car. He leaned against the seat, he clasped his hands over his forehead. Inside, Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, this is fine. It's over now, then said to the taxi driver, take me to the Hope Guild headquarters in Songne district.
Taxi drive after hearing Jin Tae-kyung remember and said, oh ho. It's the young man from last night. I thought I told you I only operate in the Seoul metro area.
He got out of the car, closed the door, and thought to himself, ah. Goddamn Seoul metro taxis. Why do you keep turning back here in this area? Kim Sang-shik after beaten bruising next to the tree. On the other side, the forest surrounding is gloomy. It's deeply and with darkness full of mystery. The teleportation gate appeared there. In front of the gate, the two-person is standing with fully loaded arm. It's Jin Tae-kyung and Captain Choi are looking around. Jin Tae-kyung bit his lip in fear and thought, ah. I ended up coming in the end. A few hours before.
Captain Choi looked
when he
at
was
him
in
and
his
said,
room, he was doing meditation
"So
to increase his
careful."
QI and system notifications.
Then
Jin
Jin
Tae-kyung looked at
Tae-kyung
Captain
with
Choi and
serious
wondered, it
hangover
means he's at least a
subsided.
B rank or
Jin
even
Tae-kyung
higher.
conditions of
Closed
this
his eyes.
contract
I was a
reading
bit
system
caught off guard last
notification
time. Thought it's relief that I
But I
finally
guess
feel
I'll be
able
able
to
to
see
decide
just
on
how
the
strong
length
he
of
is.
this
A lot of
contract as
unexpected
well.
things happened yesterday. When he received the money transfer notice, the Peace Guild deposit online $10,300,000. He happily went to the supermarket to buy beef, and there was also a cart of meat. After that, he and Sung Jin Ho ate and drank all day because I was so excited, so I ended up going all out. The system notification again sound ding out.
QI meditation has been completed. A small amount of turbid QI has been dispelled.
After reading notification, he opened his eyes with relief. He rubbed his full stomach and said, but why did he have so little energy coming out, and it was also stuffy? He looked at his hand, then frowned and said, it's a lot different from when he was in Murim world because of environmental pollution in this world. At that moment, the phone on his desk rang out. Jin Tae-kyung holding his phone and saw that message. The message written, do you have time today? After thinking for a while, he was finally at the coffee shop, a cup of coffee on the table. Jin Tae-kyung and Captain Choi sat on chairs facing each other. He scratched his face a little shyly and said, I'm sorry I heard what you said, but it's a bit awkward for me to join the guild immediately.
Captain Choi put his hand in his pocket and said, I guess it can't be helped. He pushed the letter in front of him and said, this is my second offer.
Jin Tae-kyung seemed very surprised. After holding the letter and opening it, he read the content in it and said, a temporary contact. Are you asking me to become a mercenary?
Captain Choi said with serious look, it's not an official contract. The conditions of this contract is similar to that of a B-rank hunter. You can also decide on the length of your contract as well.
Jin Tae-kyung looking at the information, he did not answer anything.
Captain Choi continued and asked, will you really refuse this as well?
He silently thought if conditions were like this. Then he said, but, making Captain Choi look at him. Jin Tae-kyung asked, why are you going this far for someone like me?
Captain Choi did not hide it, and quickly answered, because I trust myself.
Jin Tae-kyung didn't understand it.
Captain Choi explained that I trust my intuition and ability to determine the value of a person. That is why I really want someone like you in my guild. Jin Tae-kyung didn't say anything. Captain Choi said, so, will you sign the contract? Jin Tae-kyung with nervousness nodded. Captain Choi said, very well. Please write down the hours that you want.
Jin Tae-kyung said, yes, sir. And quickly hold the pen and writing down and thinking 7 days. A week should be enough for me to see if the system is a temporary thing or not. After writing it, Jin Tae-kyung handed over the contract and said, all right, I'll be in your care from now on.
Captain Choi replied, my pleasure.
He stood up and thought to himself, finally, taking the first step as a C rank hunter. Then he smiled and asked, should I show up to work tomorrow?
Captain Choi replied, no. Jin Tae-kyung looked surprised. Captain Choi pointed his finger to his watch and said, we start now.
In the present time. Jin Tae-kyung thought, so this is a D rank gate.
Captain Choi said, quite big, right?
Jin Tae-kyung quickly answered, yeah. It's pretty big.
He adjusted his gloves and said a gate of this size is pretty average. B-rank gates are when we really need to hire a guide. He took out the map and looked at it while saying, thankfully we were given this map when we bought the rights to this gate, so we shouldn't worry about getting lost.
Jin Tae-kyung replied, that's good to hear. He scratched his head and nervously asked, but what do you mean by buying the rights to this place?
Captain Choi didn't look at him and said, it's just like what it sounds. This gate is now mine. Captain Choi pointed in one direction and said, in other words, I have sole ownership over this gate. And said, let's go this way.
To hearing that, Jin Tae-kyung shocked and thought to himself, he has sole ownership over a gate? In South Korea, the gates are the property of the nation. Since these gates have the ability to provide unlimited amounts of energy from magic gems. Gates are pretty much considered the same as a diamond mine. So you're telling me he was able to have all of that for himself? I know he was the son of rich family, but I don't think he would be this well off.
Captain Choi walked forward and said, let's get going.
Looking at his halo, Jin Tae-kyung covered his eyes and said, What a glorious halo. And thought Leader Choi, just who are you?
A lizard is crawling. Then, he was startled when Captain Choi foot on him. Captain Choi said, while walking, the monsters that appear in this gate are the swamp lizardmen. They are a large tribe that break off into smaller militaristic force. Since we're at the entrance, we'll start to see the smaller and weaker forces first. They're usually in a group of 20, so let's hurry and kill them and move on.
Jin Tae-kyung listening Captain Choi carefully, and thought I knew he's rich and all, but isn't he looking down on a D-rank gate a little too much? The swamp lizardmen aren't known to be weak monsters. Although I've never seen one myself. Does that mean he's pretty confident in his own abilities? Few hours before Jin Tae-kyung shocked to hearing that only the two of us? Then I'm withdrawing.
Captain Choi replied, I am completely aware of what you are feeling. Captain Choi said coldly, however, let me say one thing before you leave. I am also a reawakened hunter.
Jin Tae-kyung after hearing that stopped and turned around with surprised look and asked, reawakened? I thought you were a C-rank hunters.
Captain Choi frowned and said C-rank was my old rank. Given in the first measurement and a burst of aura, he said, I received my reawakening after that.
Then Jin Tae-kyung looked at Captain Choi and wondered it means he's at least a B rank or even higher. I was a bit caught off guard last time. But I guess I'll be able to see just how strong he is now. He was so confident, then he activated his QI sense.
Captain Choi remembered said also. The swamp lizardmen usually use a harpoon as their weapon.
A harpoon stuck close to his leg, but luckily he avoided it in time. He shouted and asked, what is this?
Captain Choi looked at him and said, so please be careful.
Strange foot stepped forward on a rock. Numbers of monsters from level 40s appeared. They roared in anger because someone entering on their territory. Jin Tae-kyung looked and said they're here. Multiple harpoon flew towards the two of them. Jin Tae-kyung held spears to send them flying. Then a monster rushed towards him with full speed carrying a weapon. While the two Jin Tae-kyung and Captain Choi stood motionless looking at it. Jin Tae-kyung glanced at Captain Choi and said it must not be scared since it's attacking us alone.
Captain Choi replied, that's the lizardmen's characteristics. They're rash creatures that prefer taking fights head-on.
Jin Tae-kyung replied oh, and in his mind he was thinking should I just stay behind him in order to not get in this way. The monster was rushing towards Captain Choi, then it suddenly turned his direction towards Jin Tae-kyung. He quickly dodged to the left. He jumped 2 steps away, then looked at the monster and said, what's the hell? What's wrong with this one? Why is this damn attacking only me?
Captain Choi stood aside and seriously explained it was because of your gear.
He quickly said, my gear? What does that have to do with anything? So he looked down at his armor. The system displayed the information.
Lizardmen massacre harpoon, type weapon. Rank, first rate. Upon successful attack, there is a high chance of status effect hemorrhage to occur. Lizardmen hunting leather set. Made from the hides of the lizardmen. Upon wearing the full set, scale armor shall activate.
He helplessly thought, shit, look at the names. If I were a lizard man I would also be angry. No wonder I was the only one being targeted. While the monster was madly rushing towards him. He bent down to avoid the weapon, which even skewed its body, and put his spears to monster chest. Then he thought to himself, if that's the case then I'm the only one being continuously attacked? Suddenly he looked at Captain Choi and thought, wait, hold a second. He killed the lizard man and angrily shouted, did you do this on purpose?
Captain Choi asked, what do you mean?
Multiple lizardmen coming towards Jin Tae-kyung. He again angrily shouted, you were planning to kill these guys while I kept them distracted. That was your plan all along.
First, Captain Choi didn't say anything. Then he raised one finger and said first when he was in the equipment room, he let him choose his own gear, and that equipment was chosen by Jin Tae-kyung himself. Captain Choi raised one more finger and said second, regardless of what happened, I will not be making a single move during this raid. So please don't misunderstand.
Jin Tae-kyung thought to himself, what the hell are you talking? He didn't expect to hear that. Jin Tae-kyung said, so basically, you want me to fight by myself?
Captain Choi replied yes.
Jin Tae-kyung asked again, and you're going to stand over there with your arms crossed the entire time?
Captain Choi replied, I'll stop crossing my arms.
Jin Tae-kyung angrily abused him.
Captain Choi said, look at your behind.
On his behind, the harpoon of the monsters. Jin Tae-kyung used his spear to block the monster weapon. Multiple lizardmen attacking him and rushing towards him. He quickly asked, can you at least tell me the reason as to why you're doing? After asking he looked at the team leader but couldn't see anyone there. That'd make him shocked.
As for team leader Choi, he was sitting perched on the tree and cheering and saying fight.
Looking at him like this he thought angrily that guy is a completely psycho. At this moment 2 monsters screamed, bared their sharp teeth and rushed towards him. He noticed quickly. He quickly grabbed his spear and swung it to block. His face was red with anger and he gritted his teeth and said, but these damn lizards are pissing me off. His whole body radiated murderous aura towards the monsters and said, Jin family's spear technique, first teaching, thrust of the lone dragon. After that attack, then the monster blood spurted out in the air. The ding-ding system notification rang again.
Due to the effects applied by the Lizardman hunting leather set, you have dealt an additional 10% damage. Due to the effects applied by the Lizardman massacre harpoon, you've dealt an additional 20% damage. You have single-handedly taken care of the lizardmen in the surrounding area. Make sure to stay on guard, as these monsters will not stop to fulfill their vengeance.
After taking that attack, monster's eyes opened wide and stared at him. Even making a cry, then its eyes gradually closing slowly, then it fell to the ground, a hole in its stomach. After killing them all, he gasped for breath and the system rang out a notification.
You have eliminated level 40 swamp lizardmen. You're level up. You're level up.
Seeing the captain's feet approaching him made him angry. Jin Taekyung pointed at him and said, "What the hell was that?"
At the same time, Captain Choi bent down and said, "I apologize."
Hearing that sentence, Jin Taekyung suddenly froze.
Captain Choi still bowed his head and said, "I need to confirm your skills. I need to know how you moved and how many opponents you can take on. And I also need to figure out how far I can take you with me."
Jin Taekyung waved his hand and said, "Even still. You shouldn't have just left me alone to fight all of these monsters."
Captain Choi replied with serious look, "I was confident that you would be able to take care of them on your own. But I never expected for you to take care of them without suffering a single scratch."
To hear that, Jin Taekyung's expression changed. So he blushed and pointed at Captain Choi and said, "Well, you should have told me your plans beforehand. What would have happened if I wasn't as strong as you thought?"
Captain Choi, looking at him smirking, didn't say anything.
He pretended to cough and asked, "So? What's your verdict?"
Captain Choi took something out of his pocket and said, "I'm not sure."
Jin Taekyung replied, "What?"
Captain Choi continued, "That's why." He popped the stopper off the bottle. Jin Taekyung looking at it with confused expression. The red air flew high, making him Jin Taekyung startled. The red gas slowly spread everywhere. When red gas scattered everywhere.
While looking at it, Jin Taekyung asked, "What is that?"
Captain Choi replied, "A pheromone."
Jin Taekyung sniffed and asked, "Pheromones? Like a perfume?"
Captain Choi replied, "Something like that." These pheromones were harvested from the female lizard man.
To hearing that, Jin Taekyung glanced at him. He came closer and said, "Then." Immediately after that, multiple heavy voice coming out, making two of them to look over there.
Captain Choi smiles and said, "The effects are quite strong."
Jin Taekyung looked at him with hateful eyes and then angrily abused him on his mind. The group of monsters rushed out from the forest like a flood.
Captain Choi with relaxed mood asked, "Do you think you can take them on?"
Jin Taekyung picked up his spear and with anger said, "If I told you that I can't, will you help me out?"
Looking at the monsters rushing out like crazy, Captain Choi said, "No."
To hear that, Jin Taekyung become more angrily, suddenly hear the roar. It's a giant lizard man also appeared. The system notification ding out.
Level 52 Chief Lizardman has appeared. Skill battle cry is being used.
Jin Taekyung was so scared that he was sweating.
Then behind him, Captain Choi whispered, "You could always retreat."
To hearing those words, Jin Taekyung hold himself and after few minutes later his feet stepped forward.
Captain Choi suddenly observed his moments going forward.
Encouraging himself and stepped forward and said, "There's no need for me to do that." Multiple monsters and chief-level monsters rushed towards him with full speed. Jin Taekyung calmly gave orders to the system and opened the status window. The system displays the character profile, pretending to be the level 40 Jin Taekyung. First-rate warrior. Then he looked at his available points. It's 100. He command system to put 30 points into strength and 30 into stamina. And put 40 points into agility. System notified available points become 0. The powers crept into his body. He screamed, extremely uncomfortable. After absorbing all the power into his body, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Yes, this is it." The chief warrior monster roared in front of him. Jin Taekyung's eyes narrowed, then he coldly said, "One strike." A great power appeared. The light shot straight towards, hitting all the monsters. The attack also hit the chief warrior that make him screamed in fear, blood splashing out of its body. Then there was a forceful whirlwind that killed every one of monsters and critical hit straight into them. They had no time to react.
Looking at this scene, Captain Choi gasped in surprise, looking at the majestic scene in front of him. He thought to himself, "What is this? How can a recently reawakened C-rank hunter do something like this?" With just one move, Jin Taekyung destroyed all the monsters. This scene of destruction made him think. Captain Choi remembered that day when we went to the E-rank. The rare master he took down required the power of 2 C-rank hunters. But the strength he is now. You're telling me he's supposed to be a C-rank hunter? What a joke. Captain Choi crossed his arms and thought, "I went on this 2-man raid because I wanted to see his limits, but now I'm even more confused than before. I guess we'll have to go to a C-rank 8 next time." Suddenly, he was stunned and thought, "Wait a minute, it's possible that he's stronger than me."
Suddenly there was a scream echoing, "Oh no." The teleportation portal appeared and Jin Taekyung collapsed and cried, touching the dead animal's body and screaming, "Not like this. I damaged an expensive piece of leather."
Leaving the captain speechless, he thought, "Nah, that shouldn't be the case. No, I refuse to believe that." Then Captain Choi spoke up and said, "All right, let's leave."
Jin Tae-kyun still sitting that same place and crying with angers and saying, "Why did I have to go this far? My precious leather." It's already night. Outside the gate the crescent moon also appeared. They both take off their armors.
Deep voice said, "Good work, young master."
Captain Choi changed his shirt and replied, "You also did well, Mr. Butler."
Jin Tae-kyun still removing his armor and thinking to himself he has a personal butler? The only times I've seen a butler was at church.
Captain Choi has buttoned up his shirt and said, "Thank you for your work today, Mr. Tae-kyung."
He looked over and said, what time should I come tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Captain Choi looked at him and replied, "Did you think we were going to work on the weekend?"
Jin Tae-kyung asked dumbly, "Isn't that normal?"
Captain Choi shocked to hear that, looking at him with eyes of disbelief. Butler Kim put on a jacket for him. Captain Choi said the purpose of the weekend is to rest. It's required by law that hunters do this. Did your previous guild force you to work on weekends as well?
Jin Tae-kyun replied, "Oh, come on," he sighed and said calmly, "What kind of a mid-tier guild follows that rule? They let us go on these raids by adding more to our wage. And since we don't want these raids to be left on our records, we're usually paid with cash. It's not like gates disappear during the weekends as well."
Captain Choi replied contemptuously, "Now you're a C-rank hunter. There's no need for you to live your life like that."
He opened and closed his eyes with nervousness and said, "Ah." But, in his head he thought to himself, he doesn't know when the system will disappear, so it's because of the feeling of insecurity. Then he scratched his head and shyly said, "I just thought that I'll need to take full advantage of my newly found powers."
Captain Choi opened the car door and replied, "You're only going to tire yourself out. Please think about your family."
Hearing those words, family? He suddenly stopped and thought about his family, that he only been able to talk to them over the phone. He haven't had the chance to visit them. Has it been 2 months? No, if I include my time in the Murim world, it's been about 3 months already.
Captain Choi just pointed at him and said, "In any case, our guild upholds the hunter's law. It's also stated in your temporary contract. So don't do anything else but rest during this weekend. Otherwise, you'll be breaking your contract."
Jin Tae-kyun replied, "Ah. Yes, sir." Looking at the team leader, he silently thought, but this guy, Leader Choi, a person should rest when told to do so. Since he's so adamant about rest, I guess he's a decent. Suddenly he remembered when he was in the gate, he had to fight those scary monsters alone. He thought to himself, "Nope. He's evil. He made me run 3 C-rank gates in one day. There's no way he's a decent guy." Now looking at Leader Choi standing in front of him, he shuddered and thought, the shit he made me go though for the past 4 days is enough to piss me off again.
Butler Kim bowed his head slightly and said, "We're ready to depart, young master."
Jin Tae-kyung still looking at Captain Choi with hateful eyes and thinking himself, it's obvious that he's making me rest during the weekend because he wants to abuse me again next week. I feel bad for the butler as well. He's unable to depart even though it's pretty late.
Captain Choi asked the butler, "Did you bring it?"
Butler Kim, holding a break case, replied, "Yes, it's right here."
Captain Choi said, "Give him that break case."
Butler Kim said to Jin Tae-kyung, "Take this, Mr. Hunter."
Jin Tae-kyung just noticed the briefcase. As soon as he held it, his hand felt heavy. Jin Tae-kyung opened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Is this?"
Captain Choi glanced at him and calmly said, "Your weekly payment."
So he immediately held the briefcase of money in his arms and said, "I would get paid on Sunday." "How much is this?"
Captain Choi climbed into the car and said, "I put in a little bit more than what the contract stated. I've included the total balance in there, so make sure to check it for yourself. I'll be leaving now."
Butler Kim bowed politely and said, "We'll see you next time, Mr. Hunter."
Jin Tae-kyung watched Captain Choi car leave. He lowered his head to look at the suitcase and fell silent. He suspiciously looked around to see if anyone was there. After returning home, he gently put down his suitcase of money. Then Jin Tae-kyung gently rotated the password that Captain Choi said. A glimmer of light slowly came out from inside the suitcase. After opening it all, he looked at it in shock and then gasped. He couldn't help but step back and look at the pile of money in the suitcase and shouted, "How much is this?" He happily counted 1, 2, 3, then looked at the paper. Inside, he quickly raised it to read, "That's right, the payment slip." Jin Tae-kyung looked back at the suitcase and said the payment slip said $30,000. But what is this? I can tell that this is much more than that. He slid down the payment slip, stared at it, and said $270 million bonus. He gasped in surprise. Jin Tae-kyung remembered Captain Choi careful words, "I was prepared a little more than the contract." He was extremely shocked now in his heart. Captain Choi is a saint. His eyes sparkled and he held a pile of money in his heart, thinking, "What a wonderful person. I will dedicate my whole body to your guild." A moment later he appeared at house number 1201. Entered the password to enter the house. A beep sounded. Then Jin Tae-kyung slowly opened the door. His mother and sister watching the main door to who is coming inside.
His mother happily called son.
Jin Tae-kyung was very stunned when he heard those words. He immediately smiled with an extremely happy face and replied, "I'm home, mother." After entering the house and talking for a while, the whole family echoed with happy laughter. His mother and sister looked at the money he brought home and were both happy and shocked. Then Jin Tae-kyung pulled out a C-rank card to show off. His sister's eyes sparkled, her body trembled with joy. So she immediately dragged her mother to the shopping center to buy a bunch of things, and Jin Tae-kyung, holding those things and feeling tired and was out of breath. Then the next day he took his mother and sister to eat at a luxury restaurant. His mothers feel very happy and looked beautiful. The city full with light and darkness. The unclear sounds echoed, the sound become more louder and annoying than the sound clearer, calling Kyung. Tae-kyung.
Her sister screamed, startling him awake. Jin Tae-kyung.
The system to notify sleep mode has ended.
He gasped for air, his face pale. His sister took one look and said, "Were you having a nightmare? Why are you screaming in your sleep?"
Jin Tae-kyung awake up and thought to himself, nightmare? Ah. It was a dream. But what I was even dreaming about? His whole body was covered in sweat. He held his head and thought, I can't remember. What's with this shitty feeling? Usually when I sleep, the system does a good job adjusting my body's condition. But this is the first time I'm experiencing something like this. My head hurts.
His sister, feeling worried, and asked, "Did something bad happen to you?"
He looked up and said, "Nah, it's nothing like that."
His sister said, "If something did happen, let me know. Stop shouldering all of the burden by yourself. Even mom is worried about you."
He teasingly said, "Yes, ma'am."
She replied angrily, "I'm not joking."
Jin Tae-kyung smiled and said, "No, seriously. I've pretty much got all of our living expenses covered, so what's there for me to worry about?" Wait. I do have one thing I'm worried about. How are we going to spend all of our money from now on? So yeah. Jokes aside, there's no need for you to worry about me. Just focus on your studies.
To hearing that, she said, "You're bluffing."
Jin Tae-kyung asked, "Bluffing? Do I have to show you my money bag again?"
She turned around quickly and said, "I'm doing fine as well, so you don't have to worry about me." Suddenly she stopped and said, right, then looked at his brother and said, "Who is Jin Tae-kyung?"
Soon as he heard this name, he suddenly frozen. The girl looked at him with confused expression. Jin Tae-kyung didn't understand what to say. After weekend end, he returned back and fighting a monster. When he was fighting, the monster struck with full force and Jin Tae-kyung got cuts on his arm, causing it to bleed on his arm. He quickly raised his spear to fight back. He held his position and using his skills to give critical hits straight to the monster. The system notification appeared.
You have eliminate level 55 Chief Lizard Man.
Leader Choi observing him that time, when he finished to kill the monster. Captain Choi walked away from the tree and said 3 times.
Jin Tae-kyung gasped and asked, "What?"
Captain Choi pointed his finger and said, "That's the amount of times you've gotten hurt today."
Jin Tae-kyung looked at the wound on his arm and said, "It's fine. I can easily take care of this by drinking a low-rank potion and..."
Captain Choi interrupted and quickly said, "No, it's not fine. This is the same gate as the one we ran last time. You don't suffer as since injured back then. That means there's only one possible explanation for this." After giving him seriously looked and said, "Mr. Jin Tae-kyung, is there something bothering you?"
3 days later. He once again cuts off the head of another monster. But several more wounds appeared on his body and he's fell to the ground unable to breathe.
Leader Choi stood to the side watching. He seriously criticized this situation. "This isn't going to work. I'll contact you later. You can go home for today."
Night fell. At this time a bus passed by. Jin Tae-kyung was sitting in a corner of the bus looking out. He fell into thought, what's wrong with me? The system hasn't disappeared and I still have a shit ton of money to go around. Looking at himself reflected in the bus glass, he frowned and thought, all that's left for me is to just focus on my duties as a C-rank hunter. Back then he remembers the conversation between his sister, who asked who's Jin Tae-kyung? That time he just frozen and his voice trembled and asked, "You, where did you hear that name?" Her sister replied, "From you. You kept yelling his name in your sleep." Why? Who is this person? If you're calling for this person's name in your sleep, you must be pretty close to them. Not to mention, your names are pretty similar. Now he was scratching his head and thinking everything went downhill since that day. The nightmare wouldn't end, and no matter how many times I use my QI circulation, I can't seem to make my body focus. He remembered the image of Jin Tae-kyung, then he said in fear, why do I keep thinking about him? Going to bus, he's still thinking maybe I need to see a psychologist. He returned to his rented room. Twist the door handle. He sighed and walked into the house. Jin Tae-kyung glanced at his room. Once light shined in from outside and he saw Song Jin-ho struggling with his capsule. He stiffened and looked at the capsule. Song Jin-ho, wearing a flashlight on his head, turned to look at him.
Sung Jin-ho said, "Oh, you're here."
Jin Tae-kyung looking at him with hateful expression and noticed Screwdriver his hand.
Sung Jin-ho said you came home pretty early today.
After seeing Screwdriver on Sung Jin-ho's hand, Jin Tae-kyung angered. He threw away his bag and rushed to kick Song Jin-ho away. Jin Tae-kyung shouted, "What are you doing with someone else's capsule, you idiot?"
Sung Jinho with pain quickly to explain, hey. I haven't done anything to it. I just got back home as well.
Jin Tae-kyung angrily pointed at him and said, I told you not to come inside my room. Get yourself out of here.
Sung Jinho picked up the glasses and said, why are you getting this upset over a shitty capsule that doesn't even work? And you're the one who threw it away as well.
Jin Tae-kyung replied, in any case, don't you dare touch it. Then he checking every corner of the capsule saying that, are you okay? Were you scared? Again said to Sung Jinho with anger, if you touch it again, I'll kill you.
Sung Jinho pointed finger and loudly shouted, because of your screams at night, I've been having it pretty rough dealing with all the complaints from our neighbors. You have no right to treat me like this.
Jin Tae-kyung said, that has nothing to do with this situation. Get out.
Sung Jinho didn't stop and asked also, Jin Wai-kyung. Who the hell is this person?
Hearing this name, Jin Tae-kyung was startled and his whole body stiffened and he couldn't move.
Sung Jinho made goofy face and whispered, oh ho, you just flinched, right? Who is this person? Is she a cute girl? I guess you're dating someone, now that you're earning some money. What does she look like?
A few words this made his veins twitch in anger, he shouted, get out. After sleeping again in dreams, blur image appear. Blur image cleared in blue sky. The mountain hang sector army gradually appeared in one side. In the other side, Jin Wai-kyung with his army standing, the sound of drums rang out of again. Again the image blur. Then suddenly a voice shouted, the warriors, hearing the screams and quickly rushed up for attack. The soldiers from mountain hang sector also rushed forward. The two sides, one blue and one red, rushed at each other, no one willing to give way. He thought worriedly, the battle has begun. Suddenly the image becomes blurred again. After clear image to be seen on top of the mountain, the Jin family is standing. Jin Wai-kyung stared down behind him as the Great Elder. After watching Great Elder, he feared. He suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He breathed heavily and said, this dream is getting more and more vivid. Then shouted, I really don't care about them anymore. He looked up and said, so what if that Murim world is an actual world itself? There's going to be over 2,000 Murim warriors fighting. What the hell do you want me to do about it? He looked at the capsule and said, there's going to be monsters who are far stronger than Joe Pill. Do you want me to die fighting those bastards? I only lived a month in that world. The life that I have to live is here in this world. He sighed. And said, besides, there's nothing Jin Wai-kyung can do now. Jin Tae-kyung hugged his knee sadly and thought Hyunk Moo Jin will probably deliver the message regarding the betrayal of the head elder, and that's something they'll have to figure out for themselves. In Murim, he remembering, the 4 people on my team, as at that time they kept calling young master. Squad leader. Then the people he helped save also appeared. In his mind, even Wai Pang also said, we trust the 3rd young master. And the last person is Jin Wai-kyung, he always told, please survive. He sadly remembered those people and cursed once, damn it. Then the phone next to him rang. It's Captain Choi phone called.
Captain Choi at a luxury villa area at coffee shop. He flipped through the pages of the report. Rustling sound echoed in the quiet space. Then he frowned and observed, a bit, after reading Jin Tae-kyung's report on everything, he asked, what do you think, Mr. Butler?
Butler Kim respectfully replied, he's clear. He's not an abnormal reawakened being, nor did he approach you with ulterior motives.
Young master asked, so you're telling me that all of his behaviors thus far have been a coincidence? He changed his side, didn't looking at Kim Butler, and said, do you know the probabilities of having another awakening?
Butler Kim replied, as far as I know it's about 1%.
Captain Choi pondered, and then seriously said, it's 1 out of 100 people. Not to mention, being a hunter is already an extremely low probability. Now, what do you think is the probability of a F-rank reawakened into a C-rank hunter? What about the possibilities of a C-rank hunter being able to solo clear a C-rank gate?
Butler Kim said, I don't think solo clearing is possible. He would at least have to be a B-rank or...
Captain Choi quickly said, but Mr. Jin Tae-kyung is able to do it.
To hearing that, Kim Butler surprised.
Captain Choi pointed the Jin Tae-kyung reports and remembering the gates event, and said 5 D-rank gates and 15 C-rank gates. In total, 20 raids. All I did during those raids was observe him from afar. I didn't even have to help him.
To hearing that, the butler asked, then shall I look into him again?
Captain Choi said no. Nothing good will come out of that. I'm going to continue to observe his actions.
The butler smiled kindly and replied that the young master was finally planning to recruit him into the guild.
Captain Choi raised his eyebrows and looked at the butler and said, of course. But once he becomes suspicious, only then will I look into his background. If that doesn't happen, then I'll make him one of my men. No matter how long it takes.
Jin Tae-kyung entered the coffee shop and looking around. Reading the contract in which a down payment of $500,000. And a fixed salary of $50,000 with a 79% increase every year. He thinking after reading with surprised expression that I'll also have one of the highest insurance policies, a 40-floor studio, and my personal car as well. This is insane. The conditions are even better than last time. With this I'll be able to have it all. Not only will I have an amazing annual income, but I'll be able to attain one of the highest positions within society. I'll become a son and an older brother that my family can be proud of. Instead of being ignored by others, I'll become a figure everyone will be envious of. The things I dreamed about having as a hunter for 7 years is finally all coming.
Suddenly the voice calling him Jin Tae-kyung. Captain Choi said seriously, have you fixed your issues?
Jin Tae-kyung with confused expression he nodded, and replied oh yes that's pretty much it for now.
To hearing that Captain Choi asked with comfort, so we won't be having any more problems then?
He's still confused but happily said, of course.
Captain Choi's give him serious look to check his expression.
He still closed his eyes and smiled. He quickly opened the pen and says I'll hurry and sign this now. In his heart he thought let's finish this contract before Captain Choi gets second thoughts. He quickly sighed one by one all pages, the sound of a pen rang out, and Captain Choi calmly raised his cup of coffee to drink. After signing the contract the last page left to sign it. Then he flipped to the last page to read. At this moment Jin Tae-kyung frowned seriously and thought if I sign this, I can live my life in peace and comfort. He slowly put down the pen and thought to himself I'll be able to end the shitty life that I used to live. He put the pen down and signed very decisively. Then thought I can finally say goodbye to that Murim world. He shot the pen and broke it. He thought nervously and said there goes my fountain pen as well. The atmosphere fell silent, the ink in the pen flowed all over the page.
Captain Choi was silent for a moment, then spoke up Jin Tae-kyung. Let me ask you again. With serious expression he said the problems that we had last time. Did you really resolve them?
Jin Tae-kyung put down the pen and replied not yet.
Captain Choi said if it's something that I can help you with, then feel free to.
He happily replied thank you for your offer. But it's something I'll have to figure out on my own. And removed the ink on his face with his hand.
Captain Choi stood up for a moment, but then he sighed and said I didn't think signing the contract would be this difficult. Captain Choi stroked his hair and said with a bitter smile, I didn't expect that I had been rejected 3 times. When would I ask for the 4th time?
Jin Tae-kyung said with serious expression tomorrow at this place. Same time.
Captain Choi froze and asked tomorrow? Only a day later. Giving him serious look he said I do not like it when people joke like this.
He also replied with serious expression I'm not messing around, sir. In his mind he thought you have no idea how long a day can be. So he lifted his chair, stood up, and said I'll see you tomorrow, sir. He determinedly thought I'll do whatever it takes to survive and came back here. Jin Tae-kyung looked at Captain Choi and said also.
Captain Choi looked at him with curiosity.
Jin Tae-kyung just pointed at himself and happily said there's a chance that you might have to increase your conditions tomorrow. After speaking he firmly left.
Captain Choi looked at him with puzzled expression.
In the Murim world, a snowy mountain area, the wind whistles in the air. In the forest there are several figures running quickly and one person is carrying another person on his back. Their feet rushed along the winding forest road. The 2 people in front were breathing heavily but still did not stop. And Im-hoo-jun was carrying Jin Tae-kyung on his back. He was also out of breath. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself I'm losing my mind. Recalling La Seo Guang's, the Mount Hang sword sector declaring war on us, infiltrating our backlines with spies from smaller factions, and then the betrayal from the head elder. All of this would drive anyone nuts. He glanced at Jin Tae-kyung behind him and gritted his teeth thinking why did this guy suddenly faint like that? Suddenly the person behind him let out a slow breath. He thought to himself he's definitely breathing still, but it feels like he's on the verge of death. Im-hoo-jun remembered the injury that he suffered from Jo Pil is getting worse. He remembered what the doctor said. He had to rest for at least half a month before he could regain his health. How could I miss the battle that would decide the family's fate? Now the wound is still hidden and painful. Im-hoo-jun thought to himself, if I knew things would be like this I would have listened to the doctor. Looking at the blurry figures ahead he thought to himself we need to hurry and tell the main force about the betrayal of the head elder. But my body. Im-hoo-jun's eyes wanted to close more. He thought he can't continue. Suddenly a halo of light flashed in front of him causing Im-hoo-jun to startle, his eyes open. Im-hoo-jun dreamed saw the angel saying young human, you've done well. It's fine for you to rest now. Im-hoo-jun screamed in his heart it's merciful angel. At that time he thought yeah, I've done enough. A guy who's supposed to be our leader collapsed during a crucial moment. And the guys who are supposed to be my teammates aren't even offering to help me carry out leader. Im-hoo-jun's legs trembled and he wanted to collapse. He cursed in his heart dazed not knowing anymore. At that moment he felt Jin Tae-kyung breathed into him. Im-hoo-jun's ear causing him to wake up. His eyes were filled with tears and he happily called out Captain?
Jin Tae-kyung smiled extremely generously. He showed his face and teasingly said hello my darling.
In the war place the 2 swords colliding with each other was extremely deafeningly. Finally the Mount Hang sector soldier was slashed causing him to cry out in pain. But at the same time a sword stabbed straight into the body of Jin sector soldier. The blood also spurted out all over the place. The both sector soldier trying to killing each other. corpses were scattered all over the ground. Standing on the cliff, the people of the Jin family watched and observing the situation of the war. One of the Jin family older after observing the situation and thinking, yes, it was this place. The 8th Valley of the Heavens. When the Great Faction War happened many years ago at this narrow valley. In order to earn the title, legend, numerous martial warrior died here. The great elder stroked his long white beard, falling into contemplation of the past. He thought to himself, there was a point in my life when I coveted that title. But what use would that title serve if you died to get it? Then the great elder looked at the family head in front of him and asked, lesser family head, what are your thoughts on the current situation?
Jin Waikyung was seriously observing the battle below. Then he replied, the tide seems to be in our favor. But Jin Waikyung looked at his fallen solidar's blood still flowing from his mouth. Then he looked at other one also got attack on his behind. Jin Waikyung frowned in hatred. He gritted his teeth. His voice sound become heavy as he said, we're also suffering quite a bit of casualties on our side.
The great elder said it's an important duty as the leader of an army to know when he should join the fray or not. As the battle continues, the enemies will start to become more impatient. Make sure to not make any rash decisions.
The lesser family head replied, I understand. I'll have to hold back until the main force of the Mount Hung Sword sector arrives. He looked at the sky and observed the circumstances and said, however, it's a bit unfortunate that we can't make use of our position. I can't help but be angered at the heavens.
The great elder, after hearing that, thoughts to himself about the lesser family head, not only does he possess an immense amount of martial arts, but is also well received by the people. A young man who already possesses critical decision-making skills. Jin Waikyung is someone who can lead the main family well. What a pity. Looking at him on his behind and thought it's too late to turn back now. I, too, can't help but be angered at the heavens.
On the other side, after seeing Jin Kyung awakened, the teammates surprising asked,
Are you okay, sir?
The other one asked leader, what happened?
Jin Kyung happily waved his hand and said, it's been a while. How have you guys been?
They all looked confused to see Jin Kyung expression and asked, did you hurt your head by any chance?
What do you mean by that?
Jin Kyung looked at his teammates' confused expression and thought, I expected this much. And then with serious expression said, anyhow. That's enough with the greetings. How much time has passed since I blacked out?
The teammates still whispering to each other about their weird behavior earlier. Then Imhu Jin falls on ground, his body shaking. He thought I was going to die. Then he said to Jin Kyung, it's almost 2 hours, sir.
To hearing that, Jin Kyung thought to himself, about an hour and 30 minutes. Then remembering the capsule instructions and thought, since 1 month in the Murim world was about 3 hours in real life, and I was in the real world for about 2 weeks. Yep, it all adds up. Then he asked to their teammates, was I breathing at least?
One of the members nervously said, why are you asking us these questions all of a sudden?
Jin Kyung loudly said, I don't have much time. Hurry and answer me.
Imhu Jin, sitting on ground taking heavy breaths, said, yes, of course. That's why you were able to wake up like this. If you weren't, shouldn't you be dead by now?
Jin Kyung thought to himself with fearful expression, so if I enter into one world, my body in the other world pretty much faints. If I didn't take care of those assassins earlier, then it's possible that I wouldn't even have a body to return back to. Then he asked to his teammates, how's the main force?
One of the member replied, we were just making our way to them. It'll take a few more hours.
After calculating, Jin Kyung said about 2 hours left.
One of the teammates sadly said, leader, I'm sorry for telling you this right now, but it seems we'll have to prepare for the worst.
Jin Kyung silent for a moment, then imagining the Jin Kyung dead body and thinking, prepare for the worst. If everything goes like what Kwak Jun mentioned. This betrayal was something that's been probably planning for a long time. However, this plan has one crucial flaw. And that's me. The fact that I survived. Not only that, Kwak Jun said something else back then. We wasted a little bit of time since we were interrogating him, but then he said to their teammates, it's still not too late. So there's no need for us to prepare for the worst. Then he encouraging himself and said, I'll do whatever I can in order to make sure that doesn't happen.
To hearing the words of Jin Kyung, his teammates confused and nervously said, leader.
Jin Kyung smiled and teasingly said, so, my dear Mu Jin.
Mu Jin looked up and replied, yes, leader.
Then Jin Kyung give him serious look and said, hurry and get up.
Mu Jin said with trembling voice, but I'm really tired, sir.
Jin Kyung show his fist and angrily asked, do I need to beat you?
Mu Jin got tears on his eyes.
Jin Kyung loudly shouted, we'll make our way back to the main force in less than an hour.
One of the teammate nervously asked, less than an hour?
The other one nervously said, but even if we hurry, it'll still take us about 2 hours, sir.
Jin Kyung give them fearful look and said, that's why I said less than an hour.
Mu Jin asked, but how?
Jin Kyung replied, it's easy. Just run as fast you can.
3 of them shocked to hear that and asked what?
Jin Kyung angrily shouted, stop questioning. Hurry and damn run.
On the war zone, Mount Hang Sword sector and Jin family soldiers fighting each other, and Jin family soldiers cover up Mount Hang sector on both sides. They shouted, kill them all. They're nothing more than thugs. The sword slash and cut on of the thug's chest. Another sword slash cut of the neck and other thugs.
Looking at his teammates dying like this, he thought himself with fear we're just going to get massacred at this rate. He shouted, "Reign of Blood Clan, retreat."
Suddenly a sword slash on his neck cut off before he says anything else. Looked at this fearful scene, Mount Hung's sword sector soldiers got afraid and stopped on their position. The forehead veins showing angers, the Mount Hung sword sector leader asked retreat. They all fully shocked and afraid to see to leader. He pointed his sword and said, "Go back. If you don't want to witness what a real rain of blood looked like." They all of them, after hearing those words, pushing each other and going back. Behind him his subordinate standing and looking their team leader. The Mount Hung sword sector leader angrily thought to himself, is this all that these hired mercenaries amount to? Useless bastard. His eyes was become red with angers and thoughts I was too impatient. And remember the death on his son, and thoughts I was blinded with my desire for revenge due to the death of my son. I ignored the words of my advisors and took the quickest route to get here. How embarrassing that I, of all people, would willingly walk into this narrow valley. His aura flowing around his sword and he stepping forward and his foot aura so heavy break through the ground.
The soldiers shouted, "The family head is leading the vanguard. Everyone, attack! Kill all of the Jin family bastards!"